Happy for you to join us. Joharra, have you done anything besides the live show for Galentine's Day?
No, I didn't even know that was a thing. I had to look it up
Okay.
to know what it meant. I've just been watching TV with my sister.
Nice.
How about you?
Nothing yet, but I'm happy we're doing it, I think it could be fun to do a little something,
Yeah.
Okay. So, have you gotten to reading yet? Or, reading in February?
I haven't reading. I haven't the last several days because I've been in this writing mood and I've just been writing a lot. But I am really enjoying my current read, which is The Exile: A Game of Wits. Is a self-published book. It's book 3 in the series, and I've been really enjoying that.
Cool.
How about you?
No reading yet. It's just been a pretty slow month for reading. I actually kind of had a craving to read The Hunger Games, so I might be reading that. And I've been trying my Kindle Unlimited subscription. I've been trying to find some stuff that I would like, but I haven't found anything that I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so great,
Yeah. That happens.
Yeah. Have you gotten to watching
I hope you find
any show?
something.
Oh, what were you saying?
I was just saying, I hope you find something.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal if I don't, but it'd be nice,
Yeah. What were you saying?
Have you watched any movies or shows lately?
Well, like I said, I'm watching a show with my sister. It's a rewatch. I haven't seen it in a little while, and I got into a serious mood to watch it. It's Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated. I
Oh, I
prefer
like that one.
You do? Yes, I prefer it so much more than most of these Scooby-Doo shows because I love that it has a mystery that overarches the entire series. For my TV channel, I have a few videos planned for this show that's related to the show. So I'm also watching it to do research for it because it's been a while
Nice.
since I watched it. So
I have watched a few things. I started rewatching House. Do you know that show?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I watched it with my family maybe not 10 years ago, but a pretty long time ago. And I definitely feel like I was too young for that show, but watching it, it still is this guy is very much not the best kind of guy. Besides the fact he's inappropriate, he's also kind of terrible. So it's how are we supposed to watch him,
True. Yeah, I've heard about it because I heard about this one episode that's apparently very insulting to asexuals.
Oh. Hey, Robin.
Hello.
Your hair's still looking awesome.
Thank you.
Like a rocket. Yeah.
Mine is so backlit. Let me see if I can do something about the light. It's just this is where I get the best internet in the house.
Oh.
That didn't help.
I was so loud just then. I don't know what happened.
If I...
You're in the shadows like the boogeyman. Twilight.
Yeah.
There you go.
Let's use the computer this way, I guess.
So I was asking Joharra if she's read anything this past month or watched any movies or shows. What about you, Robin?
Yeah. Okay, let me think. I think I only read one book so far this month, and that was Battle Royale. I finally finished it because it was a chonker.
Was it good?
I did really like it. The pacing, I think I mentioned last time, the pacing was kind of like stop and go. But like the last like 150 pages, like really like drew me in, and there were like plot twists I didn't see coming, and yeah, it was just a really fun experience. So
That's so
I'm still
awesome.
hoping to do a like compare and contrast video of Battle Royale and Hunger Games, but I haven't filmed it yet. But I do want to do a video like that. And then movies. I watched a couple movies this past month.
Nice.
I just watched Logan's Run last night, which is an older science fiction. I think it's from either like the 60s or like at latest the 70s. And just like the costume design and the like practical effects of the movie were really good. The storyline was like there was like a plot point that like never got really explained, and I was kind of frustrated about that because it's like, why? It was super confusing. And then my roommate suggested, and we watched together, this movie on Netflix called RRR, and it's kind of, I think it's like a Bollywood movie, but it isn't.
I've kind of heard of it, I think.
Yeah. And it was just such a spectacle. It was so good. I've never seen a Bollywood movie before. But like it had everything going for it. Like it was funny, like the action was really compelling, the storyline was like incredible, like the music was good, like the choreography was amazing. It was like a movie I never would have picked out myself, but I really enjoyed it. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah.
I really like movies like that where it's like, oh, I never would have thought to have watched this, but now that I have, I'm really glad I did.
Totally. No, that's so awesome. With what you were saying about, comparing, contrasting, because I remember you said that last live show with Battle Royale and the Hunger Games. Well, like this had nothing to do with when we were talking about it or anything, but for some reason, recently I kind of had like a craving to pick up the Hunger Games. Yeah. So I was kind of flipping through, and I was kind of closer to the end of the book, and then I was just like, I was just like hooked, and like I kind of read the end of the book again, but now I'm like, okay, I have to read the whole book. Like I gotta do it. So I'm thinking about doing that next. But for some stupid reason, I'm kind of like, what about something new? But it's also like, well, it's been over 10 years since I read that book. So it's pretty much new to me, right?
Let me see if I can get that on Libby, because I don't have my copy with me, but we should totally do a buddy read, because I kind of want to fresh up on the book before I do a review of it. Because like I read it when I was 14, so that's been 13 years. Like, but I remember loving it, and like I have so much like nostalgic love for it, just because when it was really popular, I was kind of like, ugh, like this book probably sucks. This was like right after Twilight was popular, so I kind of just assumed it was like the next Twilight. Yeah, I can get it on Libby.
Yay!
So I need to place a hold for it, but let's see. About 3 weeks. Wait. Oh, I'll place a hold for it. And yeah, we should totally buddy read it then.
Cool. Yeah, it's kind of funny because I'm trying to really use my Kindle Unlimited subscription, because it's like, well, I have it for a year, might as well get my money's worth of it because I got it as a present. But some of these books I'm like not really in the mood to read right now, and then it's like I feel like that's just money just getting thrown away, and it's like, no, I don't want to waste this. But it's also like you can't force yourself to read. But I found the audiobook for the Hunger Games on Hoopla, and then maybe I should look it up on Libby to see if the Hunger Games is there. But I looked up the Hunger Games on Kindle Unlimited, and it's there, but it says like there's typos and other stuff on the ebook. So I'm like, what gives? The good thing is, I know that's weird. But what's good is I already have the paperback, so I
Yeah.
can choose which format to read.
Yeah, I actually can get the audiobook right now, so I just borrowed the audiobook.
Yay!
I can start buddy reading it with you like as soon as possible.
Yeah. Do you know who the narrator is for you?
Let me see if it says description. On the bridge, release. Hunger Games contributor. I don't think it says like in the information, but like I can play it real quick. And usually I'll say in the introduction.
Yeah.
Who's the narrator for you?
It's I think it's Tatiana something or something that starts with a T because it's the special edition.
The Hunger Games by Suzanne Collins. Read by
Carolyn McCormick, it says.
Okay, so it's the other one. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
I had like the special edition one from it. And she it was saying how she is an Emmy Award winning actress. I was like, oh, that's cool. So, because I was kind of like, I like to know who the voice is.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like, especially with something like this, because it's like I could either read it the normal way that I do, or I could just do it like that. Oh, what am I saying? I was just trying to look it up to see who I thought it was, and it is that. Did you guys ever hear about or watch She-Hulk?
I haven't watched it. I have heard about it.
Yeah, apparently I never watched it either, but apparently that girl who plays the main character, that's her. So
I've definitely heard of the actress's name before.
okay.
But I don't think I've ever watched anything she's been in, but like I know she's pretty popular though, so
Yeah. I don't think I have either. But anyway, I just thought that was interesting, and then so I looked it up to just like hear her voice, and so then I started listening to it, and I was like, I could see either way. Either I read it normally or I do the audiobook. So I'll have to decide which one to do. But yeah, so I started reading that a little bit last night because like I said, a couple days ago I had kind of finished the book. And then I started this book. Ooh, what was it? I guess it doesn't refresh for me. But it was like this book where it's like an enemies to lovers story. But it was terrible at the beginning because okay, so the guy is the son of this housekeeper, nanny person, so he doesn't have a lot of money. But the girl is the one, she's the daughter of the head of the house, and she has a lot of money. But he literally was like, I hear so much about her, and like, she can't be touched, whatever. Like, not in a gross way, but just like, hey, you can't mess with her, you can't do anything. But then he starts saying how, she's been a thorn in my side before I even met her. And then he's like, yeah, when I would hear about all the good things she had going for her, I was picturing horrible things happening to her. He's like, fatal car accidents and blah, blah, blah. I was like, what? And you want me to root for this guy? The beginning of the book, and you're starting like that. I was like, I don't think I could read this. I was excited for the book at first, but now I'm like, uh-oh. That does not sound good to me.
I feel like enemies to lovers can be a little hit or miss for me. Like I like enemies to lovers when it's like the two characters are on opposing sides.
Yeah.
And then they kind of like learn to have an understanding for each other. But then there's like enemies to lovers like what you were talking about, where it's just like the two main characters are so fucking mean to each other that like it's just obnoxious, you know? Like like I end up like not liking either of the characters, and like why would I root for them to get together if they're like this awful to each other?
Yeah, no, it makes me really mad, but it's also like it's just crazy to me, like, for an author to literally write that and have us root for them. I'm like, no. And so that's my progress with reading, which isn't a lot. I've been just kind of like doing other things. I just had it. Where is it? So I've watched a few things this month. I was telling Joharra that I started rewatching House. Do you know that show?
I've never seen it, but yes, I know of it.
Okay, so I'd seen this maybe not quite 10 years ago, but pretty close to 10 years ago. And I definitely feel like I was too young to watch it at that point because it was pretty inappropriate with some things. But I kind of was like watching some clips of like the show, and it was kind of nice because it was like 10-minute clips, and it kind of like gave you the most essential parts of the episodes. So like you're watching the episode without seeing all the, a lot of the stuff, because it's like they have to figure out what's wrong with the patient. And then so many times they're like, it's this, and they're wrong. It's this, and they're wrong. And so many times, but eventually they figure it out. And it's nice to just be like, oh, quickly, now we know what it is. But then you don't actually get to see the end of the episode. So it's like, it kind of leaves you hanging. But I was telling Joharra, like, it's really hard to watch House, though, because the guy, House, he's so terrible.
Yeah.
Only because he's a doctor and he's saving lives is he semi a good person. But also, like, he really doesn't care about people. Like, even with kids, he's mean to. It's like, he's unnecessarily brutal and does some wrong things. So it's like, it's hard to root for. And unfortunately, this is the last episode I watched, because I've been skipping some episodes. But this was an episode I watched. Did you guys ever watch Pretty Little Liars?
I love that show.
Okay. But there's this girl, Allison. You know that actress, right, Joharra? No?
The girl that played Allie?
Yeah.
Sasha Peters, yeah.
Yeah, so this episode follows a cancer patient, and it's her. So she's a little kid. She's supposed to be 9 years old. She definitely is a kid. They literally, because she's like, well, I might die, she starts being like, well, I might not live to be out of this hospital. And so one of the doctors, under House, he has a team of 3. He is maybe 29, but he's a grown adult, right? And so she starts trying to be like, oh, I've never been kissed before. And I was like, no, no, no. Literally, she asked for a kiss. And at first, he's so adamant, no. But he didn't even say it in the most outrageous way. But he literally does it. And the worst part is they show the kiss. Like, it's obvious that actually happened to that child actress. I was so disgusted.
Yeah, that's like a gross situation to put the actress through, like, even if it's like, oh, it's just a story, but like, no, like, the child actress had to kiss a grown man. Like, that's wildly inappropriate, to be honest.
Yeah, it disgusted me so much. And while some of the other characters, when they found out about that happening, they reacted very negatively, like that was so terrible of him. But then, of course, House is like, okay, bruh. But also, he is messed up. Like, he talks about teenage girls' bodies, underage teenage girls' bodies. Like, like he talks about, their chest in one of those really inappropriate ways. He really objectifies them and acts like it's no problem for someone to be interested in someone that young. It's really sick. I'm just like, ugh. And I think I'm kind of done with the show because it's like, okay, this guy is messed up. And they already had bad situations, but that just, crosses the line.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard that much about the show. I didn't know all that. The only thing I had heard people talk about this one episode that a lot of people like me didn't like because they kind of insult asexuals in the episode, and
Oh my god,
I mean,
jeez. What is
it
with
was
this
just
show?
really bad representation. Like apparently in the episode, um, this couple comes and the guy he apparently doesn't have any sexual attraction and so he's like labeled as asexual, and then you find out well, they're both asexual, but apparently you find out she was lying to make him feel better about not having that attraction, and then you find out that he has a brain tumor and that's why. And I saw a similar storyline on Grey's Anatomy when I was rewatching it. I didn't even remember that. I was like, oh my gosh, that's sickening. It's like you're saying that asexuals need to be fixed or that they have a brain tumor. Like that's why they don't have that sexual attraction. And it's like it's bogus.
Yeah, it's literally saying that like asexuality is an illness. Like that's super disgusting.
Not to defend that sort of what they were doing. But to be fair, that is an actual thing that does happen. They do talk about with certain illnesses, a side effect can be that. But obviously, for them to treat it like that is messed up.
Yeah, we barely have ace rep as it is, and then we get this crap. Doesn't seem like a great show.
Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, because at first, and again, like, there were there's a lot of things wrong with it. So it was just disappointing that, like, you're done with the show, then you think you're old enough for a show, but it's like, it's not about maturity. It's about how inappropriate they are,
Yeah.
So that was kind of a disappointment. Like at first I was kind of into it, but now I'm like, okay, I can't. But I watched a few things. I kind of watched a throwback. Do you guys remember Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs?
Oh my god,
never
yeah,
seen
I
it.
do.
Oh, I had such a fun time watching it. It was so nice to watch again.
Nice. I'm glad that still holds up.
No, it really does. It was so good. But then I just, for some reason, I kind of wanted to see, like, maybe I was trying to look up the cast. But then I was looking at the Wikipedia page, and I was looking at reception, and, like, there were plenty of really high reviews, and it did hit #1 at the box office multiple times. But then I saw this, apparently some adult, okay, I know, like, all the reviewers are adults, but this guy gave it like 2 stars, and I don't know, there was something he said where he was like, this wasn't whatever, he was saying it negatively, and then he was like, I have to remember this is for dangerously something 9-year-olds. It was weird. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, it was just very odd. It's like, if you don't want to review kids movies, then don't.
Yeah.
No, but literally, I don't understand how he could not like the movie. Now, yes, I know part of the reason it still holds up for me is nostalgia, but it also is just good on its own. Like, there were, what was it? There were lines I never even noticed before that I was like, wait, that was actually really clever. Like, there was one where the mayor, like, right away, he's like, after consulting no one, I spent the whole budget on the thing right behind me. I was like, that's so true. No, but it was really fun. Are you guys gonna do anything for Valentine's Day? I know you're working, Robin, right?
Yeah, I'm working. But that's about it. How about you, Joharra?
I don't know. Maybe I'll try to get either reading or writing done. I'll probably be continuing watching. Before you came on, Robin, I was telling Tiffany that I've been rewatching Scooby Doo Mystery Incorporated.
Oh
That's
yes.
my favorite Scooby-Doo TV
Oh,
show
so
by
good.
far, and it's
Mhm.
so and I absolutely love it. And I also have for my TV channel some videos planned based on it, and so I'm also rewatching it for research because it has been a little bit since I've seen it. But I'm also just rewatching it because I just really wanted to rewatch it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm on episode 23, so almost done with season one. Because I think there's like 26-ish episodes in season one. So yeah, and I've just been rewatching that last couple of days a lot. So that's been a lot of fun.
Nice. Are you still considering writing a Scooby Doo retelling? So I feel like when I was complaining
We
about
were
that book,
talking about that. I totally forgot
and
about
then you
that.
mentioned that you wanted to write one, and I really want to read like a good Scooby Doo retelling, you know?
I think I will work on one. It'll be
So cool.
I'm a little nervous because it'll probably be like more like a standalone sort of thing, and I'm not great with
Mm.
standalone, so I'm a little nervous
Mhm.
with how it'll turn out. Maybe you could better read it for me since you're better
Yeah,
with standalone.
I would love to.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
because we were talking. I forgot about that because we were talking about that one you read, and that was like your worst book of the year. You
It's
hated
still
it.
like the like worst book I've read since I started BookTube. Like it, yeah. It has yet to be beat.
Which book was that again?
This was Meddling Kids, and it was a Scooby Doo retelling that just
Oh,
like everything about it sucked. Like the writing sucked, the story sucked, the characters sucked, and then like on top of it, it was like homophobic and transphobic. It was just like everything went wrong with it, and it was a 2017 release too, which like for me that's so bizarre that like it made it past like editors and beta readers from like a mainstream publisher without anyone being like, hey, maybe don't put in like this really homophobic subplot. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not the 2000s anymore. Jeez.
well, have you heard about all the stuff that they put in Velma, that HBO Max
Oh,
show?
yeah. I've been watching like reaction videos to like every episode. Yeah.
I
I
watched.
don't think I'm gonna watch the actual show.
I haven't
I
watched
just
the
can't
action
believe
episodes, but
because
I've
of
seen.
all the hate watching, they literally already have season 2 in order. It's like
Yeah.
really good shows keep getting canceled.
Yep.
But this trash is continuing.
I
Yeah,
think it's purposely written to be very bad too, just to get people to hate watch.
yeah. I was watching someone compare Mystery Incorporated and Velma. Like they
I
were
think I
like,
saw that video.
yeah, and they were like re-watching the first episode, just be like, see, this is like they're doing good things here, like the
Mhm.
jokes and the stuff, and they're not even trying that hard. They're still hitting every single mark, and it's like they're just doing. They did so much better with Mystery Incorporated,
Yeah.
and I guess Velma is also racist at times, or make racist jokes or something, or homophobic or something, and
Yeah. It kind of hits like every single like minority you can
And-
think of.
they made Daphne a drug dealer.
Yeah,
I'm like, what
right?
the actual heck?
I don't understand. Yeah, the choices made in that show are just bizarre, but the only thing I can think of is it was literally created to just be like as like obnoxious as possible. So no matter who you are, you will want to hate watch it. Like no matter what your beliefs are, like you will be like angered by it and hate watch it. Like that's my thing. It's like I feel like and the like YouTuber I was watching who like reacted to it, like she even like said like why are these the Scooby-Doo characters since they're so changed to be different? Like there's no reason why it had to be Scooby-Doo. Like it could have just been an adult cartoon unrelated
Exactly.
to any Scooby-Doo characters. And that's exactly how I feel about it too cuz everyone's changed so much. Like Shaggy isn't even Shaggy. Like he has a different name. Like
Yeah, none of it is what it's, what Scooby-Doo is, but also, I saw someone talking about it, and I know people have already talked about it before, but nowadays they hate to do anything that isn't already,
yeah.
no, what's it called? IP. Any thing that isn't already a pre-established IP, even though it's like, this thing is disgusting. But it is funny what you brought up about anyone would hate watch it. Is like, I'm not gonna do that. No way. I'm not gonna support those labels. But
I
also,
don't hate to watch
something that would make
anything.
me so mad.
Yeah,
don't
I
hate
just
watching
mean that
anything.
like
what's the point?
like anyone
But
as
yeah,
in like
Tina.
whatever your beliefs are, you will be angered by some
Yeah,
sort
exactly.
of content. And
Yeah,
that,
it's not a show for anyone. It's just an outrageous
Yeah.
show. Yeah.
yeah, I haven't actually watched the show. I've just
Yeah.
watched like the reaction videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was a little disappointed because I watched 2 of them. One, I think some of their ideas were decent, others weren't. And then this other one, I thought he was really going to tear into the show, and I feel
Mhm.
like he really didn't, even though the title of it seemed like he was going to tear into it, and he didn't. And it's like, why?
Yeah.
So basically, do you guys care if I share who the first reaction guy was that I just didn't think had? Okay.
No, go for it.
Okay. It's the Critical Drinker. If you guys heard of him.
Don't think I've watched any of his videos.
Okay. Well, sometimes I watch his stuff, but like I just don't like how sometimes he has like really gross things pop up on the screen.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And it's just like, come on. Also, he says really gross things sometimes. Anyway, but he was trying to say that like yes, this show has its own agenda and whatever, and it has whatever talking points are a part of pop culture norm. Fine, but he was trying to act like it's so wrong for a show to be centered on a female character and have that female character be loved by everyone. He acted like that was so the worst thing ever. I'm like, that's not the problem here.
That's an interesting take.
Yeah. So
That's
I was just a little like,
weird.
that's not what's wrong, you know?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Like his opinion. That's so weird.
Yeah, but this is what I mean. That's just crazy. But what you're saying is a good point of how like they want everyone to be mad, and just what you're saying, like it's kind of like how people are like, "Oh, you agree with me? Maybe we agree on other things," and you find out this is technically your greatest enemy. Just because you have one similar talking point doesn't mean you actually agree on the majority of things. Because it was like,
Mhm.
guy, no, that's not what's going on. Yeah, it's just a shame that there's so many bad shows out right now. Bad shows, movies, that sort of thing. And now, because like I want to be a filmmaker in the future. I want to be a screenwriter. And it's like, I have very nice original ideas, but now it's like, could I make them? It's like,
Right.
oh no. But even one thing too is even if you make it, you hope that they don't ruin the whole thing, fit into whatever they want the story to be.
I'm just so tired of like remakes in general. Like, yeah, I want to see something new, I'm kind of bored of a lot of like new TV shows coming out and like new movies coming out because it's just like, yeah, it's either there's reboots or things that like are original but are so similar to what's already popular. Like,
Yeah.
no offense to like Wednesday, but like even that like show, like it could have been just a show about a girl detective and not Wednesday Addams,
Fair. That's a very fair point. There you go. That's
Yeah.
a good point.
I'm sure it's still good, but like, yeah, I think to me it kind of annoyed me that it had to be Addams Family related when like it didn't feel like Addams Family.
Yeah, because like I said, I tried the Addams Family and I'm like, I'm anticipating what I really enjoyed about Wednesday,
Right.
and it's nothing like that.
It isn't.
I mean, I could never get into Adam's Family, but I liked Wednesday. But it would have been the same story if it was a different character. So honestly, I get that point, and I mean, even if they changed the character, it still would be basically the same story.
Yeah.
Like I actually enjoyed Wednesday. I because maybe it's because it's different than the Adams Family, so they could have
Mhm.
just completely changed it, and the story wouldn't even be different by just
Yeah.
changing the characters. My issue was the whole romance. I mean,
Mhm.
I didn't have a problem because I did kind of like her with Tyler, and I wouldn't be against her getting with Enid like a lot of people want. Um, but honestly, I still think they should make her Era Ace. Jenna Ortega herself said that she didn't want Wednesday to be forced into this love triangle, even though it's not really much of a love triangle.
Yeah.
Because I mean, she kind of never even cared about Xavier. It was Xavier liking her, and then she had a
That's
connection to Tyler.
happened.
But she didn't want that whole storyline because that's not who Wednesday is. She doesn't see Wednesday having like two suitors. She just doesn't.
Right.
Yeah,
Like Wednesday's so different and independent, and I honestly see her as Arrow Ace. I think they should make her Arrow Ace. But yeah, reboots and stuff. I mean, there's been so many reboots for shows and movies and stuff that I was a fan of. Most of them I couldn't get into. The Charm one I couldn't get into. They basically tried to
Mhm.
recreate everything.
Mhm.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen Charmed or the reboot.
I haven't seen Charmed. I think I watched like a video of like a YouTube essay on reboots, and they did talk about the Charmed reboot in it. So
Well,
I know the changes, or yeah, the
yeah.
things they did in it.
Well, I've been a huge fan of the original Charm my entire life, and the reboot basically recreated one of the biggest storylines. Like they legit just recreated it instead of. I mean, honestly, the show could have, like what you said with Wednesday, like it wouldn't be that different if they just try not to make it the same like charm one sort of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like they could have just changed what type of witches they were. Like they didn't have to be the charm ones with this big book of shadows. There were other witchy things they could have done. They could have.
Mhm.
I'm sure there's plenty of shows out there with sister witches. They didn't
Yeah.
have to recreate the charm ones. And what kills me is that in the original Charm, the youngest sister at the time before they discovered Paige, but Phoebe, who was the youngest at the time, uh, fell in love with a half demon. So he's half demon, half human, and he was originally trying to kill her and her sisters by getting through her because he considered her the weak one. But then he falls in love with her, only to
Mm.
and then they were together for a little while until the source of all evil basically possesses him, turns him completely evil, and then she becomes the queen of the underworld for a little bit until they have to vanquish him. And the reboot did the entire thing. Like they basically just recreated that entire storyline. Like, what was the
Wow.
point? Like
That's
we've seen it before.
yeah, like that's kind of my issue with like they re-released one of like my favorite video games, and it's pretty much the exact same game, but they like upgraded the graphics. And I'm like, okay, but like you had the opportunity to make meaningful change to like the original work. Like I feel like, like it was really ahead of its time for when it came out, but like there's some, different like representation they could have really leaned into, and like some storylines weren't very good that they could have changed. But no, it was just like the whole thing reskinned with like
Wow.
new like graphics, which sounds like almost what happened with Charm. Is just like, okay, it's new actors, but we're doing the exact same storyline. You know what I mean?
And
It's like, well, you could have done something meaningful there.
Exactly. And the
What's
characters,
the
I
point?
mean, yeah, exactly. What's the point? The characters too, they just weren't as memorable and lovable to me.
Oh.
I did like the youngest sister, but I might be biased because I have seen the actress before and I liked her.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you ever seen these Disney movies Descendants. She
I
played.
haven't ever seen them, but I
Send
know
it.
of
She
it.
played. She played Audrey. Same person. But I did. They were trying to add more representation, which I get. But still, you could have done it without doing the charm ones. Like the sisters themselves, they were either black or mixed, because a couple of them like had different dads or whatever. But they're all sisters, and they're all like mixed or black or whatever. And the middle sister was a lesbian, and it's like I like the representation, but you still didn't have to recreate the charm ones. Like,
Yeah.
and especially since they recreated that one storyline, that's what I can't get over. They tried to recreate an entire storyline that I loved in the original, but it's like, seriously, if I want to watch that storyline, I could just watch the original. Like, but the only reboot I really, well, one of the only, I think it's the only one I'm really into right now is the Monster High one for G3. I didn't like G2. No one likes the second reboot. Those did happen. Those do not exist. But I actually really enjoyed it. I know you haven't seen the series yet because it's on live TV on Hulu, right?
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
It's really good so far, and like the representation, like Frankie's not binary, and I've heard someone say about in the movie that I hadn't really thought about when I first watched it. But even though Frankie says what their pronouns are, you don't really hear anyone call them like they just call them Frankie,
Yeah.
In the TV show, there's actually scenes where they say they when
Yeah.
referring to Frankie.
I like that a
Like
lot.
there's this one scene with Frankie Draculaura, and Frankie says something. I don't remember what they said, but then Draculaura was like, "Yeah, what they said." Well, sort of. And I was like, so they refer to Frankie with their pronouns, which I really like.
Yeah.
And plus a lot of cartoons, not every cartoon, but I feel like a lot of cartoons, especially aimed at children, all the designs and stuff are like super skinny and stuff, And
Yeah.
this actually has realistic body types, which a couple characters have been fat shamed. Even though they're not fat, they're just, a bit plus size, which is okay, Like Draculaura's not fat, she just has like bigger thighs and stuff,
Yeah.
And she's just not your extremely skinny like a lot of cartoons. And then Abby was introduced in the latest episode, and she's also plus size. And and yeah, they're like
Googling
and
this.
I'm just loving the representation so far, and it's just doing really well. I mean, G1, the first generation will always be my favorite because it has a soft spot in my heart, but I'm absolutely loving G3. It's turning out so well, and the representation's great, and it's just turning out really well. And they're not even, and they've changed so, like it's still the same essence, like the same themes and stuff, but the characters are slightly different, but not enough to be like, oh, that's a completely different character for the most part. Like Abby, I feel like was a lot different personality wise. Yeah, one thing I love about Abby was her bluntness, and she was the first thing out of her mind. But Abby, so far, she was only in one episode because it's only been the most recent episode so far. But she seemed more shy and reserved, which isn't Abby. I like her style because she isn't super skinny and stuff. But I don't like the personality so far, just because what I love about Abby was her being so blunt and just saying the first thing that came out of her mind, no matter what it was. But but then there's some characters that I feel like they improved. I was never a huge Frankie fan, but I've loved Frankie, not just because they're non-binary, but because I just love their personality this time around, which I just wasn't a fan of Frankie in the first generation. Draculaura, I love in both. I will always love Draculaura. But yeah, I feel like for the most part, they've kept the same essence with having their own storylines, and there's also an overarching storyline. Like, there's this whole thing they're trying to find out, like they're trying to find Claudine's mom and stuff. So, there's like this overarching storyline that goes through the entire series too, which we never really had, and it's just really good. And I feel like this is what it shows to be a good reboot. It's enough to please old fans, but still be able to bring in new fans by changing some things that weren't perfect in the original,
Right.
And I feel like this is the blueprint to make a good reboot if you guys must make reboots.
So I had what did I do? What was I just about to say? Oh, I remember now. So I made my January reading wrap up, and I wrapped up what I watched in January. So on my respective channels. And do you guys remember one of my goals is to record everything, like how much time movies, shows, YouTube? So I was going to include how much I'd watched, but I'd already posted it. I was like, oh shoot, I forgot to say how much I watched. I think I can. Okay. Do you guys want to guess? Maybe.
I feel like I guessed last time and I was like way off. So is this just for February so far, or is this like
January?
Oh, January. Okay. Excuse me.
I have no guess. I'm bad at
Are you
guessing.
doing minutes or hours?
Hours.
I'll do
Or
hours.
you can guess in terms of days. I don't know. The equivalent.
Oh God. I'm gonna do hours. I'm gonna say
10 days. I'm probably way off.
You are.
I'm gonna say 160.
You are really, really close.
What's the actual number?
Wow, good job. How did you guess that?
I'm guessing you watched about 40 hours a week, and then 4
You
weeks
might be
in a
right.
month.
I don't even know. That's
'Cause-
interesting. I just added it all
Yeah.
up. I didn't even think about doing it by week.
No, that's just I feel like because like a normal work week is 40 hours a week, so I'm like, okay, I think that feels like a reasonable if that's something you really enjoy
watching all
doing.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the grand total is 165 hours, 6 minutes, and 59 seconds, which is about the equivalent. It's 6.91 days. So almost a solid week just watching stuff. That's what I did.
Wow. Yeah, on my TV channel I posted my year in TV shows and movies, like kind of what 2022 was like, because I discovered what I did not know. So I have this app, and I think Tiffany would like it just because of how much TV she's into. But it's called TV Time, and I basically consider it the TV version for Goodreads, because you can track your TV shows and movies you watch. You can add the TV shows you're on, and then whenever you watch, like let's say you watch 10 episodes of the show in a row, you can just click the 10 episodes and be like, okay, that's the episode I'm on. And what I didn't know, though, until I was playing around with TV Time the other day, was that they do the same thing that Goodreads, Spotify does with like your year in music or whatever, and tells you like all that stuff. And yeah, so hold on, I screenshotted them and I haven't deleted the screenshots yet. So let me pull them up.
It's a really nice place back there, Robin.
Oh, thank you. It's my roommate's place, but I think it's really a pretty place.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see much with your room last sprint, so it was like, that's a fireplace, isn't it? It looks really nice.
I'm in the living room right now. I'm not gonna show you my room because I just I got my car the other day, and then I had a bunch of stuff I packed in my car, so
it's kind of a mess.
A lot of it's put away, but there's still just stuff all over the ground. I have to walk around. But yeah, this is the living room, so we do have a fireplace.
Awesome.
I'm trying to get out of the. Why can't I figure out?
I know.
Fireplace.
So hard.
We got TV, record player. That's my roommate's record collection. He's really into music.
Cool.
And then kitchen's over here. I'm walking my computer around. So kitchen table. Fortunately, I did clean up before we started. This is the view out front. It's really pretty. Front foyer, my dog roommate.
Man, he's just lazing around, vibing, man.
I tell my roommate that like Jackie makes relaxing look like it's his work. Like he'll just be like, okay, time to clock in, and he'll go sit in the sun and be all
Yeah.
dramatic about it. Yeah. And yeah, so that's about like the main space. I'm not going to show you my roommate's bedroom out of privacy, and then my
Yeah.
bedroom, and then the bathroom's like, yeah, right next to the kitchen.
Man, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Actually, my friend I was mentioning last time,
Mhm.
who's in California, he's super into music. He's like got a whole vinyl collection,
Yeah.
all sorts of things. So, by the way, like I didn't say anything after the fact when I was telling you where he was, because I just wasn't sure. Like, I didn't want to be like, hey, meet my friends. Like, it really should be up to you. Like I wouldn't want to.
It's more like if he comes out here, like absolutely I'll meet up with him. I don't get out that way very often.
Yeah, no,
But I
that's
have like I've already been there once since I moved here. But it's mostly like if an event is going on, I'll drive there, but it is like 2.5 hours away from
Yeah.
me. So it is a little bit of a hike. And also it's a traffic heavy area too,
Yeah.
so it could be even longer if you hit it wrong. But yeah.
Yeah.
Let him know if he comes out this way. Like absolutely we can go get coffee or something. Like
Yeah, cool.
well, I don't drink coffee, tea. Yeah.
And if you want, like, I don't want to like be too vague or say too much. Like, if you want to tell me a few things about you to him, so he gets at least an insight into who you are. If you want to message me,
Yeah.
on Twitter, just so I can be like, hey, she's not a stranger, okay? Even though I haven't met her in person.
Axe murder him actually.
I mean, you got the perfect place, right? With all the wood.
I really do. Yeah, it's pretty.
And it's in the middle of nowhere.
It's
Haven't you
very
said?
quiet. No one would ever hear him. No, I mean, if he wants to meet up, it would be like, let's go somewhere public. And
Yeah,
that's how I
totally.
don't really want a stranger to come over here either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
No,
yeah, there's
literally.
a lot of cool places around here.
Exactly.
And yeah, like this is a kind of a touristy area, so people do tend to come out here to see the sights. So
Nice. No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
There's something else I was gonna say, but maybe I forgot. I already have my family and I already have our trip to visit my friends and family in Illinois. So we already have a trip planned. I am a little disappointed though. So my brother already has like college summer school is supposed to start in June. I don't know when he gets off. He must get off maybe in April. I don't know, because we're going like, well, maybe it's still like start of May, but so basically I reached out to some of my friends. I was like, hey, are you available to hang out? And at least one of my friends already is like, school isn't over for me then. It's like, rats.
you mean they can't like give you like an hour or so to like meet up with you?
I really don't understand it. I think she might be in another state.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember. Yeah.
Okay. That's a reasonable excuse.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is like that for her. But let's just say there is someone I am acquaintances with. She's exactly like that. What you're talking about of not giving a time of day. The worst thing is she says she can do it and then she bails every single time. And it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, like I've had friends like that too, and it's just like I put up with that for like about 6 months with like one of like my really close friends. There was a little more going on, that like is part of the reason why she was acting that way. It wasn't entirely her fault, but like we've never come back from that after that, because like for 6 months it would be like, okay, like you tell me your availability, let's meet. She would give me a day, and then either the day of or the day before she would cancel on me.
Yeah.
And it was just like at one point, like I was like losing my mind about it. I'm like, okay, like I know stuff is going on, but like, yeah, like I just had to like completely drop it. And yeah, we've never recovered from that. It's been years, and you know, I have some understanding of the situation, but also she never apologized for it. And I feel like she really does owe like both an apology, and also if she wants to be friends still, that's gonna be on her to make the effort.
Right.
I was the one doing all the effort and she shrugged me off. So like
Yes.
yeah.
It is so irritating because um so basically I don't even really consider her really my friend anymore, even though for years I considered her my best friend. But she is just someone who is so, my mom describes her because she knows her fairly well. You know, I mean, sometimes parents know, you know, their kids' friends and stuff like that. But like, you know, she's kind of like assessed the kind of person that my former friend is. And she's like, yeah, like she's really independent. She doesn't really need friends. I mean, obviously everyone needs friends, but it's just one of those things where they don't think she's the kind of person who's like, not thinking about, hey, I should reach out to my friend, or you know, it's kind of like those things. You guys have watched Home Alone 2, right?
I haven't.
No.
Okay. Well, there's this quote. So basically, she there's like this homeless lady dealing with the kid, and it's like this whole thing of forgetting, and it's like people have forgotten about me or something like that, and it's like maybe they haven't forgotten about you, but they forgot to remember you or something like that. And it was like it's really sweet at the end because he's like, I won't forget you. It was just really sweet, and you should watch the movie. But it's just one of those things where it's like there are people like that where like, now I know what people say, out of sight, out of mind, blah blah blah. Distance can happen, but it's also like, but you still have to prioritize your friends if you actually care, you know?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's yeah. You
Yeah.
gotta make an effort for the people you care about.
Yeah, exactly. And even the last time that the last couple times was a little awkward. And maybe we are just becoming different people. Who knows exactly?
Could be,
But it was like really awkward the last time because like I don't know, it's just weird when like you were so close with someone and now it's just so different. And I don't know, like I didn't do anything wrong, but I could be wrong. Maybe it is just she's still this same way of not really being the friend type. But it almost seemed like she like further distanced herself. And who knows, maybe I'm mistaken. But it is one of those things where like I'm glad for the past couple of years I'm no longer caring about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
If someone puts zero energy into this friendship, okay, we're out. Like I am not going to be holding on tight for something that needs to be let go of.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's one of those things. And I don't think I told you guys. I could be wrong. Maybe I did and I don't remember. Did I tell you guys that while I'm done with the dating app, I tried to like sign up for this it's like it was like a singles get together, and it's like you can do all these activities. Did I mention that to you guys?
You did, yeah. Did you go the one?
Well, here's what happened. So this thing that I looked at, I was kind of like getting a little bit of information from them, whatever. It was a lot of money. And not only was it a lot of money, you had to pay like either the first year or for the first year and a half. It was ridiculous. Like crazy money, thousands of dollars. It was insane. And this place like had lawsuits they were already dealing with, and primarily it was older people. So it's like, well, you know, I'm not gonna deal with that. I did forget to tell you guys this one thing. So then I started just looking up singles nights or singles events or stuff like that, or one of those speed dating stuff. every single thing I saw. Cash money like crazy, like 30, 40 bucks. I'm like, for what? Like, what are you charging for?
That's so weird. The one I went to, it was a $5 cover charge. Like, that's
Yeah,
nothing.
that's reasonable. No,
But
it's
even there's like genuinely no guarantee you're gonna meet someone at one of those, so like it's not worth shelling out that much money.
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
And if anything, like, it can show your desperation, and it also shows that other person's desperation. It's like, what are you doing?
It really seems like you guys are being taken advantage of, like to
Exactly.
pay
No,
that much.
literally.
And it sucks because it really is hard to make friends as an adult. Like yeah, especially like at your age, like I was in the same position, Tiffany, where I was like, oh my god, like I feel like I don't have any friends anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like yeah, I remember being in that position, and I feel like it's very common in your early 20s. It's gotten a little better for me
Oh,
the
good,
past few
good, good.
years, but there still are times, like there was one week where like all my friends were all busy here, and like I'm still new in town too, so like I haven't quite made other friends yet. So I was kind of like just feeling lonely, you know, that was like, oh, like I wanted to do karaoke night, and I went alone to karaoke night, and it kind of sucked because like everyone was in groups and I didn't really have anyone to talk to, you know.
Right.
It wasn't a good like event for me to meet people at, which I kind of hoped I would, or I thought it would be super fun if like my friends could have actually made it, but like Tuesday nights just aren't good for like my friends' schedules, so like yeah, but yeah, like yeah, that it's so common. You think that there would be more resources rather than just people trying to take advantage of like people who are lonely. That's so disgusting.
Yeah, no, exactly. You're totally right. So, like I said, I was looking at these places, and then I found this one that almost sounded cool. It was friends to, and then it said parentheses book lovers, and it was like
Oh my god,
this
that's so
cute
cool.
little Valentine's Day get together. It was like a singles event, and so like you meet people and you get a book, but it was again about the same charge, 30, 40 bucks. Now the paperback came with it, but it's also like that's not worth it.
It's a little steep, yeah.
Yeah, it was already sold out, but it was ridiculous. I was like, are you serious? It actually is happening tonight. So
Oh, I'm sorry. That kind of sucks. Like I could almost justify that cover charge because you get the book, but I would also expect some sort of catering, even if it's just snacks or like some wine. You know what I mean? Like then I would be like, okay, like that makes sense that, it covers, the rental of the place for the night and then like providing food or entertainment for guests as well,
yeah.
But I don't know. 40 feels a bit steep for that. I'd say like maybe 30 would be reasonable.
Yeah, what really makes me mad is I would look at the details on these things and be like, okay, what's the money for?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything. It was crazy. I was like, this is why. Well, I mean, clearly they're making business, but I'm just like, what? And that's still a fair thing that I have to consider. I had to look at how old these people are. I don't want to be going to an event and the youngest person besides me is in their 30s. I'm like, no. Like, I'm not comfortable getting with someone who's in their older 20s. Like, I'm like, nope, not the late 20s. Like, that is when like they're ready for kids, they got a career, there's so many things they already have set for them. Like they're in a totally different life stage. And I still feel like a child. Like I just because time has passed and now I'm in my 20s doesn't mean I'm the 20s. I'm a child. I mean, like I'm getting better with some levels of maturity, but in terms of like, I'm still living with my parents. I'm still like, there's so many things that I'm still very much a dependent,
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not gonna be with someone who like either wants to be the new parent, which is disturbing and creepy, those weirdos, or the ones that
Oh,
are like,
yeah.
well, you're in your 20s, so you should be growing up like that. It's like, ugh, stay away, those
Yeah.
weirdos. But what's nice is, so how I was trying with the dating app. So do you guys know about Bumble BFF?
No.
No, I don't think I've ever used that one.
Okay. So Bumble has multiple options. You can do the date, BFF, or business, or it's Bumble Buzz maybe. Anyway, or biz. I don't know. Anyway, but Bumble BFF is it's kind of like the dating apps. Except it's you there's the people that you're supposed to be swiping on is friendships. So, it's all girls and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one when I was looking, it was supposed to be, it's like, I'm a girl, I want to meet girlfriends. But then there was one where it was a guy, I was like, no. Like, that's not what I'm interested in, especially not on the apps. But it's definitely like harder because at least with Hinge, as a dating app, because unfortunately it doesn't have the other options, at least you can see the people. But it's like so hard. It's like
Oh,
you're gonna swipe left, and what if you wanted to swipe right? Like if you know,
yeah.
hey, they liked you, and maybe you guys would meet up. But instead,
Oh,
you have to pay extra to go back for it. So obviously, I'm not gonna pay for this thing. But it's just crazy because then it's like, then if you think, oh, maybe the next one already likes me and they don't, and it's like, well, this is just hard, But it's like something I'm trying out. I've already had like tiny baby conversations, so I don't know, but it's worth trying. Do you guys remember how I mentioned I actually have a thing tomorrow?
yeah.
Yeah.
You still
So
doing it?
yeah, so I started a youth group at my church because okay, I don't know if my church is quite the word because I'm not the kind of person who like goes to church, but I'm like trying to do this, youth group thing. And it was really nice. Last week I wasn't able to go because I was feeling really down. But it was really nice. Like I go in there, I get like welcomed right away. Things start happening, and then I get set with a small group. And then the two leaders, I have really good conversations with them. And so basically how it goes for this group is it's worship, then it's um he's the high school and college person. He kind of like has because it's not like he's a pastor, but he's kind of like saying whatever the message is for the day.
Yeah.
And we go into our small groups, and it was really nice because I am someone who, like I've been religious my whole life, but I have been so anti like the church vibe. Like I just am not the biggest fan of it, and
Mhm.
I hate the music. But it was actually so nice because at first I was like this is me trying to re-enter this part of my life because like
Mhm.
for years I just wasn't about it. And so at first I was like, okay, let's not be too anti this music. But then there was a song that really resonated with me, and it kind of felt like
Mm.
the whole thing, like the message of the song is how I was feeling with trying to like get religious again.
Yeah.
And then I kind of was like singing with, kind of participating, and I felt really good. And it just felt so good to actually be doing something because like I'm typically always at home by
Yeah.
myself, only with my family. And it's like, you have to start doing things. And the
Mhm.
best part about doing a small group at a church is it's free. So you don't
Yeah.
have to worry about money. But it was really nice because one of the small group heads, my small group, she had me sit with her and this other girl. Because I am very much used to, like when I was a kid, I was usually the loner type.
Yeah, me
It's not
too.
that I didn't want to be the loner. It's just it happened that way. And
Yeah.
like I remember like high school how it would just be me sometimes at the lunchroom or stuff like that. Or sometimes how we'd have to partner up in school and then it's like you're
Hated
stuck
that.
with the teacher or something, or they have to partner for you. And it was just really nice because it's like I don't think I would have had as good of an experience if I just went into the what is that, auditorium? I don't know. But the room where they have all
Yeah.
the music going on, if I had just been by myself, I don't think I would have had the same good vibe about it. Because it's really nice to when you're first starting somewhere and then you already have some very friendly, welcoming attitudes.
Yeah.
And then, we did the small group, and at first it was so awkward because, like, no one's saying anything. And so the girl who's like, she was, I don't know, I'm still learning because that was, the first and only time I've been there. But it was like, they had like questions that we were supposed to, answer and stuff. And then at first I was like, well, I don't know if I want to share. Like, I didn't want to get too personal, but then I started, once people started being more comfortable and sharing, then I was like, okay, I could say something. But it was really nice because I was sharing how I've been religious my whole life, but I haven't, it wasn't really on my own choice. It was really because my family is religious. They kind of made me religious. But now I'm kind of like trying to do it for myself. And then, yeah, like we just got into very good discussions, and now we have like this group chat, so maybe we'll converse and stuff. So no, it feels pretty good. So I'm really happy for myself that I'm trying that, and even though it didn't work out with that super expensive singles event kind of thing, it's really good that I tried, and my parents were very proud of me that I was trying this stuff, and I'm still considering like some sort of gym activity or something. Like, I don't know if I want to do the gym because, like, I mean, maybe I'm getting better, but I also don't want people to like. I mean, I know they're doing their own thing, but some people are judgy.
I never really went to a gym, and it doesn't appeal to me for that reason. Like, I'd rather like just do walks down the road and I don't feel judged. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel the same way, that like it doesn't feel like a welcoming environment to me, and it just feels weird. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the only reason I'm considering it is like I remember, as a kid I liked the treadmill, but when I was in high school we had to do like sometimes part of PE was we had to go in the what's that room? The exercise room? I don't know.
I know
But
it's
it's like, where those like bikes are and the treadmills and the ellipticals, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, the treadmill sucks. Like,
I've fallen off a treadmill because I was being stupid. I'm like, okay, I'm done using this, and I just like stopped walking, and it slammed me against the hard brick wall.
No.
Yeah. It wasn't very smart, but
yeah. I just find it funny though that like the treadmill makes me so tired so easily, but the elliptical I really can do.
yeah.
And what's funny is this happened years and years ago, but there was some sort of like garage sale thing that happened in my childhood neighborhood, and so my parents got this elliptical. I think it was a pretty good deal. It wasn't used that much, but it was kind of nice to have. And like the first time we had it, I was like doing something with the elliptical that was so funny, and my mom recorded it. I don't know if we have the video anymore, but it was funny whatever I was doing. But yeah, like I remember how much how good it felt to actually be doing proper exercise like that, and I didn't feel tired. And what's funny is, did you guys ever have to do that? Like some sort of like exercise kind of? Okay.
Yeah.
So we'd have to do all that. We basically had, sometimes we'd have one of these like tracking things, so check your
Oh,
heart rate and stuff,
yeah.
because they want to do that to make sure you're actually doing it, because they can't watch every single student.
They didn't do that for us, and we
Yeah.
took advantage of it.
Yeah, that's too bad, because like it is really tiring, and that's why so many times I had to take a break on the treadmill.
Yeah.
I keep trying to say trampoline. I don't know why. Treadmill. Anyway, but then there would be this thing where like we're exercising normally, and we're supposed to get into the red zone. The red zone is like the super powerful, burning all those calories kind of thing. And then there's like this one that's gray, that even though you're exercising, you're not exercising enough. And it's like, come on, at least we're here. Like, why are you
Yeah.
treating us like this? But
And it's like, it's impractical too, because like everyone has kind of a different threshold. And like you were saying, like you kept on getting winded really quick. So like
yeah,
you obviously like didn't have as much stamina to give. Like that was probably a big workout for you then. But like
Yeah.
someone who's like on the track team,
exactly.
like they probably have like a higher threshold they have to reach. But like instead they give everyone the same threshold, and it's like it's unfair.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah.
not working for everyone. You can't do like a single
Yeah.
thing for
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah. The only good thing is, one of those things, they do track the resting heart rate. Like we have to do that in the classroom. Then we find out what our resting heart rate is. So it is like set to what our resting heart rate is.
Oh, okay.
But at the same time, it still is like, for some people, exercise, easy peasy. They do it all the time. For me, I never exercise. So it's like, like sometimes I go for walks and
Yeah.
I'm winded. I get cramps, like stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, like exercise is not the big thing that I do. So, it's not really fair. But I do remember how fun it would be sometimes, because it would be almost like a sprint thing. I'd be like, okay, now go really, really fast. And it's so funny because like so much noise is happening. Everyone's having a blast for a second, and then it's like, all right, you're done. But it's cool because it was like one of those incentive kind of things. It's like, it was like, I think they had us in teams or something. I can't remember. But it was like, okay, whichever team has like the best or whatever, then then you're done. And so, but obviously it's unfair to everyone else. But yeah, it was like you had to do like at least 20 minutes of solid green zone exercise at least. It was really crazy. So it's like, I hated it, but also some of the things were fun, But anyway, my point was, the elliptical, I have had positive experiences with the elliptical. And then one thing I do want to do is I want to be able to have some really good upper body strength, because I really don't have that. Like, I'm good with my lower body strength. Like, I'm a really good kicker, but like I'd like to be able to, have some muscle here, So I don't know. It's something I'm thinking about, but I also don't want it to be like, I'm a twig. I'm sorry. I don't want it to be like that.
Yeah, I've never really, done anything with gyms or working out or anything. Hey, Robin.
What's up?
So where you, the area you live, you said it's not too expensive, right? In that area?
It's not as expensive if I lived in the city. And it's about what I was paying when I lived in the suburbs in New York State.
Okay.
But it gets really hot here, just so you know.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
that might be a problem for you, right, Joharra?
Yeah, like I feel like it might be hard for your health, you personally.
Yeah. My mom is trying to find a place to live because she doesn't want to leave Illinois.
Yeah.
But she doesn't know many places in California, besides like the major ones that get expensive, like San Francisco and everything.
Yeah,
And
don't do one of the cities because it is like astronomical, the prices there. Like rent is insane. I can't believe anyone can afford it. But California is a big state though, and I'm in the desert, so that's why it gets really, really hot here. Like the summer's very aggressive, and I know you have trouble with hot heat, and I feel like, yeah, I would be really concerned for your health out here, just because it's hard for like people who don't have issues with heat. But there's other parts of California that like are a lot more mild, and then they don't have winter either, which is what I think your mom wants to get away from snow. Is that correct? So yeah, I think, yeah. But I don't know about cost of living though other places. But yeah, I'll keep you guys in mind. I do get around a bit in the state, but there's still like majority of it I haven't seen yet.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You should take some pictures sometime when you're going out like through nature or something, you
I
know?
know, it's so pretty, and I do walks most days too. I'll take my dog roommate for walks. I don't like to go
You're so
alone.
funny with that. My dog roommate, like
He's not, well, because he's not my dog.
I know
You
he's
know
not
what I mean?
your dog, but you know,
And
it's your
I just think
adopted
it's
son.
fun
How about that?
to call him my roommate because he doesn't pay rent and he doesn't clean up after himself. And he likes to sleep in my bed, which is like a little rude, I think.
Yeah.
Like he's got his own bed, but like whatever. Yeah, it makes me laugh to call him my dog. But yeah, I usually will take him for walks just because I don't like to walk alone. And I just feel better to have a dog with me.
Yeah.
But because he likes to set a really brisk pace, he's very energetic. So I don't really get to like,
Chill.
yeah, and like take photos. Yeah. But yeah, it's so beautiful out here. And I just never think to take pictures though too when I'm out and about because yeah, I just want to like spend time in the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Great. Today I went for a pretty solid walk, and I got to see one of the alligators because we have like a couple ponds, and so I got to see one of the gators because it's one of those like pond things, and it's like the walkways here, you know, the sidewalk, and so then there's the pond, and then on the other side is the alligator. So it's not like right next to people or anything, but at the same time, sometimes it can be close. And in the night, there has been sightings of the alligator walking through the streets, you know, like
God.
within the houses. Like if I were to walk with my dad, because sometimes we go for nightly walks, we would have seen it if we'd gone out that night, which is crazy. I mean, it's cool to like see just a picture, but it would be
Yeah.
to
Are they aggressive if you encounter one, or are they more afraid of you that they'll just kind of leave you alone?
Crocodiles are the ones that are aggressive. The good thing is crocodiles aren't here, but alligators, you don't want to mess with an alligator.
They kind of freak me out, so yeah, I think I would be pretty spooked if I came across one. But it's one of those things that like my parents, since I moved out here, like are like deathly afraid of me encountering a rattlesnake because they are local. I have never seen one. And everyone I know has like said that like they will see you before you see them. They're afraid of humans and they will like start rattling and say like get away from me.
Yeah.
So if you hear it, you just like walk away from them. Like they will not attack unless you provoke them. Pretty much.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what happened. This isn't the same, but I was walking with my family one time. You know, we just do those neighborhood walks, and so there's like it's like the start of what is it? The subdivision. The start of the subdivision. It has like two entrances, and so like, there's mulch on either side and bushes, and so we're walking, we're vibing, And then I see this snake, and I freak out, and the snake freaks out, and
Yeah.
so we part ways. Well, my parents didn't get to see it, but it was kind of good to see that the snake didn't try to go for me. It was just
Yeah.
scared of me as I was of it. So that was good. But that's why, like, I wouldn't say like that gators aren't like that. Like, yes, they are scared, but I'm not going to bet on one of those big ones, and even with the baby ones, like I just saw a video the other day where I don't know, it was like maybe this big. It was very tiny, right? And so
Yeah.
there's this drone in the water, and so like the water's here, the gator is kind of looking at it, and then it leaps in the water and gets it. Like, even with the babies, I wouldn't mess with. So, I mean, they're really cool to see. And I remember years ago, we went to the Everglades, and one of those things, that's where you can see like the gator exhibit things. But I still can't believe, like, I know what they say, that you open that thing up, it's kind of staying there. But the problem is, if you slightly touch them, smack. Like, that's terrible,
Yeah.
And what was good is when we were there, that guy, he was able to get his hand out of there fast
Oh
enough.
God, yeah.
We watched a video, maybe it was years ago or whatever, but that was the time that it did happen. So many people had to work because that thing is solid.
Yeah.
Well, then they had to work to get it off, and I should, have it let go. But it's just one of those things where it's like, just because it's a cool thing to be like, oh wow, crazy reflexes, but why would you bet with your own hand?
Yeah.
You could just have the slightest bit of food in there instead of your stinking hand.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I mean, it's crazy, and it's just one of those things. Yeah, like I would never do something like that. That's for sure.
It's something that only idiots would do. Like,
Yeah.
and I don't mean to be mean, but like, no, like honestly, you gotta. Yeah, it's like a idiot tourist thing to do, to be like not respectful of a creature that can do you serious harm.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
also like, do you have any self-preservation? And like, why would you want to get bitten? Like, obviously, like they want to get
Yeah.
their hand out of there fast enough. It's one of those things like, ooh, I took such a risk just then, but it's also like, why?
Yeah, no,
It's
it's
just,
so
no.
stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, like, as a kid, you could be like, oh, that was cool. Only when it succeeds,
Right.
But it's also like, no, that was a bad choice.
That
You
was
don't
yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am hoping this year to get into some good, nice, adventurous things. Not something as crazy as sticking my hand in a gator, though.
Yeah,
but-
don't do stupid adventurous things. Like,
yeah.
and this is like, especially where I live, you gotta be smart when you hike. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like you will die on a hike if you're just being stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's probably the same with if you're around an alligator. Be smart and you'll be okay. But if you're gonna be an idiot about it, like you will get hurt and potentially be killed by it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you gotta respect nature. Like
Yeah. So two things regarding so one thing is I do know my dad has looked it up, and so alligators are opportunistic creatures. So if they see the opportunity, they're gonna go for it. And I've seen those videos, like, when it's more like through one of those watering hole things, and like there's one of those wildebeest that's having something, or some of these creatures, and the thing jumps out of the water. Fortunately, they have those other animals that are trying to drink the water have strong enough reflexes to book it out of there.
yes.
But I have seen it where they get their prey. So, I mean, it's crazy. Like, it's cool to see from afar, but that's it. Like I'm
Yeah.
not gonna. No, thank you. Um, we were just saying something about oh, okay. So with what you were saying about hiking, how you got to be careful about things. Actually, this is not hiking, but this is related with what you're saying. Especially in California. So I can't remember exactly where it was, what had happened, but basically, when my dad was maybe 25, he had gone to California. I'm pretty sure he was by himself, and he was like on one of those like mountain things. So he was like driving one of those things, and it's either he ignored the sign that said "Don't keep going," or he didn't see the
Oh
sign.
my god,
But
I'm so stressed.
basically, then it got so narrow, and he was saying, like, there's a stronger story to it. I just don't remember it all.
Yeah.
But basically, that was a time where he almost died. I was like,
Oh my god, yeah, that's
no,
horrifying. That's my nightmare during like
yeah,
while driving, but fortunately have not encountered that situation yet.
yeah, yeah, no, but it's it's crazy, that kind of stuff. So it's just one of those, like, I am not like the strongly adventurous type, but I still want to do new and exciting things.
Mhm.
So I'm hoping to get to do that kind of stuff, because like I'd like to try that indoor rock climbing again. I'd
Yeah.
like to do those trampoline places, escape rooms, stuff like that. Um, and I'm hoping to find other people that I could vibe with. Like, there's nothing wrong with spending time with your family, but you also like to be with peers your age. So
Yeah. It was kind of a sorry, someone's over. Hang on, I'll be right back. I think
okay.
my roommate's brother's here.
I've done escape rooms before.
Was it fun?
Yeah, I had fun. I haven't done any since Florida. I had this friend. We're not friends anymore. It was this big debacle that was. It was a mess. Like a few years ago, I went to visit Florida for my sister's graduation, and um, she wanted to take me to Disney World because I'd never been, but I didn't really want to go to Disney World. I never really had any desire, but she is obsessed with going to Disney World, and she already kind of orchestrated everything. But the original plan was for me, because it's not like I was gonna hang out with my friends the entire time. Anyways, I was going for family, but uh, most of my friends are friends, so we were all gonna hang out together. But then she ended up wanting to take me to Disney World, and she turned it into a 2-day trip without even really consulting me about anything. And so my other friends got mad because they wanted to hang out with me too, because it's not like they get to see me every day. I don't live there anymore, and it was a big thing. And then the other friend of hers that was going to was supposed to drive us, got like injured or something and was in the hospital. I don't remember what happened to him, but and then she got mad at me when I would not ask my mom because her parents couldn't do it or something. Because my mom was here for my sister. She
Yeah.
wasn't gonna drive me around, especially since it was like hours away. And um she was like, I spent all this money on you. I was like, I never wanted to do any of that in the first place. It's not my fault that that plans dropped or changed or whatever. So it was this
Yeah.
big debacle, and so we're not friends anymore.
Yeah.
But I lost my train of thought. I got off topic. But it was she used to take me to escape rooms because she was really into them, and so I went to a few, and they were a lot of fun.
Mhm. Yeah, I'd really like to go to one. Um, I just don't want like some creepy one though.
Mm.
you gonna see the new Scream movie when it comes out?
Yeah, I'm planning on it. I probably won't be able to see it in the theaters, but all the Scream movies have gone to HBO Max, so I'm hoping that one will soon after its
Oh,
release.
I didn't
So,
know that.
huh?
I didn't know that because I want to check out the third one since that's the only one I haven't seen yet. So maybe I'll check it out.
Oh yeah, they're all the Scream movies so far are on HBO Max. So
Okay.
I've been meaning to rewatch them. I am thinking about doing it this month or the beginning of next month. So, yeah. Yeah, I found this YouTuber who does mostly horror, and a lot of his horror content is mostly Scream related. That seems to be his favorite horror movie. But he did these series of videos for each one, being like who killed who, and he
Ah.
pointed out like he basically analyzed it to figure out which Ghostface killed who, and there was little details that I did not notice. Like a lot of the Ghostface, especially early on, like there were like little details. Like in the first movie, every time a Ghostface holds his hand up like this, like with the knife, that's Stu. That's something Stu does. And then, but
Oh.
Billy does more of the stabbing and like just one hand, like stabs a lot, and he also does the one with like choking.
Yeah.
So there's just little details that you never notice. Like there's this one chase scene with Sydney running up the stairs and he follows. And if you pay close enough attention, you can hear Ghostface in Stu's voice saying "easy, easy," which there's an earlier scene or another scene. I don't remember if it was before or after this where Tatum is like hitting him with like a lollipop or something. He's like "easy, easy." So
Oh.
yeah, there's so many details I never even realized.
That's interesting.
The YouTuber Zach Cherry. Yeah, you should definitely check it out because there's just these little details that are just so hard, just so easy to miss, but so intriguing.
Yeah. Have you been having fairly good success with your movie channel or multi-fandom channel?
Yeah. I have more subscribers. I I just got a new subscriber on it today actually, and now I'm at 131.
Nice. I am just really disappointed in YouTube because this happened with my part 2 what I watched in December, and it's like, okay, maybe because it was part 2 not part 1, okay, fine. But I posted my what I watched in January video, and YouTube has like done almost zilch to promote it. Like it does not show up in the home screen. It only shows up in the subscription box. And it's like, well, if people aren't searching it out, they're not gonna watch it. And it's like, it's just really not fair, the whole thing. And then it's videos that I've already seen that pop up on my homepage or things I have no interest in watching. And it's just weird. It's like, how is it that something that's a subscription, it doesn't even pop up, And if people aren't looking for it, if they don't even know or care, it's like, no. So I just hope that YouTube stops messing me over, because like it was going good with a lot of these. Like my most recent videos, all the movies and TV shows I watched in 2022, really great. My top songs and artists of January did really great as well. So why did they mess me over with this video? I don't know. Makes me angry.
Yeah. Yeah, I just posted a video on all 3 of my YouTube channels. For my activist channel, it was yeah. I have an activist channel too.
Oh,
I don't post in that one as much. It's just whenever I come up with something that's I'm passionate enough to talk about at the time.
yeah.
But I for my activist channel, I posted something about Jody Dallas, who's a TV character. He is the very first canon gay character in TV. And I've been rewatching Soap, which is from the 1970s, so it's an old show. And the representation isn't that great because it is from the 70s, and so obviously, they weren't going to be sensitive about certain topics, but I feel like it was still very important because if it wasn't for him, so many other gay characters could have never been on screen. Like, he paved the way for gay representation just by being, because he was the first gay character, and he made history by doing that. So I was talking about him. And then for my TV channel, what did I post? Oh, I posted Mystery Incorporated since I'm on Mystery Incorporated kick right now. And then for my book channel, I posted indie books on my TBR.
Yeah, I saw the link you posted on the BookTube support. The one that chat. Hi, you're back.
Hi, sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt. So yeah.
No, not at all.
all.
Yeah. I was just asking Joharra about her experience with because obviously we do have BookTube, but now she and I we both have like for me, I have a movie channel, and Joharra, it's more than movies, right? Like there's other stuff you do. You say it's a multi-fandom channel or
yeah,
something?
it's multi-fandom for a bunch of TV shows, and I do to TV shows, and I talk about a whole bunch of different fandoms. It's just whatever I'm in the mood to talk about, because there's a lot of different fandoms I like. So
yeah, I was just asking Joharra about her experience, if like it seemed like the channel or the videos were doing well, because unfortunately it's happened a couple times. Now usually I get a pretty good promotion by YouTube, like it does a pretty good job, like lots of impressions, really great, fair amount of views. Like I'm not anticipating the world, I'm still a small channel, but give me something. But unfortunately, so I had posted what I watched in December, and it was huge. I watched 30 things in December, so I had a part 1 and part 2. Part 2 barely got promoted, which I was disappointed with, but I was like, maybe it's because it's a part 2 video, I don't know. But then I posted what I watched in January, and it's barely promoted anything. So almost no one's watched it. And it's like, what are you doing, YouTube? Like, it's not all that much different either. So it's just really frustrating to deal with, because it's like, it's done. YouTube has done great with promoting my stuff on that channel sometimes. Like I said, I have over 3,000 views on one video. So what gives? I don't know. Like it's like not even 50 impressions, and it's been out for 3 days or 2 days, but it's like, are you kidding me? No, it's just really frustrating to deal with, because it's like, it's not my fault this is happening, because it's like, I'm doing the promo I can on Twitter and stuff, but YouTube is kind of responsible for what people are going to see on YouTube. So it's just really frustrating to deal with. And I don't know, like for the past little while, I've been feeling a little dejected about the channels. And I know, like, I can't put all my energy on getting big or it being all about the views and engagement, but it's also, that's a big part of why we do it,
Right.
So it's just kind of like, what am I working towards? It's almost like I'm in an echo chamber, and that sucks. So, well, maybe not an echo, maybe that was the wrong word, because I know people do that for like, oh, I want to only hear my own opinions. I meant, you're talking to yourself. And I was like, but no one's watching. So I know this is only the one video, okay, 2 videos, but it is just really frustrating, because it's like, the past 2 videos did pretty well. Like, they were very well promoted by YouTube. So I don't know what the problem is. And I've been watching, like, I don't know if I told you guys. Did I tell you about how I've been trying to watch these this YouTube channel where it's like it helps give advice for YouTubers?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember if I told you guys about this other part, but basically I signed up for this insiders program, so it's like you get extra stuff, and it's possible, like there's no guarantee, but they might look at your channel and give uh some insights on what's working with your channel and what isn't. And I just feel like I really need some help, because it's like, what am I doing? Am I doing something wrong? Is it YouTube? Like, what can I do? So I'm really happy about it, because I'd like to find out some more information, but it's just one of those things where it's like, that's one thing that kind of stinks. Like a job, you go, obviously there are bad businesses, bad people, bad managers, stuff like that, but typically with a job, you do what you're supposed to do, you get your money, there's your reward. But with YouTube, it's like, there's no guarantee for views, engagement, money, nothing. And it's like, oh, like you put all that labor in, and it's like, that's not great. The only thing the big thing that is a positive about doing this stuff, even if you don't get any views or barely any views, is you're continuing your craft. That's one thing to focus on, And the best thing is I can look at my old opinions and be like, what did I think? And what did I watch in X amount of time? So that's one thing to think about, because sometimes if I have to think back on something, I'm like, that wasn't that good, but I probably really loved something in the past. Like, even how I feel about Wednesday now, like, it has a lot to do with the fact that all these TikTokers have been freaking out about it in their own way and doing all these TikTok dances for it. And it just really irritates me. And just, I don't know, like, I've never had it before where the hype gets me angry, or it's been so oversaturated and so many people are about it. But for some reason with Wednesday, that's how I feel. So it's not that I didn't enjoy the show. It's that now I kind of have a bitter taste in my mouth with the show, even though it's not really the show's fault. It just happened to be really successful with one of the worst audiences, in my opinion. So
yeah, I was telling Tiffany, I don't know, she didn't know that I had like a third channel. I don't know if you do.
Yeah, I just want to say real fast, I'm going to be right back, but I'll be like at least a few minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Is that the asexual awareness one?
It's
Yes, I wasn't aware of
channel.
it. Activist, yeah. How's that one going?
Good. I mean, all right. I have only like 13 subscribers, but I also don't post as much because it's more of a just whenever something comes up that I feel like I need to talk about sort of thing. Sort of channel, so it's a bit different than my other channels.
Would it be a cool video? This is just a suggestion. You don't have to take it, but like, could you do like a video of either like asexual character representation, or even like, hey, these are characters that I headcanon as asexual, even though it hasn't been canonically confirmed? Or would you want to do something like that more on your TV channel or your book channel?
Well, something like that could probably go on multiple channels, because and then I just have to film once and be like, there you go, all my channels. But yeah, I've actually thought about doing a video of it, or I might have. I don't know. I'll have to look at my videos or my notes, because I think I have it either planned or maybe I already did one where I headcanon asexual characters. But I did do a video talking about Claudine, and it was titled Claudine Wolf and Arrow Ace Icon, because I know a lot of people headcanon her in Generation 1 as lesbian, but I always got more of an Arrow Ace vibe just because she didn't seem interested in dating at all. It wasn't just dating men. She just didn't seem like she cared about dating.
I honestly have like the same headcanon about her. Like, and I really like that too. I think I've mentioned this before because we talk about Monster High a lot, but like I liked the between the three main characters, you have like different representation of like the high school experience of like, you got Draculaura, who's in a very committed relationship, and then there's Frankie, who's kind of, she has like brief things with different people. She's kind of like testing the waters and going on dates with different people or different love interests. And then there's Claudine, who doesn't have any interest in dating at all and never has a love interest. And I really like that. It's just like it really covers the three main experiences of high school. And I feel like most high school media focuses on like the Draculaura sort of relationship where it's like this very committed, serious relationship. And that's like kind of super rare in high school, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
relationships aren't very serious. You're still kind of learning how to date, that like they don't really last that long. Or a lot of my friends didn't have relationships at all, you know?
I didn't.
Yeah.
Out.
I was never in a serious relationship in high school.
Yeah, and I mean, we should see more of not dating at all. Like I want more of Claudine. Like seriously, she just wasn't interested in dating. Like the only time she had an interest was the very end of Ghoul's Rule, and I'm pretty sure that's just because they were trying to force something.
I don't accept that as canon because it felt so out of character for me.
Yes, exactly.
So
like
it's not canon.
Exactly. Her entire thing isn't that she doesn't want to date men. It's that she doesn't want to date.
Not interested at all.
Exactly. I mean, she could be an aro ace lesbian. I am one. Like, it's a spectrum. So I'm okay with that headcanon.
Right.
Like, but I do think the aro ace should be in it because she just gives me those vibes.
Yeah.
And I feel like people try to erase that. And it annoys me because people erase aro ace a lot.
Yeah.
And we hardly get any representation. I mean, it's like each part of the LGBTQ community has to go through a time where they have to fight. You know, lesbians and gays finally get a lot of representation nowadays. Trans and non-binary I'm starting to see more of as well, and bisexuals and everything. And now it's the aro ace people's turn to try to fight for representation because we hardly get any, and it's not always good either. But on my most recent video on that channel, which I just uploaded today, I actually delve into that a little bit because I'm talking about the very first canon gay character on TV.
Cool.
Yeah, it's on an old show from the 70s called Soap. And it's basically, the first two seasons are really funny. Seasons 3 and 4 kind of go downhill, but the first two seasons are really funny, and I highly recommend watching the first two seasons. It's just a fun little, it's basically making fun of soap operas. Like, it's kind of a parody sort of thing, and it was funny at the beginning. But it has the very first canon gay character that actually says they're a homosexual in it multiple times. And because it's the 70s, there's no actual gay kiss or anything, but he does have an on-again, off-again boyfriend at times. So there is that. And like I said, they do mention more than once that he's a homosexual, so they do have that. So it is canon. And it was the very first. You can even look up who's the very first gay character on TV. Like I
just googled it because I wanted to see his name, and that was the top result was Soap. Yeah, that's so cool.
And but because it was the 70s, a lot of the jokes and stuff aren't exactly sensitive, and it doesn't exactly age well. But you have to remember, it is the 70s, and I talk about that in the video. I'm like, so a lot of the jokes are kind of aimed towards him and his sexuality and stuff, and it doesn't exactly age well as I see as I'm currently rewatching it. But I still feel like it was very important because it paves the way for every other gay character.
Yeah.
Because if he didn't show up, then who knows if people would have started having gay characters come on. You know, he started the trend of having gay characters. He started it all. And now there's so many gay characters, and it all started with him.
Yeah, and that's really cool.
Yeah, and I think it's very important. But I mentioned how at one point in the video, I'm like, it's like for every type of representation, when they first start having representation, it's bad at first because people don't understand it or don't know it very well or anything, so they don't know how to really, you know, what's the wording, like really portray it well. So at the beginning, it's going to be bad representation at the beginning for whatever it is. It's going to be bad.
Mhm.
Even if it is important because it means it's starting to show it, it doesn't mean it's necessarily good representation.
Right.
So I feel like that's what's happening with Arrow Ace at the time right now, because
Yeah.
the representation, I haven't seen like every representation. I've heard of a couple, but I know from a lot of what I've heard is not always good. And I'm like, that's kind of a trend. Like, it always starts with bad representation before the good representation starts to happen. But that's why I make it important to have Arrow or Arrow Ace characters in my book.
Yeah, I feel like you gotta kind of be the change you want to see. And I think I told you, but in one of my books, I do have a canon asexual character, and I was inspired. Awesome. I just briefly introduced him, but when I, kind of talk about his sexuality, I'll probably, have you, like sensitivity read it for me and just tell me like, hey, is this, like, not like reasonable, but like, is this respectful? Like, is this a good way of discussing it?
Definitely.
Yeah, but I haven't gotten there yet, and I haven't been working on that book recently either. But it would mean a lot to me if I could get your opinions on it, because I do want to do a good job of portraying an asexual character, and it feels important to me too to include that representation in this story, especially because it's a story where a lot of the characters are dating each other, and there's one character who is abstaining from all that because he's not interested in it.
And we need more of that, because I still feel like it's always normalized. Like, I was just reading something, and I follow a couple asexual people on Twitter, and like who do maybe asexual blogs or podcasts or anything. And one person quote tweeted this article someone else said, and it was basically, I don't remember what it said, but it was kind of bashing on asexuals, I think, or whatever. I don't know, but there's a lot of people that think because aromantic people don't have romantic attraction, it means we're, I guess, sociopaths. Like, we can't feel love just because we don't have that one type of attraction.
That is like I feel like homophobic isn't the right word to say, but like acephobic, I guess.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's the same stuff that like people would say about like gay people and lesbians. If it's like, oh, like there's something psychologically wrong with you if you're like asexual. Like, that's what I'm hearing from that statement, which is super problematic to say to someone, is like there's actually something wrong with you and you're a bad person if you are like this sexuality. Like, and that's super messed up. And I can't believe someone would say that without having the clarity that like that's really a hateful thing to say and a very problematic thing to believe about other people. You know what I mean? Like, check yourself. That's so crazy.
It's messed up. It's like, like I was saying, every part of the LGBTQ community had to have their fight, I guess. We can't all just fight for our own beliefs. We have to do it individually. I don't know. But right now feels like the time for Arrow Aces.
It's frustrating to me that like there are like LGBT people who are being acephobic like that when like these are the same things that have been said to us before. You know what I mean? So like it's stupid to me that there aren't as much, or like there's people part of the community that aren't supportive of asexual people when it's like the same stuff that has been said about us is being said by this other group of people. And why are we perpetuating that? You know what I mean? Like it drives me up a wall, honestly.
Exactly. It's a sexual orientation. Even if I wasn't a lesbian, like me being Arrow Ace itself is a part of the community. And there are Arrow Ace people who aren't like, who are straight, or maybe not straight is the right word, but like not a lesbian, not a part of the other community, you know? And they're still part of the community for being Arrow Ace, you know?
Right.
And they say that Arrow Ace is like the invisible part of the community, and we kind of are, and it's just horrible. I mean, there was even a discourse rather recently where people, and this is bogus, people were saying that the A in it, in LGBTQIA+ stands for ally. just because they support us, they deserve to be a part of us,
That's
a
so
part of our
crazy.
community.
Because
And
that's something I believed when I was 14. Like, and that is like 13 years ago. Like, that same discourse was happening. Like, I've already witnessed this battle. Why are we bringing it back? And that idea came from a place of ignorance for me. Because, again, I was 14. I didn't have as much exposure to like I've had like other friends who were LGBT, but I didn't know anyone at the time who was out as asexual. That was a very different concept to me. So it came from a complete place of just not knowing better.
Yeah.
We should know better by now. Like, there's
Exactly.
a lot more like information on asexuality now, like that. Yeah, it shouldn't be that confusing of an idea that like people believe that. It's so bizarre to me because, like I said, I literally witnessed this fight before, and it's been 13 years, and why are we doing it again?
I
Like,
can't believe this fight has actually happened before. This was the first time I heard of this fight, but it's just so ridiculous because just because you support, and if you really support us, you wouldn't be trying to be a part of us. Like, no, it's not the same thing. You either, it's like you're not part of the community. You can support us, but
yeah,
and it's erasing aro ace people by saying that the A
right.
can't be for aro ace, because it is. It's for aromantic people and asexuals and aro aces. Because another thing is that people like to think that aromantic and asexual is the same thing, and they're not. Yes, some people are both, but they're still two different things, and there are some people that are one or the other.
Right.
And I mean, when I first was discovering my sexuality, well, technically for the second time, because I figured I was a lesbian in high school, but it was until I was an adult that I really learned what asexual and aromantic is when my sister brought it up to me when I was 20. She said I might be asexual just because I was 20 and I still didn't show. I was still very. What's the right word? I don't want to say disgusted because it's not like I was disgusted by anything sexual. At least for me, like I'm not like sex negative or anything. You guys want to do that? Great, go have fun. But I don't.
Okay, if you say so, I'm gonna go.
Oh, that's funny.
I just don't like it for myself, and I was
totally get it.
I was very adamant about that, and so my sister suggested that maybe I was asexual because and then so I started researching it to get more of an idea in case that was what I was. And if it was, I wanted to know all the information possible.
Yeah.
I wanted to understand myself, my identity more. And then I realized I was asexual. And at the time, I was going by asexual homo romantic.
Yes.
But then actually it was last year, the beginning of last year, when I was doing more research on aromantic, because I realized that even though I know I am attracted to girls, I don't think it's like I'm on the I figured out I was on the aromantic spectrum, because even though I was still attracted to women, the attraction is lower than most people.
Yeah.
People who aren't aromantic, like the attraction is there, so it's different than, because on the asexual spectrum, I'm on the part where like sex repulsed, like no sex for me, not ever. And then for the aromantic spectrum, I'm more in the middle. I have the attraction, but it's just not very high. So it's like I might fall in love someday, but I might also not. Right now, it's kind of, I don't know. I may or may not. It depends if I meet the right person that makes me feel that way. So I can feel that way. It's just not as high as it is for you, you know?
Yeah, so, absolutely.
Exactly. So it's not that hard to understand. Like, you're understanding it fine, right? Like, I don't understand.
I've had a couple of asexual friends in the past, though, so like you're not the first asexual I've met. Yeah, so I have had a lot of experience, but it's not that hard to understand, you know, like when you break it down like that, it's like, yeah, why not, you know what I mean? Like,
and it's like people used to say that like lesbians and gays and trans and whatever, non-binary, bisexuals, all of them were broken or something because they liked both genders or the same gender, or they were actually a different gender in a different body or whatever, you know, whatever. But now Arrow Aces are being called broken because we don't have those certain attractions. Because this is a very sex world, like
It is we live in a very sexualized country.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. In romanticized country, I mean,
Yeah.
romance is put very high, more high than family and siblings and friendship and whatever. And I don't like it, but
It makes being single so hard for me right now because like I'm so exposed to it constantly, and it's like, well, and like I kind of feel for you too because it's like, yeah, it does feel like there's something wrong with me that I don't have a partner right now, and it's like, but I do want a partner, but yeah, like there's just too much of it that it's like, no, like I know in my heart it's okay to be alone, but I can't escape like this constant bombardment of relationships. You know what I mean?
I mean, I've had people. Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
My mom is calling me, so actually I gotta pick this up real quick. So
Okay.
It's just very annoying.
Have you got any movies you're looking forward to watching this year? You know, like past, I mean, future, you know, very much anticipating.
There's only two I can think of right now, and that's Scream 6, which you know because we were just talking about it, and then Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, I think, is coming out soon. I don't know the exact day, but I think pretty soon because the second trailer just dropped, so it should be pretty soon.
Okay.
How about you?
I probably have to look at IMDb to see because I have one of those movie theater membership things. So like I sometimes look on that, but the membership thing, like I mean the company themselves, they usually don't have upcoming releases all that accurately. So most of the time there's like nothing, and then suddenly it pops up, and it's like, why wasn't it there beforehand? So I probably have to check more on some things. But my family and I, we were watching the Super Bowl yesterday, and there was this trailer for you know, kind of like a true story of like how Air Jordans came to be, and my dad is pretty interested in it, and he like never wants to go to the theater. So apparently my mom and my dad are gonna watch that movie. I don't think I really have any interest in it, so but you know, good for them that they want to watch something like that. I don't really. I'm not really excited about that Super Mario Bros. Movie, but I kind of want to see it just to see if like if it's actually good. You know, because I liked playing the game.
I didn't know there was a movie coming out.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
But everyone knew that. Okay. I like all sorts of people were talking on social media about it, so I just figured, you know.
I live in a rock.
Funny. Yeah. I've got this thing now that I have to do. Like, I'm going to like promote a book or something, and like I think it's May that they have to have it by, or June. But I'm still kind of confused about what exactly they're looking for, so that should be interesting. Like some sort of video to promote it, but
yeah. It's really hot over here. I wonder if the heat's on. I hope not. I'm burning up over here.
It is so funny because I am so much the opposite. It was so cold today in the house. Okay, it was a bit windy today, so sometimes it was nice and sometimes it wasn't. But I was literally an ice cube, and my dad didn't care. He's typical for not caring, you know. Like even the whole family is cold, and he's like, I'm not gonna change it. I'm like, that's not nice. Very not fair.
Wow.
Yeah. Man, I guess your family's being very rambunctious, huh?
I have a lot of siblings.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can hear, but neighbors' dogs are out and they're barking like crazy.
Oh yeah, I can't hear it. So, do you remember that time we were all having a live show and so many lightning strikes were happening right by me? It was crazy. Especially the one it was like so extreme. Okay, I didn't jump, but I was like, I mean, it was nuts. I think maybe my next video won't exactly be like a book related thing, but it might just be fun because I wanted to share this in my January wrap up, but I think it's better that I just do this video individually, but I kind of want to like show off and talk about my vision board. It's like not just the ideas for this year, but kind of like in life in general. So I'm looking forward to that. I'll be back in just 1 second.
I've been left alone. I hollered at one of my siblings to turn off the heat. Turns out the heat was off, so I asked her to turn on cool because I am burning up. I feel like I'm in a volcano. Okay.
Oh boy. I'm sure I would be there and I'd be like, "You're insane." It's
Probably.
yeah. No, literally, I at first was feeling comfortable and now I feel cold again. So, I mean, I know I'm a stick, but like, geez, I don't want to be cold all the time, you know?
I don't want to be hot all the time.
But it was crazy today because the weather was so weird. It was like windy and it felt cold, so I had my jacket. Then it's wind is gone, there's the sun, and it feels so hot. It feels way hotter than like 67 degrees. So I'm like, all right, off of this jacket, and I was kind of getting really hot. And then the wind comes back, and I'm like, ooh, too cold. So it's frustrating with weather, you know? It's like, can't you just be normal?
And that's why a lot of people get sick. They change the weathers.
Yes. Yeah. Fortunately, I haven't gotten sick in a while, so
That's good.
yeah. I mean, I had like a baby cold maybe months ago, or maybe? I don't know. I think so. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, I was sick not too long ago, as you remember. Yeah, it was bad. Apparently, it was kind of going around.
Oh
And-
no!
Yeah, like I think everyone in the house got sick at least once at that time, and apparently it all started because my brother was at home because he was throwing up at school, and apparently it was going around at the school. A lot of kids were missing school because they were sick, so he brought it to us.
Yeah, that literally happened to me when I was in sophomore year. Like my high school and the other high school, like we all had so many of us had the stomach flu, but they only closed down the other school, not our school. And it was like right before finals. It was so unfair. It's like, how are we supposed to do well? No,
Right?
absolutely ridiculous. And I'm still frustrated by it because I probably wouldn't have cared as much if I hadn't gotten sick myself. Like, it was terrible.
Yeah.
It was literally the worst. I mean, there were so many things wrong with it. Getting sick. Everyone's getting sick. Then we have finals. Like finals was like less than a week away. It was just ridiculous. And they didn't postpone it or anything. It just really was not fair.
Yeah. That sounds like it.
Yeah. Fortunately, none of my family got sick when I was at home, sick, so that's good. But that's too bad that, the rest of your family is getting sick because of it.
Yeah, it was bad. Like we were all throwing up and stuff. It was just awful.
Yeah. That'd be no fun. Mm-hmm.
Most of them only threw up like once or twice. Me, I was throwing up throughout the entire day. I was like, this is no fair.
That's not fun at all.
No.
That really stinks.
But I feel a lot better. Let's just hope that flu doesn't come around again.
Oh, yeah.
My siblings are loud.
It's like, shut up! I'm just kidding. You're not going to say that. I mean, maybe you will. I don't know.
I have before. This is a lot smaller house than the house we had before. The house we had before was like, it had like 2 stories plus the basement, which was my apartment. So I had my own little area where you didn't hear anyone. And even if I did do it even if I was in the living room, my siblings were usually upstairs at the top. So they'd be like away and it wouldn't be loud.
Yeah. I just want to say something real fast. I just wanted to check my analytics, like I said, on that what I watched in January video. And so sometimes I put tags in, that's what they recommend you do for your YouTube videos. So there's like more information and YouTube can best recommend things. But so I talked about the owl house in it. And even though I had like the owl house in the on the cover on the thumbnail, I also had it in a hashtag, and I thought that was really cool that apparently someone had looked up the owl house and then clicked on the video. So it's like, hooray! I don't know how much they watched of it, but yay! Yeah, but it's just a little frustrating, It's like,
Yeah.
I work so hard, and for what? I mean, like, this video took forever. And the fact that YouTube's barely doing anything with it, it's like,
yeah, it's
frustrating. Yeah. Are you gonna do? I forget. Are you gonna do anything for Valentine's Day?
I don't have any plans. I'm probably just gonna, watch more Mystery Incorporated or try to get some reading done because I haven't really been reading. Last few days. I'm really enjoying my book, but like I said, I've been just in a huge writing mood. And you know what they say, when inspiration strikes. I got so much done in a little time. Like, my inspiration has just been high until the other day when I got stuck. And now I really want to finish this chapter because it's the last of the flashback chapters. And then I might be able to move on more smoothly again, but I have to figure out where I'm stuck at first before I can move on and finish this chapter and then get to the rest of the story.
Mm-hmm. No, that's good. Yay. So how many books have you read so far this year now?
I'm gonna have to look at Goodreads. Give me a sec. I'm falling behind this month.
Okay.
I'm probably behind on my Goodreads goal.
Yeah, well, the good thing is it's the start of the year still, so there's loads of time. Like, for me at this time, I hadn't even read one book yet last year, and this year I've only read 2 books so far. I mean, I've attempted multiple, but it just hasn't exactly gone as planned.
Yeah, I'm 2 books behind schedule, so that's not too bad.
Okay.
I've read 9 books so far.
Nice. That's great.
A lot of them were a bit shorter, but still not too bad for $9.
Yeah.
My most recent read was over 500.
What was it?
On birthday, the Alice in Wonderland Twisted Tale.
Oh, I didn't even know it was that long. That's crazy. Didn't expect that.
I think it was barely 500 or like almost 500, like in the 490s or something, somewhere around that. So like around 500-ish, a little bit more, a little bit less, just somewhere around that.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed it. I rated it 5 stars.
Mm-hmm.
My current read is about 400 something pages.
Nice. Yeah, I don't think I'm in the same vibe as I was last year, but I'm also not exactly the most excited about reading either. So I don't know. I mean, I know that reading fluctuates, and a lot of booktubers, I mean, like, their number one passion is books. So I can't like measure myself against them because what I obsess over is movies. And like I was just saying, I watched about a week's worth of content last month. So, and like the amount of time I spent on like reading was barely anything, especially in comparison. So, you know, all the time that I spend on movies, other people spend on books. So,
Yeah. We all have different passions, you know? Like,
yeah. And
reading
it's just, oh, go
sorry.
ahead.
I was just saying, reading is actually my second passion, because writing is first, and
Yeah.
that's why at a lot of times I get more writing done than I do books or TV because I just love to write. It's just I love creating these characters and these worlds and everything, and it's just so much fun. But books are my second passion, and so I do get a fair amount of reading done. But sometimes I'm writing so much that my books just take a backseat to my writing.
Yeah. Well, I was just about to say something in regard to what you said. Shoot. It goes away, right? You know? It's like thought, and then it's poof. Shoot.
I was saying
gonna
how
say
books are my second passion. Does that jog your memory?
Oh, just my point was saying that like what I'm passionate about with movies, other people are passionate with books. I was just saying that like I'm just okay. I know there are some people who just don't read, period, but it's more than normal fluctuation for it to be, hey, I really want to read books right now. Okay, I'm done. Like that's how I was before I started BookTube. Like that's kind of like normal. It's not weird to not read for a month or a couple months, you know? Like that's the norm. So
and everybody, even people whose biggest passion is books, still get into reading slumps.
yeah, exactly. So, you know, I do find it funny though. I was watching an older video of mine, my October watch wrap up, and like I said, in December I watched 30 things in that month. In January, I watched 20 things. And it was just funny to see in October, I only watched 6 things. You know, like for some people, that'd be like, yeah, this is the most I've watched in a month. And for me, it's like, that's like the least I've watched. And it actually is kind of interesting because that was in October, which is when I started these 2 new channels. And I spent a lot of time on this stuff, but I was doing other things too. But it's just interesting. But at the same time, I dedicated a lot of time to watching each of those pieces of content, especially the Owl House. So, you know.
Yeah.
Are you still searching for a job? I think that's what you were saying last time, maybe?
Yeah, I was. Then I got sick and then I forgot. But I'm going to try to look. I'm going to try to keep looking for a job. I'm hoping to find an online job. That's where I'm going to look first.
Yeah.
Because first of all, we don't have a car. Second of all, I don't have a license. Third of all, so I live in. It's not that small of a town. I mean, I've been in smaller towns because my I don't think it was my. I think it was my grandma lived in this town called Pena, and it's like my mom explains it as one of those towns where you blink it and you miss it. Like it's really small of a town, and but it's still not that big of a town, and there's not a lot of job opportunities around me.
Yeah.
Even in walking distance, like every time I'm looking for jobs, it redirects me, and I'll put it in Charleston, but it redirects me to Mattoon, and it's like Mattoon is really close to us, but it's still not close enough for walking distance, and I don't have a car, so it's like there's no jobs around me. So I'm really hoping I find something online. Plus, I feel like online would just really work for me because of my dizziness problem. So
yeah, no, like that makes a lot of sense, and that's one thing that is hard. Like I saw this thing that was talking about technology now is what was to the past cars, because cars didn't used to be necessary, but now it's like you have to do it for everything, you know?
Yeah.
So that's just not fair to people who either can't drive, don't want to drive, or are like traumatized by something and don't want to, can't drive or whatever. So it's just, kind of like, well, that's not fair, you know? I'm still searching for a job as well, but I'm not exactly looking forward to getting a job again. To be honest, I'm like, no. I mean, if it's a good job, maybe I'll be happy, but otherwise I'm like, I'd rather not.
Yeah. It's
You said you're taking care of your family a lot, right? With all your siblings? You're taking care of your family a lot with your siblings and stuff, right?
I help my mom, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, you're already kind of doing a job. It's just unfortunately, the government doesn't pay you for that.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't it be nice if they did, though? Because it's like, come on, this is real labor. Like, this is what nannies and babysitters do. Why is it no wages for, biological family?
Yeah, I hope I find something online. It'll be so much easier and simpler, and then I can work on my own time because I always do better on my own pacing. Like the jobs I've had in the past where I did do by my own pacing, I always did so much better and stuff. And this way I can still help my mom out planning and stuff, with her being a single parent. And it's even worse now because, she's been a single parent for years, but she always had, like, my dad there, and he was always willing to help. Like, if she just needed a break, she'll just be like, could you take them for the weekend? He'll be like, sure. And they'll go to his house for the weekend. Or if she's having, they would always help each other. Like if one of them was having money issues, they'd loan some money, and then when they get paid, they'll pay it back. But now my mom can't do that. And so it's a lot harder. And then it's obviously hard on us kids because we lost him. So it's been hard all around. And it makes things harder to try to, my mom doesn't really get much of a break except whenever I step up. And so it can be hard, but we're getting through it.
Mm-hmm. Still a shame, rough stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you know how I was saying that I already have like my family and I have already decided when we're going to Illinois.
Mhm.
Okay, so I think yes, I did tell you guys. So just like how you had loss and Robin had loss, and I had loss, and so I had been in Illinois. I was gonna see some relatives, but I didn't really want to, so I didn't go. And so one of my relatives passed away, so I'm never gonna see them again. And so I basically my family was asking, hey, we're going to see this one relative. Will you come with us? Like, it's a really long drive because it's in the next state. besides Illinois, and but then we'll have another relative that I don't like to deal with, so I'm not interested. And literally, even though even though no one should say this kind of thing, literally, my mom said, well, I guess, we never know when she's gonna go, so you'll probably, like, she might be dead by the time you see her, or like whatever. Like she was saying, like, before she dies. Like, I was like,
Yeah.
that's not what you say to someone because they don't want to go somewhere,
Yeah, definitely.
They might be dead, if you don't see them. And it's like,
Yeah.
And even they don't really want to do all this, so it's like, stop it. It's really irritating to deal with stuff like that,
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, I've never been close to most of my relatives.
Me neither. Yeah, like I, not at all. Only like being like a little kid, but like I really was not connected to my extended family. It was only, my current family. Just in the house. That's it.
Yeah, it's mostly been like that. I am close to my mom, my dad, and my siblings, obviously, and then I'm also kind of close to my aunt, who is my mom's sister. But that's, for the most part, that's about it. I mean, none of my family has really done much to try to reach out to me. So why would I reach out to them? Except for, okay, this is the ironic part, okay? So I have my mom, and then I have my dad and their families. I don't know their families. I know my mom is more than my dad's. I mean, I've talked to my dad's mom more recently because my dad before he passed was last few years had gotten closer to his mom again because they kind of got out of touch because he had issues with his mom in the past.
Yeah.
But I've spoken to her a few times and recently as well because she lost her son. I lost my dad and all that. But I'm not close to her, and I don't even know my dad's sister because the two of them hated each other.
Ooh.
Like flat. It's more than just they don't get along. It's like they flat out hated each other.
Yeah.
My mom was never close to much of her family. She talks to a few people. I think she talks to a cousin and an aunt or whatever, but most of her family she's not that close to either. And then my biological father, who I do not have any contact with and I do not want any contact with because he's never been there. Not to mention the fact that he kind of almost got me killed when I was a baby. Did I not tell you that?
I feel like you might have, but also I don't remember if you did.
Yeah, my mom told me the story. She had picked because when I was a baby and she was pregnant with my sister, her and him were getting a divorce. They weren't married too long, and she went to. So I was staying at his house for the weekend because joint custody and all that. And then she picked me up and something was wrong, so she took me to the emergency room. And when the first thing the doctor asked is what was she doing right before she passed out or whatever was wrong with me, and she said, I don't know. I just picked her up from my ex-husband's, and he was like, okay, well, she hasn't eaten or drinking anything in like 2 days.
Yes, I do remember you saying that. That's just terrible.
Yeah, but despite the fact that I have no contact with my biological father's family has made an effort a few times in the past to reach out to me, invite me over for Thanksgiving, this and that, and even if I couldn't find a way to get there, they would find a way to get me there. And so they've actually been so I find it ironic just because I don't have any contact with my biological father, and yet it's his family that I'm closer to, I'd consider, for the most part. I'm still not that close to them, but they have reached out to me in the past, and I do talk to them once in a while. So we're like not close, but not like estranged either,
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. And that's what shows you a good family. Like I'm sure there's a lot of families, if that same situation carried out, they'd just be like, who cares about that kid? Which is messed up. But there are bad people like that, bad families like that. So it is good of them to do that. But also, like, I'm not trying to praise the bare minimum either because, relatives should be involved.
I had the volume turned off, so I was like, I can't hear you guys.
Hello.
What's that?
You had a good chat with your mom?
Oh yeah, they wouldn't let me go.
Oh, okay.
It's okay.
I
We were
see
just
there's
talking
very
about
different lighting
relatives.
now, because it's been a little while. It kind of, I could be wrong, just from what I can see for the light, it kind of looks more like sun setting light, perhaps, maybe?
Yes, yeah, it's like almost 5 o'clock actually where I'm at. So yeah,
That's funny. That's when we started for me.
that's so weird. Oh my gosh. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
like,
it's gonna get dark.
like, it's crazy. Like, I'm used to you being my time,
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking relatives, and like who we're close to, if we're close to relatives, because both of us aren't for the most part. But I do have I think she's my great aunt, because I think she's my mom's aunt. I might be wrong. I don't know. It's all confusing with
Okay.
like relatives and stuff. But I have been talking to her recently, which is very new because I hadn't really spoken to her much in the past at all. But she's actually a lesbian.
Oh nice.
Yeah, she's been with the same woman my mom's entire life. She does not remember a time without her. But
That's so sweet. Congrats to
Yeah.
them both.
and I'm not sure if they're married, but I do know they've been together this entire time. And yeah, it's really messed up because I don't. Like I was telling Tiffany, I'm not close to most of my relatives on either family side, and with my mom's side, her mom's side, they're not most of them, not all of them, obviously, but a good number of them aren't really the best people. Like from stories I've heard, they can be homophobic and racist.
Yeah.
And apparently, they're like when my mom was a kid, and my relative would bring her girlfriend over to family functions and stuff. If someone asked one of them, like, how is she related to us or whatever, they'll be like, they're just really good friends. They've been living together forever. Like, they won't even acknowledge that they are together. And yeah, it's messed up. But we've actually been talking recently. She actually, so remember that author podcast I was on recently?
Yeah.
My mom decided to send a link to a couple people. My aunt, which is her sister, and then her aunt, which I think she's her aunt. And she had been talking to my mom lately, like they're trying to get close and stuff after all these years. And she didn't know that I wrote and published books. So my mom told her about it and said that I also add a lot of LGBTQIA plus representation. And she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to try to get those." And and then next thing I knew, she bought like 4 or 5 of my books.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah. So yeah, I have like $8 on KDP now.
Awesome.
So, yeah. And we've been talking a little bit last couple of days, so it's been nice talking to her a little bit. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, but I was telling Tiffany how ironic it is that I'm not close to my mom's or dad's side of the family, but then my biological father's side of the family, some of them actually try to make an effort sometimes to get close to me and invite me to family functions and stuff. I just find that so ironic because I have no contact with my biological father for obvious reasons.
Right. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
I'm glad the rest of his family's a little bit better.
Well, yeah, the ones I met.
That's good.
One of them died recently. Too.
Oh,
yeah, everyone's dying. It's awful. But
you're accurate, but it still is like,
I don't
well,
know.
I didn't expect us to get to this subject. I mean, I know we always do deep conversation, but still.
But
like literally last year, like everyone I know has lost someone. And it's like I know COVID's still a thing, but I don't think any of the deaths have been COVID related. So like to me, like I don't know what it is that like everyone is like.
Well, I know my dad was just really old, and he was 60, and I guess that's not that old, but he had a lot of health issues. He had
Yeah,
health
that can be
problems
really
and
tough.
stuff.
Oh.
Like he could barely walk these days. Like he was he was using a cane for most of the time and stuff, and even didn't have the energy to play with my siblings as often and stuff. So yeah, that was his problem. But then with the relative of my biological father's, I think she was really old. I think she was like in her 70s, 80s or something. So she was higher up there. But anyways, getting away from the sad conversation.
Sorry.
No, and I lost my train of thought now. What was I saying? I was talking about my biological father's family. Oh yeah, most of them don't even like my biological father. Like, so yeah, the only reason they even told me in the last family function I went to that the only reason why any of them has any contact with him is because of one person who's kind of like the glue of the family. She's his mom. She won't let anybody lose complete contact with him. Like she's the only reason why anyone even talks to him or invites him to family functions because of her.
Does he actually go to family functions, or does he blow it off?
I mean, when I first moved shortly after I moved to back to Illinois, they invited me over to Thanksgiving. They invited me for a few years over to few Thanksgivings since I've been here, and they I lost my train of thought again. My mind's not here. What were we talking about?
I asked, does your biological father actually show up to events?
Not a lot, at least not a lot that I've been to, but the first one I think it was that I went to, he was there, and the person that invited me, which I think, I might be wrong, but I think it's his sister or something. I'm not entirely sure how everyone's related. It's always so confusing. Like there's always like great aunts and extended cousins. I never know who related to who or how they're related. But when she invited me, I told my mom, and she was like, "Will Ray be there?" And she always encouraged me to have a relationship with him if I wanted one.
Yeah.
Like, but I never wanted one, and I still don't. And I never thought about that because it is technically his family, but I don't even think about him like just on a daily basis. So when I was invited to the family function, I didn't even consider that he might be there. So I asked her, and she was like, "He's invited, but I don't know if he's coming." So that kind of tells you right then that he doesn't always come. Then you think she would have a guess. But so it sounds like the kind of thing where it's like he'll go sometimes just to go, but it doesn't sound like he's like reliable in that sense. But she said, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. So and I was like, but I still end up going because the idea of trying to get close to some families. So I went, and he was there, and I felt very uncomfortable. I didn't want to be flat out rude, but I just tried to kind of ignore him and hang out with other people that was there and try not to be in the same room as him because I just felt uncomfortable when around him. But before I left, he did stop me, sadly, and try to talk to me. He was like, "I don't know what your mom told you," which my mom only ever told me the truth of what went down with him. Like, she never purposely badmouthed him. But she just thought I should know the entire truth once I was old enough to understand. And so I know the entire truth. But, then he gave me a hug.
Ugh.
And I was so uncomfortable. And I didn't push him away or anything because, like I said, I didn't want to be rude. But I just kind of stood there. Like, I didn't hug him back right there. I just stood there uncomfortable as he hugged me. And then I left. And I was just...
Yeah, well, I have something to say about that whole thing with like how it's typically, I mean, like the way people treat politeness or not trying to be rude, but then also like, I don't know what your guys' family experiences were, but my parents, like if there'd be like birthday parties or things like that, they would make me a hug both me and my brother, whichever birthdays it was ours, but they make us hug every single person, even though we didn't want to, or we'd have to, do whatever. And I didn't want to do that, but
Yeah.
they made me. And that's just not cool. And, like, it kind of follows some people. Like, for me, I was always anti the whole thing. Like, I'm not gonna hug someone if I don't want to hug someone.
Yeah.
But for some people, they internalize that, and then they can't say no, whether it be in a problematic relationship or still with relatives that they don't want to physically touch. Like, it's really not cool or fair or anything. And there really should be better boundaries. Like, I remember I've seen multiple things where they talk about, like, newborn babies and stuff, and then, like, the in-laws, or some of those extended relatives, they want to touch and kiss the baby and all this sort of things, even if it's like, actually, or if, like, the parents are like, actually, we don't want you to do that yet because we don't want the baby to get sick or something like that.
Yeah.
But then these people act as if you slap them across the face. So this is what really bothers me about the whole thing, where it's like, everyone should be asking for permission, and it shouldn't be any sort of negative, or like any sort of awkwardness because you said no. People should take that no and accept it. It's not just dealing with sex and stuff like that. It is this kind of stuff. It's like, kids shouldn't have to hug someone if they don't want to. Like,
Exactly.
there's so many reasons why not. Like, would you feel comfortable if your kid was hugging a stranger? No. Well, that's what it is to these kids. Like,
Right.
it's just not cool. And the only reason they're having it happen is for the sake of these adults. And it's like, you should not be forcing your kids to do anything for adults,
Right.
So,
Yeah.
that really bothers me. Since we were on this topic, I don't remember if I mentioned it first or Joharra did, but I was sharing, how I lost someone last year?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we had gone to Illinois in May, and then we came back because my relative had passed away. And in May, there was, like, the option of going there and visiting him, and then some of my other extended family. But I didn't want to, so I didn't go. And then, it was kind of like really lame. It's like, oh, like, I didn't know that was the last time I would ever get to see him. Like, I got
Right.
to still FaceTime. So it's not like it was like 100% nothing, but it's not quite the same, right?
Yeah.
And so basically, like I said, we have now set up when we're going to Illinois. And my parents were already like, oh, are you going to come with us? We're going to see our relative, because the relative, the one that passed away, his mom is the one we could be seeing. Like, they're going to see them, but I'm choosing not to.
Yeah.
And it's especially because of there's another relative that we'd have to deal with that's, it's a really toxic relative, and I don't want to deal with. And my mom herself does not like to deal with, you know? And so, but this is what she literally did because I said, I don't want to go. She basically, this felt worse than just a guilt trip, but she tried to say that, well, we don't know how long she's gonna last, so I guess you probably won't even see her before she dies, or again before she dies, or something like that. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm like, who says that? I know she's got her issues, but
I was gonna say, it sounds more like a personal hang up than like an issue she has with you. I think she's kind of projecting some feelings.
definitely that. It's just, for some people, they don't have the hardest, they have a fine time with their family. I definitely don't. It's hard. So it's just like, are you kidding me? You're really gonna try to, no, it's really ridiculous, because, like, the whole reason she was trying to convince me is it was either we're gonna take two cars or one car, because the person that's the problematic one is the one we'll have to deal with on the drive there. And it's like a multi-hour ride. And it's like, or you could just do that. You don't have to be in the car with her. So,
Right.
I don't know. It's just frustrating. So, but yeah, like anyway, it was just one of those things where it's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You know what's funny? We were just having these conversations and I was sharing that and I almost forgot about something that was really exciting just now. So I don't know if you saw, but I was just checking my phone and like I said, this small group is now we have a group chat. And so apparently one of the girls is like, oh hey, on Mondays I actually have this dance class that I do.
Oh, cool.
It kind of sounds like it could be cool. It is, it is a number of bucks, not crazy money, but I'll have to talk to my parents, see if that would be possible. But I've been talking about wanting to do some sort of activity, maybe dance. So this could be interesting if I decide to do it.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, so I was just like, oh my gosh, yay. Because I don't know about you guys, but I don't always get notifications, and it can be so lame when it's like, I've been away from my phone for ages. I'm sure I've got millions of messages, and it's just like, nothing. It's so frustrating. It's like, I don't need to be the most popular person, but can I have a little bit of attention? But, it's just nice to see that. I was like, oh, there's an option here. Okay. So,
Yeah.
it's just kind of gotten me excited because I've been, thinking about doing some activities and that could be interesting, if I decide to do it. But, I'm happy.
Yay! That's so exciting. I'm glad. Yeah, it looks like things are really turning up for you. So
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Yeah, thank you. I just really hate how, and I know like this is something that happens to so many people and probably everyone, but it's just hard to be like down for a long period of time.
Yeah.
Whether it be things aren't going well for you or you're just sad a lot.
Yeah.
And I'm just hoping to have more of that happiness and positive stuff going on.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
was it a fun chat? I mean, I'm not saying, tell us what your phone call was.
Oh.
No, I wasn't trying to say it like that.
I pretty much talk to them like every day at this point, so it's kind of like, yeah, this is what's happened since we last chatted, and then
That's nice.
Yeah, I am glad that I'm staying in close contact with them.
Yeah.
It's not usually very exciting conversations either, though. It's like, I'm gonna go grocery shopping tomorrow. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's really boring stuff.
Yeah. No, but
it doesn't always have to be exciting.
Yeah, exactly. But
yeah, no, that's really nice that and like I know there are some parents that are more like, okay, kids out of the house, bye. I mean, I'm not saying they don't talk to their kid,
right.
but they don't talk to them every day. I just think that's really sweet of them to care that much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad. I don't feel like I've been abandoned or anything.
Yeah. Have you felt homesick or kind of nervous being on your own, or are you feeling pretty good?
Honestly, like, I've adjusted very well. I think part of it is I've been here multiple times. I've made a lot of different trips here before. So I think that really made me prepared for this move. And also I think, I kind of was stuck with living with my parents longer than I wanted to be, and I definitely felt that like I was ready. And like I was like past ready, and that was super frustrating for me. And like finally moving out like has really confirmed that I am ready. That like I found it exceptionally easy to like have moved. I found it exceptionally easy now that I have moved. The actual moving was very hard.
Yeah, for sure.
But like, yeah, like it's been really easy. I've been very lucky that I had friends already. I like knew my roommate for a few years before we moved in together. So like I kind of had a good judgment of his character, you know, and I really lucked out too with like he's so laid back. Like there's some roommates that are like, don't touch my stuff. You know, I mean, and he's like, yeah, if you want to listen to records, like go ahead. Like
Cool.
you can read any of my books, and like he's so chill that way. And like nor does he really get in my business, but it also like, you know, like I would feel like if I disappeared, he would notice and you know care if you know, which is also very positive that like I feel like safe because of that. You know, if I don't make it home at like a certain time, that he would be worried or like call the police or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's been really great. Yeah, it's been a very easy move compared to like what everyone was kind of preparing me for.
Oh,
I think the people who were like, "Oh, it's so hard when you're on your own the first time," I think they were the ones who had maybe, you know, been moved out too soon. If it's like, oh, like I'm like 18, fresh out of high school, and now I'm living on my own for the first time. So of course it's gonna be very hard. You know, I've had time to like prepare emotionally. I've learned how to cook over the past few years. I've really like mastered like, you know, keeping a reasonably good diet. You know, I'll have some junk food days, but for the most part, like, yeah, I've been good about like, okay, like we haven't eaten a fruit in a while, so like let's eat some fruit. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's okay. I feel like some people make it seem bad if you live with your parents when you're in your upper 20s or something. And I'm
No.
like, I don't think it's so bad to keep living with your parents till you're ready. And not just financially ready either, because there's also emotionally and mentally ready, because living with on your own is different than living with your family who you live with your entire life. And
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm not financially ready right now, but even if I was, I'm not emotionally ready. And it's not just because I'm 22, you know? I mean, like we were talking about, I did just lose a parent and I'm not ready to live with my other parents yet. I'm just not at that emotional stage at this point, and that's okay.
I don't think I would have been ready if I moved out at 22 either. You know? So, yeah. I don't know. I think like I think maybe like 24 was when I was like, okay, like I think I'm ready. And then the like past 3 years was just like, come on, like this is getting ridiculous. But yeah, there is something to say about like being like emotionally and like mature enough to have moved out. But there also is nothing wrong too with like, you know, being 18 and moving out before you're ready and then learning the hard way. But it is gonna be hard, you know. But yeah, it's just up to I guess both like the person and also like what's possible right now. Like it is very hard financially to live on your own. So like I probably wouldn't be able to live here if I didn't have a roommate. You know.
Yeah. Right.
Really, like that's honestly the only reason this worked out.
Yeah, like my friend, you know, that's now in California, he lives with his boyfriend, and he has a sister out there. I think that's it. Last we talked, I could be wrong. But yeah, like, you know, they have their cat there, and you know, like, you know, he shared how like it's definitely like a kind of like a difficult job, but also like rewarding and stuff because he's doing what he wants to do. But it's just like stuff like that, living on your own, being like almost well, I mean, it is on the coast in comparison to where he used to live, but like that's just something I couldn't do. Like, yes, I don't know if where my family or my parents want to live is the same state that I want to live, but also I don't know, like I'd have to have a very solid friend group or community or
Mhm.
something. Like I'd have to be with people. Like, yes,
Yeah.
I may still be having issues even though I'm getting better with it. I may have issues with meeting and dealing with people and communicating sometimes, but I am definitely a people person.
Yeah.
I need to be with people, you know, like I've said, I mean, since I left high school, it's definitely been far more isolating than it was being in high school because K through 12, all these kids you're around. And then it's just like, if you have a job, there's a couple of people you're around, but barely any, or complete random strangers that, you know, you talk to for 5 minutes and then that's the last time you ever talk to them. That, and then also really just being on my own, especially, you know, living in a totally new state. It's just very isolating. So that's why I'm really hoping to get back into it. Because when you were saying, Robin, that it's hard, pretty hard to, you know, get friends when you're adults or in the 20s, that's
Mhm.
scary to me because it was hard enough to find friends as a kid. So it's like,
Same for me. Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it's just one of those things where it's like, I mean, but I think too is, I mean, I definitely have anxiety, but sometimes my brain just like is like, this is wrong and this is wrong and this is wrong, and it's like, yes, but let's not freak out about it. Like
Mm.
we can, you know, like I just wish I was able to see into the future because so much of the time, like I am like one of the worst people to deal with change. Like I don't deal with it well at all. But I have such a better time like evaluating situations or stuff in hindsight. And it's just so
Yeah.
frustrating because then it's like it's so stressful when it's like a bad situation is happening. And it's like I wish I knew if I have to make a decision or whatever, like what perspective I should have. It's hard because it's like I wish I could just see into the future and know, hey, don't do this, you know, do this instead, or hey, this is going to be over in X, Y, and Z time. Because when you know something, even if it's longer than you expected to, at least you know the
Yeah.
end time. But you know, obviously in real life, that's not how it goes. So it's just frustrating.
I think it will
Yeah.
become easier with experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I know you feel that way now, but I think with experience then you'll kind of have that answer of like, okay, like this is how I should respond to this, you know.
Yeah.
But unfortunately you need to live it a few times before you're gonna have those answers. And I know it's kind of sucks during the moment, but
Yeah.
it will get easier.
Yeah, I just am happy, even though there's still a lot of things that are uncertain for me. I'm glad there are some things that I'm like definitive about. Like my
Nice.
whole life, I've never been about kids. Like I'm
Yeah.
just not the most comfortable with kids, even when I was a kid, which is kind of funny. But you know, that's how it goes sometimes. But like I've never wanted to or anything. And my mom has acknowledged that. Like sometimes she's talked about like, hey, in the future, you know, talk to me or my brother about us having kids. And I'm like, well, it's not going to happen with me, period. What's good is my mom has more accepted it, and even she herself, with all the stuff that is going on right now, she's like, yeah, if I were like, instead of being, you know, in her 20s during the time that she was, if she was in her 20s now and deciding whether or not to have kids, she said herself that she wouldn't have biological kids. So, you know, if even she wouldn't do it, and she's always wanted to be a mom,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like there's no way. I mean, like, even if life was the absolute best, I wouldn't find fulfillment. I would be just angry to have a kid. You know, like
Mhm.
not to hate on the kid, but about all the responsibility and just I'm not comfortable with kids. So, it just wouldn't work. It can be frustrating though, even though like my dad doesn't care about all that many things, but sometimes he's like, well, you might change. Well, maybe he doesn't say you might change your mind, but like, I don't know because, this is now and it's not the future, whatever. Like, things can change, whatever. So it's just frustrating because it's like,
That
no,
me
this
too.
is legit definitive. Like, I'm not
Yeah.
open to kids, period.
That's such a common attitude to have too, is like being like, oh, well, you don't know, you might change your mind. And it's like, well, who cares? Why do you have to say that? It's
Yeah.
like,
Like-
yeah, you might change your mind, but you probably won't.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm hearing like like something crazy would have to happen for you to like,
Yeah.
have
I
changed
think-
your mind about that. Like I think if like you probably won't. Like you probably will always feel this way.
I think this is like,
Your mind is like minuscule.
yeah, exactly. Like I say 100%, but for the sake of statistics,
Yeah.
this is a 99.99%
Yeah.
guarantee that it's not going to happen. But
Right.
I'm just saying, like, for me, that makes me feel good that I don't plan on that. So
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about the time frame that people say. Like the whole thing about, I think I told you guys sometime in our live shows that I used to feel like, I mean, I know what they say, like a lot of parents allow their kids to date at 16 and, things that happen, like the feelings you have or crushes you have or whatever, you start to be like, oh, you want to date or whatever. And even though it's not, like just because, the typical thing where it's typically for girls that like guys, that is more the guy reaches out to the girl rather than it being either or, So
Mhm.
like, and the way society treats it is, well, if guys aren't coming up to you and encouraging you, that means you're ugly or you're undesirable or something like that. And it's like there's so many things wrong with that. But like that's one thing that was good about getting out of high school, that like even though I hated the experience on the dating app, I really figured out that like these guys aren't special. If anything, they're trash. But also it's like, I didn't see how great I was,
Mhm.
like there were, I mean, I know that they say like the tweens are really hard and insecurities, whatever, but I really had to more get older to really like see, hey, that's not what it's about.
Mhm.
What was my point? Oh, the whole point of time frame, how I felt like, oh, I have to, get in a relationship with someone as a teenager. And like I said with that Again But Better book, when she was talking about like writing a book for a 20-year-old that this was their first time getting in a relationship. And I thought that was so late because I was 20 and still hadn't had a relationship. And so it felt really special to me. And I thought maybe I'll have a relationship at 20. And, it's not a problem that I don't. And I'd rather, have it be the right time rather than rushing into something that's really bad. Because if, of all those negative dating app experiences, the best thing is that I didn't get attached. I didn't decide to date these people. It was just, it was more like chatting with some people. It's almost like interviews, like some people describe dating as. And yeah, like it sucks that it happened, but it's way better than, oh yeah, I dated these people. Like no, I don't have to worry about that. Anyway, just my point that like this time frame stuff. So like with the kid stuff, I'm not concerned about that. Like I also have no intention of getting married, but I would say like that's probably more like 90%. I really don't want to. And I think the whole thing of marriage, just all the history behind it is dumb and ridiculous. And what expectations are, especially with gender roles, it's ridiculous. So I don't really want to get involved with that. but let's say something happened. I could see it potentially, but it's not something I want to happen. But I could see it happening. But no,
Yeah.
no kids. You know, like I'm gonna either have a couple dogs or lots of dogs. So
See, yeah, the thing is that people expect, even today, it's not as common, thankfully. Hi.
for Valentine's
Um,
Day,
but it's still a thing that people expect, and it's mostly women to, want to marry, want to have kids, and to do all that stuff. And I mean, it's okay that some women don't want one of those things or both of those things, and it's okay to, not want that life. And yeah, some people do change their minds. Some people, it's just when they're younger and whatever, but then when they get older and they meet the right person, they're like, yeah, let's do it. But there's also a lot of people that don't change their minds because, you know, it's just not in the cards for them, and they know what they want, and then and it's okay to not want it, just like it's okay to want it, like, um, me, feel very comfortable around kids. This helps to be the oldest of six, and I do want kids. I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna get married, but that's partly because of me being arrow ace. I may never even be in a romantic relationship at all. And if I do meet the right person, then yeah, maybe I get married. That part I'm is like 50-50 for me because of me being arrow ace. But for the kids, I mean, it'll be harder for me to have kids because I'm not only arrow ace but a lesbian. So like having kids will be a bit harder. I'll have to go through like the whole adoption or fostering or whatever. And yeah, it can be hard. But kids are something I do want, so I will figure it out whenever I'm ready. Because I'm definitely not ready for kids right now.
yeah.
I'm gonna wait till I'm a little bit older. But I do want kids eventually, And but I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna get married. And you two don't want kids, and that's completely fine. Like we should normalize women not wanting kids. Like we were not born to just give
Right.
birth. Like there's so much more to us, and we shouldn't be expected to have kids. Like it should, like with men, it's a choice, And for women, it should be a choice too. Like if we should be able to, people shouldn't just expect us like, oh, so when are you having kids? You're 30, you should have at least one kid by now. And it's like,
Yeah.
no, like it should be a question like, do you want kids? Do you plan to have kids someday in the future? Instead of, so when are you gonna have kids?
Yeah. No, I literally saw this tweet the other day. It was 90. It was some sort of like generation that's a little too soon. Maybe it was 97, but it was 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003. They're like, by now you should have your first kid. And of course, everyone tore this guy apart because it's like, are you insane? Like, we're barely, like grown or anything. So,
That guy's super creepy. I don't know who it is,
Exactly.
but just hearing that sounds super creepy.
I'm saying,
What guy would care about when the women have kids?
There, people or like men like that care about the stupidest things about women. Like that is just not your business, man. Like, ugh, you got issues.
yeah. So Becky, I'm so happy to have you here. Are you doing anything to celebrate, or are you just joining us? Well, guys, I just want to say, like, not in a way of ending the show, but I was just gonna say I'm glad that we're doing this because I don't even know what had happened, but I was just like, I don't know if I was thinking about it or I found Galentine's Day or what, but I was just like, you know what? We could do that,
Yeah,
So
it
I
was
thought that
such a
would be
good
really fun.
idea. Yeah.
And yeah, like for the past couple of years, like I've never had it with like a Valentine's with a Valentine.
I've never
like I said.
celebrated Valentine's Day. On Valentine's Day, at least.
You haven't?
No.
Okay.
I've always had to celebrate on a different day. And I think I told you guys before, like, it would usually get grouped into my birthday celebration, too. So,
Oh, right. Yes.
didn't love that.
Yeah. I was just going to say, what was I going to say?
Oh, I
We were
do.
just on the subject. Don't have Valentine's Day. Oh, so for the past couple of years, like, do you know about those To All the Boys I Loved Before movies? Based on
Oh,
the
I've
book?
seen the first one. Yeah. I've
Yeah.
seen the first
So, the first one came out in maybe September or August, and
Mhm.
I waited to finish the book before my mom and I watched it. But then, the second one came out around Valentine's Day, so we watched it, and then the third one came out around Valentine's Day, so we watched it for Valentine's Day. And that's typically what we've done. We've watched either, you know, like some of the classics like 13 Going on 30 or something, but like,
Yeah.
it's just nice to be with your family and just have a nice old time. um I don't know what's happening tomorrow. Like, my mom might be busy. Like, she's got all this stuff she's doing. And then apparently, just like how I said, I have a small group in the evening tomorrow. They also have a small group, but they're not going to the church. They're actually gonna host a little get together here. Because I was asking, I was like, usually for Valentine's Day, my parents go out to eat or something.
Yeah.
But this time they're gonna be with other people, so I'm still confused if they are still celebrating Valentine's Day. They're not celebrating it on the day, but I'm guessing they have to go somewhere at some point,
Yeah.
because I was like, well, what are you doing? Oh, and also okay, not the most recent couple of years, but typically for the last little while is because usually my dad would get my mom flowers for Valentine's Day, and sometimes he would get me flowers as well because it's like
So
flowers.
sweet. Yeah.
And I remember I'd gotten this little bear because it was like this small little vase thing, and I had a couple roses, and then it was like the bear had, it had a heart. That's why I was able to wrap around this little vase, and it was just cute. It was just one of those little heart things. It was adorable. Yeah, I guess. Did I have any other point to that? Anyway, just, that kind of stuff is nice. And this time, a couple days ago, my dad got the roses, for Valentine's Day. And I was looking in the face like, what about me?
How dare he?
Yeah, I say that. Also, like, my middle name is Rose. You should get me roses,
Mine is too. Did we talk about this before?
Oh, yeah. Rose sisters.
Yeah.
I have this friend, and she still lives in Florida, and we like every holiday, even holidays where you don't usually give gifts, we always send each other stuff, and it's really nice, And I haven't had a chance to get anything for her for Valentine's Day yet, so it might be a little bit late, but I do plan to because I usually do. But I received a letter from her for Valentine's Day.
Aww.
That's so sweet.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was really sweet. It's just a little card, not much, but it's sweet enough. And it says, "Wouldn't let this day go by without sending a Valentine hi."
that's so cute. What a great friend.
Yeah.
You guys want to see my Valentine's Day date? I'll be right back.
Oh, is it the dog?
Probably.
Yep, it's the dog.
Come here. Don't kiss my neck. That's weird. This is my Valentine's Day date.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nope. Save that for tomorrow. We can do lots of kissing tomorrow.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
My Valentine.
That's sweet.
He likes to be held like a baby like this. This is the only way he will be picked up is if you hold him like a baby.
That's cute. I sometimes pick up my cat like that.
Yeah.
I still am just disappointed because she used to be so cute when she was a kitten. She would be a little lap cat. She would literally sleep in our laps. But then she got older and she's like, none of that. You know, she's like, I'm done. I'm out of here.
Aww.
Like, come on.
Says I'm an independent woman now.
Right. My screen went all wonky just as I went to respond. Oh no, shoot. I'm not really doing much. Just saw this live show and thought I'd come check it out. Well,
Well,
thank you so much for coming on. I was just telling the girls I just wanted to do something fun for Galentine's Day because, like, why not hang with some online pals, So
Yeah.
I thought it'd be nice, and I'm glad we're doing it. And I don't know, Becky, if you already heard yet, but this is Robin's Valentine.
Yeah, this is my Valentine's Day date. He's also my roommate.
Yeah. It's cute.
You want downsies? Is that why you're doing that?
I mean, he's just chilling,
Yeah, he's like digging it. Yeah, he'll let me know when he wants downsies. You're good? Okay.
That's so cute.
He lays in like the weirdest positions too. I'm like, that can't be comfortable.
Yeah. The second you started bringing out the dog, I got smiling more, and now my cheeks hurt.
Oh no!
That's the worst,
Oh!
We just officially adopted the puppy we've been fostering since September. Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Congrats.
What's its name and what's its breed? That's so amazing.
You run away. You're all the blood
This
is rushing
sucks
to
when
your head.
smiling's great, but it hurts sometimes.
I know what you mean. Yeah, when you've been smiling so long that your actual face starts to hurt.
Yeah, I know we were laughing and smiling, but now it's just like, why do nice things hurt too? She's like, don't worry, I'll help you feel better. It's cute.
Ooh, everyone loves you. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, her name is Peaches, and she's a
Cute
German Shepherd
name.
cross. Oh my gosh.
Aw.
Oh, that is so sweet. Man, I guess you can't send links here, but I want to see this Peaches. That's adorable. Oh my gosh. I love German Shepherds. They're so pretty.
Come on, you're being inappropriate. You can do that
No,
later.
that is literally the worst. My cat, I mean, I know they have to clean themselves, but then they just stick their leg up and it's like, stop. Especially when it's they're right in the middle of where you are. It's like,
Yeah. I'm like,
privacy.
this isn't that kind of show, Jackie. That's inappropriate. Yeah. It's not that kind of stream. It's just licking my hand now. He's a big kisser too. But hand is okay because I can wash it. I don't like it when he licks my face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, those can be the worst when I remember there were old family friends. They had one dog. It was a total people dog, which is nice, but this dog was such a lover, and it was a big dog, big Labrador retriever, and it would just get on top of you and lick all over your face, and it's like, stop the madness, get off.
It's like big tongue too on a big dog.
Yeah. I plan on getting a golden retriever, but I hope I can properly train my dog because
you can train them not to lick. Yeah, he's too far gone. He's a little old boy. He's 8 years old. Right? You're 8. Yeah. Little old man.
Oh my gosh, I see I love when it's the profile face when animals look up. It's just so adorable.
He's got a real.
It's like a puppy dog, guys. When they're, it's so cute.
You're joking. She's just so content.
Yeah.
This is where you're gonna.
I'm having the best time right now.
It's like, yeah, this is great. Can we always do this?
Yeah. My cat's the total opposite. She just wants to vibe on her own. but it is frustrating because her favorite is my dad, and so sometimes she will give love to my dad. And it's like,
Traitor.
it was my 16th birthday present. What gives? It's just not fair.
Traitor. Oh my goodness.
Seriously, quite the
No, don't lick yourself. That's gross. You can clean that later, okay?
So how's your job going, Robin?
It's been going good. Yesterday I had kind of a harder day just because like I was having issues with the dryers, and I was doing like the linens, and it just like honestly took me like an hour and a half longer than it should have because I had to like constantly check on the dryer because it would be stopping like every 5 minutes, and then the like linens wouldn't dry. So yeah, that was a little frustrating. I'm hoping that was just kind of a fluke because I'm working again tomorrow, but like I pretty much came home from that yesterday, and I'm just like, okay, I'm just
Hi.
hi.
You wanted to say hi?
How you doing?
Good.
You like the dog? Look at the doggy. Yeah. So yeah, I was like so exhausted from work yesterday that I just like watched TV for the rest of the day. I'm like, I'm not doing any work. Like I didn't do the dishes at all. Fortunately, my roommate was out for the night with his girlfriend, so I was like, okay, like he doesn't know I'm being lazy and rude and leaving dirty dishes everywhere. But like I had time this morning to like finally clean up. So like the house was nice by the time he came back.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That reminds me of what I was going to say earlier, like way earlier in the live show when you were talking about how, oh, I'm not going to show my room because, you know, you were saying how like it's so messy. Legit, today was laundry day.
Mm-hmm.
This was a mess. I'm
Oh my
telling you
God.
what, it wasn't insane, but it was very messy. So, you know, I was like, hey, today's the day. I'm having a live show. I got to take care of business. But yes, kind of what you were talking about, walking around stuff. And it's like, hey, you got to have a clear pathway.
It's like Minesweeper in real life. Yeah, hopefully my room will look a little bit better. I got a nightstand the other day finally, so like I was so happy about that because my room looks really bare when it's clean too, because I don't really have like decorations. I fortunately have furniture, like I have like the wardrobe, and like a bookcase was already here when I came. But like the nightstand I had to buy, and I kind of want to get a desk, but I haven't quite found the right one that I want yet. And then like as far as like decor goes, like I want it to be, you know, special, like, you know, like either like paintings I really like or something. You know, I don't want to just put stuff up just to put stuff up.
Yeah. No, totally. That's very fair. I was actually thinking for myself about like doing some, you know, one video doing some sort of like room tour. Like obviously, like the live show, you can kind of see my room, but it's also, it would be nice to kind of like go into some detail or whatever, just something cool and cutesy. And I was telling Joharra earlier. Now where is it?
Don't look my influence. That's weird.
I think I told you guys, but I could be wrong. But I made myself a vision board, and it's not just for this year. It's like, you know, kind of future stuff as well. And it's really cute, and I was going to share it in my January reading wrap up. But like I said, just like how I forgot to share how many minutes, how much time I'd watched in January, I also forgot about the vision board. But maybe it'd be nice to just to have an individual video, just kind of getting into it. So, yeah, I think maybe that'll be one of my upcoming ones. So that'll be nice.
Yeah, that would be really cool.
Yeah.
So, oh, I guess, yeah, you won't be with your family, Robin. I was about to say,
Yeah.
like, well, I guess not always, but sometimes, like, there's little Valentine's Day cards, or, like I said, sometimes with, like, candy or roses. I don't know if anything's happening this time, though, but usually there's at least a little something.
Yeah.
But I guess maybe you won't really be doing that. Or what do you think? Like, maybe something at work?
probably won't. I work alone.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
I'm pretty much like a freelance cleaner right now, and I clean houses.
Oh,
Um,
nice. Okay.
yeah, so yeah, I won't be getting that from work. I don't have any coworkers per se. Um, but yeah, in the past, like my mom would usually get me like some sort of like piece of candy, just a little something for Valentine's Day, and that
Yeah.
was always nice. I probably won't be getting that this year because she would have to mail it. But yeah, other than that, like I don't know. I'm feeling okay. Like I'm used to not doing anything on Valentine's Day besides like working. And Jack is probably gonna give me a lot of kisses. Yeah, and my treat to him is a dog treat. So
Yeah. Nice.
that's how we're celebrating. And you're probably gonna sleep in my bed, huh? You wanna sleep in my bed? You're gonna hog the whole thing with your tiny dog body? You're not that big.
So cute.
Because I
No,
deserve it though.
it is funny though, like with that kind of stuff, with what you said, like taking over the bed even though you're not that big. I mean, that's literally what my cat does. Like,
The audacity of pets.
yeah, like I don't mind because I'm just happy when she comes. But
Mhm.
usually, like almost always, she sleeps with my parents, and she usually is like on the edge of the bed. But sometimes she's in where my parents' space is. So it's like, where are they supposed to rest their legs? You know?
Right. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure my dad said sometimes he moves her just a little bit or tries to guide her. I could be wrong, but I've definitely done that myself. If like it's like, hey, I'm trying to get in my bed, and you're literally blocking how I get in my bed. So it's kind of
Yeah.
like the slightest way of moving her. Like I'm kind of guiding the sheet, so maybe she'll move on her own.
Mm-hmm.
But like to move her, then she leaves. So I don't like to do that. It's like, come on. But she's odd because like she'll sleep on the couch, on the bench, on the ground, on I have a dresser in my closet. She'll sleep there, and it's pretty hard, just like the ground. And it's like, this is so weird. And then sometimes, but only usually it has to be some sort of comforter on a bed, even though a bed is way comfier than the ground. So I don't know what her problem is.
Yeah, he's a bad guy for sure. Like I will usually take him off the bed and then I'll have to find my own space and then he's welcome to come on. He either sleeps in my bed or my roommate's bed, so yeah, he bed straight across. Like he's gotta be in a bed. A human bed, not a dog bed, even though you have a dog bed. What is up with that?
I've never had any pets.
This is what to expect from a pet. They are selfish. Selfish little animals, and they get away with it though because they're so cute and we love them so much.
I never really wanted any pets. Like you guys don't want kids. Me, it's pets. I don't want.
But yeah, I've always had pets growing up, so I feel like it's similar. Like you've always been the oldest sibling, So like you're
I mean, I've been a sibling before I even had any memories. I mean,
yeah.
I had my first sibling was born only a year and a month after me, so
Right.
I've always been an older sibling.
So for you, it would be so weird not to have little ones around, I think. For me, it's like, oh, it'd be so weird not to have an animal around because it's just been like literally part of my life.
Yeah.
All my life. And yeah, I feel like the parental urges towards animals more than I feel towards humans. So I don't know what the evolutionary benefit of that is, but something.
I don't have any issues with pets. Like I'm not anti-pet animals or anything. Like they're alright. It's just Tiffany was saying about feeling uncomfortable around kids. I feel uncomfortable around animals because I haven't really been around animals most of my life.
Yeah, that's totally understandable. They have like very certain needs and they have their own way of communicating.
And dogs, they have they lick people, and big dogs like to
This
jump on
guy's insane with licking. Like, he's
Licking?
excessive. He
I
has not
cannot
stopped
stand.
licking since he's been on camera.
Licking, I cannot stand. That's a pet peeve of mine. And then I also don't like when bigger dogs bigger dogs like try to jump on me.
Yeah.
So
That can be really scary with the bigger dogs. I still get intimidated by that. But
Yeah.
I've always had like dogs around this size. So like for me, like, yeah, make a dog baby size. Like perfect. Let me baby them.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a friend. When I was living in Florida, we're still friends. We still talk, and she had two. I don't say they're big. Actually, I think they are kind of big. I say they're decent size. They're not small like that, but they're pretty big. And they I actually lived with her for a few months because I was going through some personal stuff and just needed to get away from my home life. But like I said, I don't have any issues with the dogs or anything, but they knew I also could feel uncomfortable around them and didn't like licking, so they would try to get the dogs to not do that around me, which is really nice. So
Yeah. Speaking of what you were talking about with like big dogs jumping on you, like the problem with like dogs jumping on you is even though they don't mean to, their nails are sharp and they can scrape you or cut you, whichever. But this was terrible. So I really don't typically deal with stranger dogs, but basically, so there was this rest stop we went at when I went to Illinois in 2021, and so the dog was cute, but it was a big dog, and it just ran up to me and jumped on me. And yes, this lady, she was tiny in comparison in terms of strength. So, I mean, yes, it would have probably been hard for her to stop the dog, but it was unleashed. So she was very much responsible for it.
Yeah.
It was just so unfair, everything that was happening, because my dad was already, he didn't even know what was going on. So it was kind of scary because it's like, well, strange dog just coming up to you and jumping on you. You don't know what's going to happen. And the owner doesn't know what's going to happen because dogs, they can do whatever they want. They can react however they want. This dog could have just launched on me. How terrifying would that be? But it was really stressful because it was like, oh my gosh. And I can't remember what happened when we left the rest stop, but I could have sworn the dog tried to come back at us. Maybe the person had the dog under control, or maybe my dad had distracted the dog. I can't remember, but it was pretty, scary because it's like, I love dogs, but I acknowledge the danger of dogs.
Yeah.
It's silly for people to be like, there's nothing wrong with dogs. You have to acknowledge it's still an animal.
It
It
is.
still attack if threatened, or it's just, it'll happen. Like, it's not anyone's fault. Animals just do what they do. I have 4 children, a fish, a bearded dragon, 2 cats, and a dog. Man, that's so crazy and awesome. But actually, that kind of reminds me. So I used to have this like the whole family was friends of our family, and it was a family of 5. So they had 3 kids. They had 2 dogs. I can't remember if they had. I don't think they had cats, but they had multiple. Maybe they had a snake, mice or rats. The girl, she had a horse. It's not that the horse was there because it's a standard subdivision, but like owned the horse. Fish and a bird, maybe more, but a lot of pets. I remember that. And I remember the kids, they get sick a lot. I don't know if it has anything to do with the animals, because that's a lot of stuff. And I don't think they had like air purifiers in their house. So
that is a lot of animals, and especially if you're not like taking care of like keeping the areas clean. Yeah, you can really get sick from it. So,
Yeah.
and that is a lot of work to keep up. Like, I probably wouldn't have, like, I think I would only ever want one dog at a time.
Yeah.
And then maybe like a smaller pet, like a bird, or like I do actually want a bearded dragon. But I've cared for a bearded dragon before, and I've had a bird before. Like, I know what that like entitles, but yeah, I wouldn't want that many pets at once.
Yeah. I even though I, sometimes talk about having like a pack of dogs, not really, but just the idea of it, how cute that could be.
Yeah.
But like I've seen those videos of people who have like 6+ dogs. I mean,
That's
I don't
insane.
exactly see the point, because it's like, I mean, the nice thing is you have a companion or a couple companions, but a whole set
don't
of
think-
companions, I don't quite see it. Also, it's, like, does every dog get the same level of attention?
That's what I was gonna say. I don't think that like any of the dogs, if you have like more than 6 dogs, I don't think any of them are getting as much attention as they should, as what is healthy.
Yeah.
Because there's just too many of them, and like if you work and you have too much to do, yeah, like. I mean, I guess it's different, like if you have like children and they're responsible too for the pets, then like, okay, it takes off the burden. But if you're one person having that many pets, like there's no way.
Well, obviously,
And this
if
guy's
I
like,
was alone, that couldn't happen because that would be too much. But, like, I don't know if I'll just have one or over time. I don't know. But that's actually what I was gonna say, Robin. When you guys were sharing, like Joharra, you were saying, you have a huge family, so you're used to being around kids, and so you like kids. And Robin, you were talking about how you've been around pets your whole life, so you're used to having pets. I only had one brother, so it wasn't like a huge thing of siblings. But I also really didn't have pets, and I always wanted a dog. I always begged for a dog, whatever. And so, not to say that my cat was what is it they call second something, second thought or afterthought or whatever, second best. I think that's the word. But it was like, this was the compromise. Hey, you want a pet? I want a dog. No, we can get you a cat. And so we got a cat. I do wish I'd gotten more of an affectionate cat, but my cat still gives the love sometimes. Like, she goes crazy for like ham and stuff. It's really cute. And it's nice when it's like no one's around. If it's just one person, then she starts giving some love, and sometimes she's just a little lonely. But it's not all the time,
Jackie, come on. That's too much kisses. Ridiculous.
Becky says, I only have one younger brother, but we also grew up with lots of pets.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I have one younger brother as well, but yeah, not lots of pets. I only had a dog for a month. The dog was kind of aggressive, and so it didn't work out. But she was this German Shepherd. She was so pretty, but it was just very much the wrong fit. Besides the fact this was our first ever dog, like we didn't have dog owner types, like we could not deal with it. And that's something that's going to be interesting with me getting my dog when I live on my own. Like, I'm going to be having a set amount of time of living on my own, then get the dog. But it'll very much be a learning curve for me, because like, even though I've had my cat and I've taken care of my cat occasionally, it's usually my parents taking care of the cat. So cats are so much lower maintenance than dogs. So it's going to be very much wild for me to. I mean, I look forward to it because I'm very excited to have a dog, but it is one of those things where it's like, I really have to, think about all the responsibilities and,
Are you planning on getting a puppy? Getting it as a puppy?
I'm going to get a puppy.
But okay, just be prepared to spend a lot more time with the puppy, because you're gonna have to potty train it. Fortunately, retrievers have a very good personality. I think they're very intelligent. And I mean, I had a retriever poodle mix or
Oh.
she lives with my parents now. She potty trained really fast, but the trade off of having a very intelligent dog is that they will kind of be a little stubborn because they're
Yeah.
very smart. So they're easy to train, but be prepared for them to kind of give you attitude if they don't want to do something.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I've heard of like how that there are the golden retrievers. You know, I'm sure it's not all, but many. They literally stop walking. So
Yeah.
you have to pick up their giant butts and haul them over your shoulder and walk them back home instead of
Oh
being,
my
hey
god.
dog, this is for your exercise.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
They are a lot of work. Crate train, yes. You know,
Yes.
we were doing that, and this, you know, the German Shepherd we had for the time that we did, the worst separation anxiety. Even though the dog didn't really like us, but it's like it couldn't be left alone.
Oh.
Yeah, but it was very much the wrong fit. I mean, we were still young kids. You know, it was
Yeah.
very much a bad fit. Like, it was very much an aggressive dog, but
And I think
No.
with like German Shepherds, you have to be the boss. Like you kind of can't let them get away with stuff, or else they
yeah,
won't respect you.
yeah,
They
the
have a
worst,
very specific temperament.
yeah, yeah. The worst thing was like when we went, because it was like one of those PetSmart you know, dog adoption things. Um, you know, so much of the time it would be usually it would be my parents would always say no, but somehow they were like really in love with this dog. And even though I had more wanted like a Labrador Retriever or a Golden Retriever, I was like, well, hey, I'll take the opportunity
The
to get a
dog,
dog.
yeah.
I mean, the dog was really cute, but I would have preferred, you know, that or a puppy. But they had sedated the dog, and the person we were talking to had at least six German Shepherds, so he was able to deal with the dog. And it's like, yeah, you
Oh.
need someone who knows what they're doing to take care of these dogs. Like, you know, I don't know how long German Shepherds live for, but I'm thinking now maybe that dog is gone by now. Because she was like a year old, and that was in 2012. So I don't know. She probably isn't kicking anymore. I don't know.
I don't know. Bigger dogs don't live as long, and my
Yeah, I
dogs have
know. Like,
usually lived to like 14 about, and I've had like medium-sized dogs.
yeah. Yeah, so it says the average for Golden Retrievers is 10 to 12 years. And
Mhm.
even though, like, that's still a very significant amount of time, it still makes me sad because it's like just when I first get my first dog and I'm going to have to say goodbye. But obviously, I shouldn't look at it like that. But my cat's going to be around for a long time. Like,
Yeah.
domestic cats live for at least like 16 years.
Wow. Yeah, that's
And
a
like they could be pretty old. They could live to 20. I'm pretty sure I saw something that said the oldest no, it was the oldest dog. The oldest dog was like 20.
that's
Or
unusually
some
long.
amount of time. I can't remember. But I know there was something with a cat that was really old. But yeah, it's, you know, just a lot of things to look and consider and stuff. I've been not a lot of videos because it's not nowish, but I was looking at some videos like talking about German Shepherd, Golden Retrievers. I'm getting confused. Golden Retrievers, and then also the difference between if you get a girl or a boy.
Yeah.
What's your experience? What do you usually find is better?
I've always had like girl dogs. Jackie's like the first like boy dog I've ever lived with, but I've been around like my friends' dogs who have been boy dogs. I feel like Jackie's really well behaved. Like with boy dogs, sometimes they hump. He's never done that.
Yeah.
He is fixed though, so you know he can't
Yeah, right.
make more Jackies. We don't want that. When we walk, though, he has to mark his territory like
Right.
5 or 8 times. So we will be stopping for him to, like, mark his territory so, he can feel good about himself. Like, as far as I feel like with boy dogs, they tend to gravitate towards women. And I've noticed though that like girl dogs will be suspicious of men. They will have a harder time trusting men. So I guess it would depend on. I mean, if you really want like this dog to be like your dog, you want them to be your baby. Boy dog would probably be a really good option. My girl dog that I had the past few years at my parents' house, like she was definitely like a baby. Like she really wanted to be babied. But like if you were living with like a boyfriend or something, it might be a problem if she doesn't like the boyfriend. So be prepared for that. But like Bailey, my girl dog, like she did like most men. She would warm up to them, but she would always bark at them first, have that kind of suspicious period. So it is going to be a little bit of a temperament difference. But I haven't noticed like anything that I'm like, oh yeah, like don't get a boy dog because they'll like mark their territory around the house or something. I don't think it's like that with dogs. I think it can be a little bit different with other animals. There'll be more differences. But make sure you get them fixed.
Oh yeah.
You get, they're easier to handle.
Right. Two things. So one thing, just like you were talking about, the common thing that happens, with any male animal, especially dogs, is the humping, like you said.
Yeah.
But I was so surprised when I was finding out about some weird things about female golden retrievers or just, about them. But literally, apparently they do it too. Like they just do it.
That makes sense.
It's not the most common, but it happens.
Bailey would do that to men. She but only to men. She never did it to me, but she would do it sometimes to men.
Yeah, well, it was interesting because
she's part golden retriever.
Yeah, like they were talking about the reason why is a lot lot of it is to dominate. So, you know, it's not that they're trying to be male. It's just they're like, gotta show you who's boss.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh.
And she would also like, and Jackie does this too, like she'll like scratch at the ground to kind of mark her scent. Yeah. He does it too when he is out of his tank is empty, as I like to say, and he still has to mark his territory. So yeah, she would do that. So she definitely was like, oh no, I am alpha here. So
yeah, it's definitely some things I'm considering. Like one thing that I found interesting, they said the female golden retriever, it's easier to potty train, but I know like it's not the most significant difference.
Yes.
And they say like the female golden retriever, and probably this could be for a lot of female animals or dogs, but they said they're more independent, and I really want a lover dog, so
yeah,
something I'm gonna try to consider. But I hated this one video I watched, at least this little tidbit of info, because there was one that was saying there's cancers you avoid by fixing your dog, but then this person was trying to say, oh, you're causing cancer by fixing your dog. I'm like, what? Like,
no.
Why did you say that?
So there's multiple reasons you should fix your pet. First of all, like they can either get pregnant accidentally or impregnate a neighborhood dog accidentally. And plus, like behavior wise, they kind of lose that like aggressiveness when they're fixed. They don't have those hormones anymore. And like especially like if you have a boy dog who isn't fixed, he will definitely hump. And he will definitely mark his territory. You know what I mean? Like, and with girl dogs, they do have their period, and you have to contend with like your dog like openly bleeding. Like, I don't think they do it every month, but like, you know, frequently enough that it is a huge pain, you know, to have a girl dog that can have a period.
Yeah, like I would never not fix the dog, but I was just so bothered that they would say that. Like,
That's
okay,
so
let's say
stupid.
it's true, but why would you encourage people to not fix the dogs? You know, like
That's
that's what you don't want to
crazy.
happen. Too many dogs out here, and then
Yeah,
what happens to the puppies? You know?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I just read the comments. Our female went into heat around twice a year. That sounds about right for what I
Yeah,
know.
I heard it's like kind of like seasonal. Like it's definitely not like how it is.
Why
For
do we have ours every month?
it sucks. It sucks.
It is too much. Like,
Literally. And I hate it when people say like, well, it lets me know, you know, like for people that are sexually active, it lets me know that I'm not pregnant. Well, there are so many of us that are not sexually active and we don't want to deal with it. No, it sucks. And for how early it starts, I mean, we're little kids.
I was in middle school when I started my
Oh,
period.
I was elementary school.
You poor
sucks.
thing. Oh
It
my
sucks.
god.
Yeah.
Oh god.
We got a puppy in March 2021 and unexpectedly got pregnant in April, and she became very protective of me, and her personality and my 5-year-old son's energy did not match, and she became aggressive.
Oh,
That's so rough.
bad. Oh.
She was a poodle, golden retriever, Newfoundland cross. So like you said, our female went into heat about twice a year. Talk to your vet. Many suggest waiting to get them fixed for a couple of years, especially for bigger dogs, so they get the hormones from puberty. Yeah, yeah. I had seen that, and I saw this thing that was talking about because of you know, like by fixing your dog too soon with a female dog, is then they get bigger, and like that's bad for them to be like taller than they should be.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
I've always had small dogs, so I've never heard that. And I've always had the dog fixed like within their first year.
Mm-hmm.
But that's interesting. And my dog's a runt too, so she's kind of small for her breed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wow. I'm glad you said that though, because that's something to consider if I ever get a bigger dog.
Yeah. I am definitely going to be, you know, talking to breeders, and I really want to know the personality of the mom and the dad dog to find
Yes.
out, hey, what kind of dogs are these like? I want to know what I can, you know, predict or expect from my puppy.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot to consider, but you know, I want this to be smooth, but also a good learning experience for me.
Yeah.
My daughter started hers last year just after her 10th birthday.
That
Mhm.
sucks.
Yeah.
Oh,
By the way, I don't know if you saw, but Joharra had to leave. She's you know, a
yeah.
lot was going on, so she was helping out.
Well, I
She's
said
helping out her
goodbye.
mom. Yeah, but you know, there's a lot of stuff I want to find out. What's nice is there's some neighbors, a couple houses down. They have an adult golden retriever, and they have a golden retriever puppy.
Oh
And
my
my
god,
mom,
that's
and my
great.
dad was like, "Hey, we could ask them some questions and find out, you know, how they take care of their dogs." So,
Or even if you feel comfortable, say like, if you need a dog sitter, I
that's a
would volunteer to take care of them. Because yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I pet sit a lot for different people. And
yeah,
you learn a lot about different animals that way. And especially since that's the kind of dog you want and you have both the puppy and adult experience, you will be so prepared from that like it will make it so much easier when you get that puppy. You know what I mean?
yeah. No, that's a really good point. So thank you for mentioning that. I didn't even
Yeah.
consider that. It's just one of those things where it's just a little scary to think about because I really have not been in charge of a dog. So I'm like, ah,
Well, maybe see
like,
if you
dogs are
can
gonna, you
time
know,
with
like
the dogs.
watch over me instead.
Yeah.
They're
dogs
like, what is this
dogs
person
will
doing?
watch over you. Yeah, they
Yeah.
will protect you.
Yeah, I just meant in the sense
uh,
of like, you know how they say like who's babysitting who. But yes, like the protective, like that's one thing that's appealing. But I do know with golden retrievers, they are definitely not guard dogs. Like they might be having a nice old bark, but those bites are not happening because they will befriend your intruder rather than
Oh my
attack the
gosh.
intruder.
Yeah.
But what I found interesting is so, like there's been some danger, especially lately. People are talking and getting really antsy and whatever. And so my mom was actually talking about how she was considering us getting a yellow lab, but my dad's so anti getting a dog. Even though he likes dogs, he's just anti getting a dog. So I don't think it's gonna happen. It would be nice though.
You guys are in such a good position to get a dog because like you got 4 adults in the house, and like when I got Bailey, like there was 3 adults in the house including me. So like it was such an easy time to get a dog. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's harder when like, as a child, it was harder to train the dog because I wasn't really good at training it. It was up to my parents, and they were also looking
Yeah.
after me and my sister. So like the dog didn't get as much attention as she probably should have gotten.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw some dinner in the oven real quick because I gotta eat. I'm going out at 7:30. So
Oh, where are you going?
my roommate's friend has a band that's playing, and we're gonna go see them play.
Cool.
So yeah, he's supposed to actually no, 7:30 is when we're leaving. Yeah, because that's when my
Okay.
roommate gets home. But yeah, I need to throw some food in the oven real quick. So
Yeah.
give me like 2 minutes.
Okay. Beneficial to get some professional training as well, whether it's in a group class or one-on-one. Yeah, actually, when we had our German Shepherd, we went to one of those classes, and I wasn't here for this one class, but literally, our dog bit this dog's nose. This dog was really aggressive. But yeah, like I'm very much gonna want to get classes, really learn because I am a total dog newbie. Even though I love dogs and I've done research about dogs, I don't really have, true experience. It's kind of like we had this driver's ed teacher and he's like, I could make you guys the perfect drivers, but you still wouldn't be good drivers because you don't have experience. So experience really makes it happen because just because you know stuff doesn't really have the same effect. So it's definitely something that I've taken to heart, whether it be driving or dogs or anything. Becky, are you going to be doing anything for Valentine's Day? It was nice chatting, but I have to run now. No, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on. No real plans. Well, I hope it's still a great day. My friend and I are doing lunch tomorrow, actually. Oh, yay, that's awesome. That's so fun. I hope you have a great time. Have a good evening. You too. Bye. You know what? I'm actually gonna get some food myself. So I'll be right back too.
Alrighty. Oh, cute. Beneficial to get some professional training. Yeah. Alrighty.
Hey, I had to get a little food myself, so
Sorry, it took me longer than expected. I thought I had gotten these like frozen salmon fillets, and like on the package, the salmon is like seasoned in this like reddish sauce. So I thought it came seasoned, but it was just plain salmon. So I had to like whip up like a garlic lemon sauce on it.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I should add a little oil. Hang on, let me drizzle a quick olive oil on it.
Okay.
I can still hear you.
Okay. What's nice is I was asking my mom if she has any plans tomorrow. Like she's got a few things, but I was saying she and I, like I was saying before, that like we usually do this on Valentine's Day. We're able to do it this year. So we're gonna watch like 13 going on 30 together, you know, to celebrate Valentine's Day. So I'm pretty excited about it.
Oh nice.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Okay.
There we go. All right. So is that the movie you guys usually watch? I know you said you also did To All the Boys I've Loved Before in the
Yeah,
past.
like that was when the movies came out.
Yeah.
So we watched it then. It's just one we haven't seen in a while, and it's one of our like all-time favorites. So
I
I'm
just watched that movie
excited.
for the first time recently. Like last year, I think I watched it for the first time.
You did?
Yeah, it was really
you like
cute.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a soft spot for like chick flicks like that. Like I will get in moods where I'm like, I just want to watch a chick flick. So yeah, like it totally was my jam.
Yeah. This isn't against you at all. This is more when guys say it, but I personally never like to say chick flick
Oh.
because it's such, or chick lit. Like there's
Yeah.
such, you know, a disrespect
Negative,
on it.
yeah.
So, and they do consider it a rom-com. But regardless, it's still like a romance movie, a romance book. But yeah, like it grinds my gears that
I
you can't,
totally
like,
get
look
you.
down on it like that. You know?
I've definitely heard that term used in like a mean way. I meant it in a very affectionate.
Yeah, like it wasn't on you. It's
you're
just
totally
whenever I
right.
hear it, I'm like,
Yeah.
no!
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely one I really, really enjoy. Another one my mom and I really like is 51st Date. No, the other one. Sorry. Just Like Heaven.
I haven't seen that movie since like I was in middle school, but I remember
Oh.
liking it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really sweet one. Is there any other? There's got to be more. Maybe I'm just not remembering. But I
My
would say
mom
in
and I would watch rom-coms a lot. So our favorites were My Big Fat Greek Wedding. We love that one. What else? Have you ever seen French Kiss before?
No, I haven't. Is
It's
it good?
so funny. It's we watch a lot with Meg Ryan in it. You know her? Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's with
I've
Meg
seen some.
Ryan. I can't remember who the guy is, but so the main character, Meg Ryan, I'm just gonna call her by her actress's name. She is like definitely afraid of flying, but her fiance has left her for a girl he just met in France. So she decides to go to France, and on the way she meets like this like rough around the edges like French man, and like they have this whole like misadventure together where like he's trying to help her get her fiance back, and in return she's helping him get his family's like grapevine yard back because he like had lost it to his brother or something, and of course they end up falling in love. And yeah, it's like my mom and I quote it like constantly because there's just like these really funny moments in it. But yeah, that's like one like we've seen together so many times.
Yeah. Well, I just looked it up, so maybe I'll you know, keep that on the docket for some time. I would say Enchanted is good with like a romance.
I
Like,
do really like Enchanted.
There's so many good things about that movie. You know,
I like it way better than the sequel. The sequel was okay. The first
I was
movie,
not a fan.
yeah, I kind of came around to it. I was really suspicious of it, but I do think like the plot with like oh my god, Giselle, is that her name? Where
Mhm.
she becomes the wicked stepmother. I thought that was kind of clever, but it was kind of an unnecessary sequel. And it didn't have the same charm as the first movie did either.
Yeah.
So the first movie just like so quotable. The songs are so good. The
Right.
costume designs are so good. Yeah, it's hard to beat that one.
Yeah, no, seriously. Like, I love that movie so much. And I remember watching it in theaters as a little kid. I mean, I was like 7 when it came out.
I was in middle school, and I remember the first time I saw it was we were visiting my family in Virginia, and they had that movie on DVD, and so we watched it the first night I stayed there, and that was my first time ever seeing it.
Aw, cute.
But yeah, I really like that one.
Yeah, it's a really good one. Actually, my younger brother, because I was young, I was 7, and my brother, was he 5 or 4? Maybe he was 4 at that point. He was traumatized by the evil queen, you know.
Really? Oh
Yeah,
my
he
god.
had nightmares because of her. So it was a really bad movie. He was just too young for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like actually for me, when I was way too young for a movie like this, I guess I was traumatized by The Incredibles with the machine, the
It is
the
kind
rolling
of
machine
scary. Yeah.
that was trying to kill him and everything. Yeah, I was traumatized. I think this was when we had borrowed it from Blockbuster, and like the next day we gave it
Return.
back. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It is a like I feel like even as an adult, that scene with that machine still kind of freaks me out. But I really liked it the first time I saw it. But I was definitely like an older kid, not quite teen yet, but it was probably like
Yeah.
a good age for me to have seen it.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how old I was. Maybe it was like the year of it coming out. I don't know. But I was definitely too young for it. It freaked me out. And like I said, like a movie I remember, it's not that it freaked me out, but it made me really sad. Like I said, the start of Shiloh. He kicks the dog. It was terrible. And he shot at the dog. He didn't get the dog, but it was terrible.
Oh my god, the movie that was too sad for me to see as a child was this movie called I'm pretty sure it's called Fluke. Actually, let me Google it.
Okay.
Movie. Yeah. Okay, and so it's about this guy who like dies in a car crash and is reincarnated as a dog. And then I barely got into the movie at all because I just like immediately started crying. But like the dog would like make a friend, but then he would lose that friend, and like it
Oh,
was just like I like my parents had to turn it off because I was like bawling, and I was like bawling for the rest of the day over this movie because like I could not handle that, and like I was really really young too, and I was a sensitive kid too, so like
yeah.
yeah, like any like movie, like I remember like crying to like Flipper, like I was such a like it wouldn't take much for me to cry during a movie just
Yeah.
because like I would just like empathize with the characters
Yeah.
so much. So yeah, that movie was just like too much for me too soon.
Yeah, well, that's one thing that really irritates me about how society treats things. Like, the problem with people acting like being logical or being strong is no emotion is straight up wrong. Because most of the time, what they consider strong or not being emotional is actually being apathetic and not caring. And that's
Yes.
the worst way to, for a lot of like very serious things. And yeah, like emotions are very necessary. And kids are some of the purest people out
Yeah.
there. And
Yeah.
they should be sensitive. They should care. And more people should be like kids in that way, you know?
We shouldn't lose that, when we get
Yeah,
older.
like
But
I definitely though took the way society treated tears too much to heart, and even
oh,
now I hate to cry, and it's not
yeah.
because me myself personally, it's still the way society treats it. Like,
Yeah.
if you cry, and it's like that's not true.
Yeah, it's taken a lot of like reprogramming to like not feel ashamed when I would cry. And definitely I felt that like shamefulness too as a child crying into stuff. But it was just like I really just could empathize with other people and like
Yeah.
especially like made up characters like in a movie. Like
Yeah.
I just really strongly empathized with them.
Yeah. I just, since we're talking about crying and dog movies, this reminds me. So,
Any dog movie where there's a death. I won't watch dog movies. We've talked about this before. I just won't watch them because I know something's gonna happen to the dog and I'm gonna
yeah,
cry.
yeah. So I don't know what your experience was. Since we were just talking about how, like, the female dogs deal with their, things, and obviously we deal with it every month, which is so not fair. But I had terrible symptoms as a teen,
Yeah.
and like I know people say they still experience like PMS and stuff. Like I don't, but I know other people do. But like it was the worst. Like I would get, if I were to watch something and it's really emotional, I would get very emotional and I would bawl my eyes out. Like, have you ever watched the movie? Shoot, hold on. Click with that.
I have, yes.
Yeah, the part where it's like the end and he's trying to run to his family and he dies.
Yeah.
That thing. And at first I thought, oh, this is because of PMS and whatever, because that was the first time I'd watched it. I was going through it.
Oh, uh-huh.
And then multiple times we've watched the movie after the fact. That just is a really hard scene for me. I mean, it's so good, but so sad, Anyway, but I remember there was this movie we were watching. It was a dog movie. I think it was like a wintry movie. It's not Snow Dogs. It's like something below. Point below? Something below? Anyway, but basically there were all these huskies. Now I don't remember exactly what happened in the movie, but as far as I can recall, there were a lot of dogs that survived, but at least one died, I think. And I remember I cried a lot when we watched the movie. And it wasn't so much that I felt that way, it's that those stupid emotions are just like, those hormones are just like, time to get sad. Really sad. And it's like, that's not fair.
Yeah, no matter what time of the month it is, I will cry to a dog movie. But I feel like I was the same way, that like I might be a little bit more emotional when I was younger and not so much now. Yeah. Now I have like more like physical symptoms leading up to it. Oh, it's so annoying.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, I was always just so very, like, I did not cry. Like, my brother was the crier, okay, of the, of us kids. And, like I said, the whole thing of how society treated it. If you don't cry, you are strong, you are tough, you are great, blah, blah, blah. So I internalized that and acted like I felt so good about myself that I wasn't like that. And so it was so hard to cope with, dealing with all these hormones, and it makes you cry, even when you don't want to. And I remember how angry I was about being a girl and dealing with all these things. And it's like, we really need to adjust society. I know things are slowly changing, but it's like, gotta pick up the speed, guys, So, but that's what was interesting. It was like almost never emotional, dealt with it because of PMS and whatever other hormones. But, eventually, maybe it was like tweens and teens, but then, I don't know, like maybe it was 16 plus, I don't know. But eventually, I kind of got over all that PMS stuff, so I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know if it's
just like what they say about, like, the hormones fluctuate, and when you're going through puberty, it's like the worst. That's what they say about the awkward phase, so,
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, but even though, like, we're in a more free society in America, and, most first world countries. Like I know it's really terrible in other countries where it's like very much like I don't know if you know, maybe you do, how for some women can't even be in the same place. They have to be ostracized when they're going through that. I'm like, that's insane. But even though we still are more free here, I always just had a shame about the whole thing. I don't know why. I mean, I know I hated it for myself. I didn't like all the changes, but it's like, you don't have to be ashamed of your body going through a natural process.
Yeah, I've taken it upon myself like in my late teens, and even now I still do it to like vet different men I meet. So I will openly talk about my period to them. Like if I am like going through it, like I will say like, hey, I'm sorry, I'm having really bad cramps today. I can't really do much physical stuff because of it. And like the guys who respond to that, like, oh, okay, I'm sorry, or like, can I help you with anything? Like, those are like the people I keep in my life. Like, if a guy acts weird about it, then like, I don't want them in my life.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they are being misogynistic. You know, you don't need them.
Yeah, and it's like a normal part of life. And if like, especially for like a man who's gonna have a wife someday, or a man who already has a wife or kids already, you need to be okay with that stuff. Like, because that's your partner or that's your daughter. Like, you can't be weird about it. Like, you gotta help out your ladies. You know what I mean? Like, to me, like it pisses me off when it's like fathers or like husbands who still act that way.
Yeah.
And it's like you have women who are very close in your life and you are failing them like that. Okay, let me see if my fish is done. I'm bringing the camera into here. I should have unthawed it, but I didn't, so you shall see. Welcome to my cooking video.
Nice.
Oh, we might be done actually.
You know what this reminds me of? I know it's not actually, I mean, I know this could be like a vlog, how people do it, but I don't know if you've seen those things where it's like, just like footage stuff where it's just live in one room and it's just them going about their day.
Yeah. It almost makes me think of like zoo animals, but for people.
Literally, like how you're so far away and stuff. It is almost like we're watching through a spy cam.
Yeah,
Robin, we're watching you.
I have to clean a fork. I'm out of forks.
Oh, that's cute. Is that like to hold the cups? I don't know. I can't totally see the mugs.
Maybe? Where are you looking at?
To where you look. I don't know.
Like right above the sink. Yeah, there's all the mugs up here.
Okay. Yeah. That's what it looked like. I just couldn't say for sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The lighting's kind of funky in here. But yeah, I'm gonna set up the table and eat. So.
No, that's fun.
An ASMR of me eating.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get to share, so I think I said it last time. I don't know for sure, but I was like struggling to find a good tiny wall calendar like I found last year, but I finally found a good one. Hooray!
Oh, nice! Yay!
Yeah. When you can come to the screen, I'll show you.
Yeah. Hang on, let me get my food.
Okay.
Try my fork. And let me cut the fish open and make sure it's done. Oh no, it's still a little raw. Okay, I just gotta go in for a little bit.
Okay.
15 minutes. Yeah, okay. Okay.
So here's what it looks like. I feel it's kind of almost like a New Year's sort of theme, you know?
Yeah.
I think it's cool. Cute. I'm used to having it because it was like a light pink, light reddish color.
Yeah.
Last time, so it was just, you know how that goes. The darker it is, the less warm it is. You know what they say about like color theory.
Yeah.
And the lighter it is, you know, all that sort of thing. So sometimes it's like, sometimes I look at it and it's like, wasn't a mistake for me to buy it, but also it's like, no, it's nice, especially in comparison because, like I said, this red pinkish one was really cute. And even though it almost looks the same, the one they have now is like this really ugly light blue. And I was just like, I'm not gonna use this one, you know? And what's cool about getting this calendar is they also had a little mini calendar thing. You know, one of those planner type things.
Yeah, yeah.
That was included, which was nice because it's like
2-for-1.
for ages I was looking for one of these little calendars.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I was like, come on, I gotta find one. So I'm glad I have it because it was feeling, you know, that space was feeling so naked. It was like I put that little penguin with the Santa hat that I showed you guys.
Yeah.
It's like an ornament, but I just like to keep stuff. I don't like putting it on the tree or anything.
Right.
And it was cute to have it there, but it's also like I'm used to having a calendar here. So but now it's good. It's like, yeah, this looks good. This feels complete, you know? But I don't know if you can see here I have all sorts of stuff. Like there's all sorts of like book prints and like, you know, some like fun little artsy stuff. And
Yeah.
then hold on, let me try to point properly. Here I have those like those light things, you know, those string lights. What are they?
Yeah. I know what
Yeah.
you mean. Yeah, the
Those,
string
those
lights.
cute lights that they do.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly where to put it because I have posters all over my room, but
Yeah.
up high, close to the ceiling,
Yeah.
there's space. So maybe I will put it there, but I don't know for sure. And then I have one of those bulletin boards, and I'd like to put some stuff up. So I hope,
Nice.
because I'll definitely need assistance from my dad, but
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to having it happen. You know, I just remembered, you know how you like sometimes think about things and it's like, oh, I remember that.
Mhm.
Actually building this, we got this from IKEA. Not this time when we moved here, but when we first got it, the first place we moved to in Florida, it was really fun. Like my dad and I were working on building the shelf together, and you know, it felt so rewarding to have it done, having worked on it together, you know?
Yeah.
So, it's nice to have that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it's very fulfilling to like actually make something with your own hands like that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I mean, that it's like, it's just frustrating, and I just keep getting a little dejected with YouTube because, like, it can be so exciting when something you don't expect to blows up, but when you expect at least the baseline of what you usually get, and then
Yeah.
it's like zero, okay, maybe not zero views, but it might as well be 0 views because, like, barely anyone looked at it. It's like,
Right. Yeah.
I
I
didn't
feel
do
that with
anything
my own
wrong.
channel.
You were saying?
I feel that with my own channel too. It's just
Yeah.
like, yeah, like I'm doing it for me, but also like it's kind of sucks that I don't get that many comments or new people following me
Yeah.
from new things. So yeah, it's very disheartening.
Yeah, like I literally feel that. And so I was actually watching a video today. I don't remember what her channel is. But I was watching this lady, she was talking about ways to grow your booktube channel.
Mhm.
And I don't feel like she said anything revolutionary. I think now that I've been here for like 3 years, I think I'm familiar with the whole thing, but it's still good to get a little bit of insight into stuff or just hear her way of things. But it was crazy to just see the comments and like, you know, some it's been many years ago, and for some they were just starting out or they were very small and now they have 1,000, 4,000, 10,000, whatever subscribers. Like they're huge now. But then at the same time, there are those who have been, their comment was like 2, 3 years old, maybe even longer, and they're still smaller than us.
Yeah.
Or only 100. So
Mhm.
like there's no guarantee with this kind of stuff, which is a bummer. But you know, it's what happens. But I will say one thing that does have me dejected having started this new channel and worked on my movie channel is I thought maybe, like, I was certain the reason I'm such a small channel is because I was never consistent. That's just not true. Because now I am actively consistent and I'm not blowing up. So, it's very much not just us, Like,
Yeah.
it happens, and I know there's people that used to be viewers of BookTube, but now they've moved to Book Talk, or maybe they're just over it,
Yeah.
Like, which is valid. It's just a bummer because it's like you were kind of signing up for this audience, so it's
Right.
hard to deal with because it's like, what is the point if you don't get the stuff that you want? And it's like,
Yeah.
But one thing that's interesting, like I said, I've been watching this channel advice thing, and it talks about making quality over quantity, which is understandable.
Right.
And they talk about like making really big videos, really good videos. And sometimes I think about like challenge videos or something like more than it takes more than a day to more than a couple hours to film, more than 10 plus hours to edit or whatever. But at the same time, that's so scary, like
Yeah.
all that effort, it's just difficult. And then, besides all the effort to do it, let's say it succeeds the way you want it to. I mean, in the way of it being done, in the way you want it to, the final product being good, then it's like, well, there's no guarantee that people will watch that either. So it's like,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's just you gotta kind of make the content that is fun for you to make, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what's interesting about, watching some of these YouTube advice, because it's like, they're like, well, yes, make videos that you want to make, but also, you can't be mad that viewers don't want to watch what you want to watch or something like that. And like, I understand, but it's also like, but then what are we doing here? Because if we don't make content for us,
Mhm.
we're not going to be motivated to do it. And
Yeah.
all it really is just copying whatever someone else did, because
Yeah.
someone likes that content, but we don't. So,
Yeah.
that's purely pointless. So it's just hard because I wish, like, okay, like, I think we've, both established, I mean, I'd say we're pretty similar in, like, how we were as kids, or in,
Yes.
like, okay, I know, like, the social class is not, like, anything in terms of, like, hierarchy, like, who's cool, who's not cool, blah, blah, blah. That kind of stuff. Like, that whole thing is pointless.
Yeah.
But I hated not being the popular kid or being more involved with other people. Like, I like the idea of being liked and, being able to socialize well with people. There's no guarantee for that, it just depends. And sometimes people, even though they want it, it doesn't happen. But one thing that irritates me is the same thing happening online. I would think that would succeed way better, It's just like it's better still, like, let's say on Twitter. I mean, I know, like, for some people, they have thousands upon thousands, like crazy amounts of followers, fine. But still, like, for me, it's like 530 or so. I mean, imagine if I actually had that many friends. Like, that's a lot of people to be friends with.
Right.
Like how they say, like, all the people that engage with you or whatever. But just because they follow you doesn't exactly mean anything if they don't engage. And that's one thing that stinks. It's like, even when you see the number, people watch and scroll past. Like, I've done it myself, but it's like, no.
There's something kind of messed up with Twitter now versus like when I first joined Twitter, because like everyone I talk to is saying they're not getting the same engagement. And like even like me and my roommate, like, like he'll be like, did you see that thing I posted on Twitter? And I'll be like, I didn't see that. And he won't see my stuff either, even though like we've been following each other on Twitter for like 3 years now. And like, like I've always interacted with his stuff on Twitter. So you think the algorithm would be like, okay, clearly she likes this guy's tweets. Let's put it on her timeline. But we're not seeing each other's stuff even.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, just the point of like, that was just one example. And then on Goodreads, now again, Goodreads is its own little thing. People, sometimes it's just like, oh, I have a mutual friend with this person. I'll just add them, whatever. Like, sometimes it doesn't really mean anything. It's just like adding more people. Like, especially with people who have like thousands. It's like,
that's ridiculous.
Them,
I kind of limit my Goodreads to people I actually care about seeing what they're reading.
I added, but I'm not like thousands, But go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you.
No. Like I at first I was doing I'll add anyone who wants to friend me or whatever to like help promote my booktube channel or whatnot.
Yeah.
But now I've really limited to like, okay, no, it's gonna be who I actually care about seeing. I'm gonna check the fish, but I can still hear you, so if you can.
Okay. Anyway, but that's one thing that gets me. I have 500 plus followers on Twitter. I have about 200 friends on Goodreads now. And okay, I know that like Goodreads isn't the one where you really promote stuff because, like I myself don't really look at the homepage to see what other people are reading or their status updates or their reviews. Like the only one I see is the first one that shows up. So like it's not a big priority for me. So I understand why people don't really engage. However, it's just frustrating how you have all these people that could potentially be viewers to your book channel, but they don't do it, And it's just like, what are we doing here? This is all for the book channel.
Right. Yeah, the skin was starting to burn. So it's good that I actually checked it when I did.
Oh, good. That actually reminds me. So I've gotten this pizza, and I'd cooked it the 2 slices I'd cooked well, but then someone had it on toast the last time. No, what happened? It was the wrong temperature. The toast temperature, 450 instead of it being 375. So then it was way too cooked. It was still a fine pizza, but it was like, no, I ruined my food. Oh, that's the worst,
Absolutely. I hate when I mess up a recipe because it's like I spent all this time on it and now I can like not even eat it.
Yeah.
Gotta make something else.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'd like slightly overcooked it actually. So I'm gonna add some more lemon to hopefully mix it up a bit.
Yeah. But what you were saying about how you kind of miss how Twitter was when you first started. I don't know when you started. Was it 2020 or early?
I started in 2020.
Okay,
yeah.
I did too. And I would say too, like, I feel like, okay, it didn't really work out with the people that I had really socialized with at the start, but there were so many people that were starting out and they were supporting each other. Like, I gained 30 subscribers in a day, but because we were all trying to support each other. So it was like, hey, link your channel down below. We'll subscribe to everyone, blah, blah, blah. Now, yes, like I'm seeing what this YouTube help thing is saying that like the subscribers don't matter if they're not actually active. Like it's just empty numbers and it actually hurts your channel rather than helps it. But it's just weird to me how like it just seemed like there was so much more support at that point that now it's like you're just kind of like just shouting to the void like, hey, check out my video, and then all the other people that you are following or follow you, they're saying the same thing about their stuff, but we're not checking out each other's stuff unless we're close friends. And it's like, what happened to community, And then I'm seeing all these people only promote these gigantic channels And it's like, what happened to supporting small booktubers, you know? So there just seems to be a lot wrong these days. And I don't know if it's, I don't know what it is. I mean, I know they say things have changed, but it's like, this is weird.
It's weird how fast things have changed too, because yeah, it's only been like 3 years since 2020.
Yeah, exactly.
But yet there's just like this entirely different culture to Twitter now.
Yeah, I agree with
I don't
that.
know who it benefits besides like I guess the really popular, because like no one's having a good time who I talk to. Like
Yeah, no, I totally relate to that exactly. And that's one thing I find crazy because sometimes I'm thinking to myself, hey, I'm not getting like any sort of engagement on my tweets. What's going on? I mean, I know it shows who, like how many people are looking and ignore.
yeah.
But also then I look at some of these other ones, as I'm scrolling through, and then I check how many people they're following or how many followers they have, and they have so many followers and they have the same level of engagement, which is practically zero. So
Yeah.
it's just weird to me, And like the only ones I see booktube related that do really well or book Twitter related are the ones that are like the same recycled stuff. Like I had tweeted one time, maybe 2 years ago now, I had tweeted about the fact that people always abbreviate. And it's like, stop doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like so much engagement on that. And it's like, yes, I know we agree with it, but it's the same thing everyone else says. Like there's nothing new, creative, like mind-blowing about it, groundbreaking. So, it's just frustrating. And I know a lot of the internet is just the biggest ones are usually like the dumb stuff. Like I know we'd like to have fun, but I like for quality to be rewarded,
Yeah. We want some sustenance,
Yeah, exactly. And it is interesting. So I don't even know how it happened, but it just kind of popped up. I started seeing this channel. I won't mention the channel's name because I'm not trying to insult this channel. I was actually enjoying their content. But it's like this little channel, and there's not too many videos. There's like 23, 25 videos on it.
Mm-hmm.
They started posting like 5 months ago, and they have almost 100,000 subscribers. Like,
I don't know how they do it, but I've seen the same thing. Like, everyone's always saying like, "Oh my god, there's like no sci-fi booktubers," and then like, I'll see like a brand spanking new sci-fi booktube channel like crop up, and like they instantly gain like 1,000 followers, and I'm like, I've been here this entire time.
literally,
like, where are all the people who follow this person? I'm here. I've been doing this longer.
Yeah, and that's one thing that irritates me because I thought maybe the idea of new would appeal to people. Well,
Yeah.
I've tried both sides.
Oh,
and we both were, 3 years going. Started in October. Not that much, And I don't want to be someone who's just doing it for the clicks, but at the same time, it's like, what do you people want? Like I thought we were all about books.
Yeah.
And I know, okay, I really don't subscribe to like how some people act like, oh, it's the greatest crime on earth for you to do, like, how they say the 7 deadly sins? Fine. But I just don't subscribe to that. Like I know what it says, but I'm just like, yeah, we feel things. We get angry, we get jealous.
Oh, I see what you mean.
But I'm very much. Oh, go ahead.
I don't think they're like I feel like in moderation those things are okay to have, but if you like let like envy control your life, then that is a problem and you're hurting other people around yourself and you're hurting yourself as well. Right. That's my belief on the 7 deadly sins. Yeah, of course, like I'm gonna feel jealousy at some point, and not so. But if it is making me treat other people awful,
Yeah.
then that's a problem, you know?
Yeah, exactly. No, but exactly what you're saying. But I would definitely say with all this, now, of course, social media, even before I started BookTube with like being, the typical social media, with your school pals or school acquaintances or school strangers, then you see all the stuff that they got going on, whether it be the popular kids or just some that just have blown up, whatever. And you're just like, well, what can I do to grow like that? And I know it's not some super big deal, important thing. Like, these people don't care. It's just someone else to follow, but it's just frustrating. And that's what I'm saying, that like, I really deal with a lot of envy and jealousy when I see, whether it be they just started or, maybe even they barely have any videos, even though they've been here for a couple of years, and then they've blown up. And it's like, hey, I am here. I am trying. And I know it's not about quality, because there are plenty of trashy stuff that gets the most views. Like, I myself, like, like I said, this channel that gives advice for other YouTubers, they talk about, this is the best way to do a thumbnail. And they do the typical clickbaity thumbnail or the popular thumbnail. And you know what? Those thumbnails I hate so much. And this sort of audience that's like me, wouldn't watch that. So obviously you should not just blindly follow what YouTubers do. But at the same time, it's like, what can we do to get our clicks in,
I just want a piece of chocolate. Sorry, I had to get a piece of chocolate. Like, I finished my dinner. I deserve a little dessert, okay?
This is the perfect time. This is Galentine's Day. This is tomorrow's Valentine's Day. We are vibing, man.
Yeah, one of my birthday gifts was a bar of chocolate. Thank you.
Wait a second. So you are now?
I am now 27. Yeah.
On the 7th, you said?
No, I'm sorry. I'm already 27. So my birthday was yesterday, actually.
Girl, remember what we said about doing some sort of birthday live show celebration?
I totally forgot. Like, I had kind of a busy weekend, and then I worked yesterday, and then after work, and I told you, after work yesterday, so tired.
Yeah.
There was no way I could have done a live show.
Yeah,
I was struggling to answer happy birthday text yesterday.
Yeah, but like, I wish you'd been like, oh yeah, it's my birthday. Like, I would have been, girl, happy birthday.
It's okay. I was so tired. Like, yeah. Like, even like the happy birthday text I was getting, I'm like, this is sweet, but like, I don't have energy to even like say, oh, thank you,
Yeah. Like, no, I hate those things though, where it's like, I can't believe I have to work on my birthday. No, that's the worst. It's like, it's fun to do nothing on your birthday. Or
it
just,
was supposed to be an easy job too, so I was like, okay, like, yeah, like, I'll do this real quick. My original plan was like, I was gonna go to the bookstore afterwards. Did I say this already?
Oh, fun.
Okay, so my friend gave me a gift certificate for a local bookstore. So I was gonna go to that after work yesterday and do a shopping spree. But like, work went so late that like, by the time I was finished, I only had a half hour before the bookstore would close, and I was like, I'm not gonna enjoy myself if I'm rushing. So I just decided, like, I'm not gonna do this today. I'll do it some other day. And I just ordered takeout on the way home, and I picked it up.
Yeah.
And so that was my birthday treat,
Yeah.
And it was fine. But like Saturday, I was kind of like my birthday party, quote unquote, because there was a lot like going on in town, and like, I met up with my friends and stuff, and we did a couple different things together. So like, I had like a really good celebration on Saturday, so I don't feel as bad that like I didn't really do anything on my actual birthday. So yeah, it's fine.
Do you plan on doing more to celebrate at a later date?
I don't know. I mean, I celebrated with like pretty much all my friends in this area.
Okay.
I don't know. I might do like a virtual game night with like my friends back in New York. I'm
Nice.
struggling not to say the city I came from.
Yeah, no, always gotta
Um,
stay safe. No,
yeah.
but like how I had done my live show on the 3rd because the 4th we were doing other things.
Mm.
I
Mhm.
say you let us know if you want to do it like the next week or whenever you're available because
Yeah.
I'd be down because like yeah, we gotta celebrate your birthday, you know?
Yeah, we could always do that. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta see what this week's schedule is gonna look like with work. But yeah, we can set aside a day and I'll do my birthday.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. The only day I can't do is like I said, so now Tuesdays evening I have my small group. For now that is the only thing that's like straight up contingent. But otherwise I'm always free, right?
Yeah, no, I'm working tomorrow anyway, so Tuesday.
Yeah. No, but it worked out because at first I was like, oh, because I'd seen that Joharra said she was already ready to do the 13th anyway. And then I was like, oh no, I don't want Robin, to be solo on the day. So like
Oh
I could hang for a couple hours, but then it worked out. You're like, I got work. So
yeah,
it works
no,
out.
yeah. As soon as I picked up that job, I was like, I don't want to do a live show after work.
Yeah, exactly.
I ate my fish too fast. I'm like hiccuping. But I was like hungry, you know what I mean? It actually turned out pretty good. I thought I burned it. I thought I overcooked it, but like when I put the lemon juice on it, it actually like rejuvenated it really nice.
It was
So,
good. It is
yeah,
good.
it turned out good.
Good. So you said it's fish?
Yeah, I made salmon.
Okay. I've never tried fish and I don't intend to try fish.
I recommend if you do want to try it, salmon's really mild, and actually tilapia is super mild. It is the chicken of fish. It's like my
interesting.
favorite fish to have. It does not taste fishy at all.
What would you describe it taste like?
Like a light chicken. Like it definitely it doesn't taste exactly like chicken, but it has that kind of same savory taste, and it's very like just mild in flavor. So like yeah, like it's mostly gonna taste like whatever you season it with, almost.
Okay.
I really like doing it with like butter, lemon, dill if you like dill, and then Parmesan cheese, just a little Parmesan on top of it, and then I'll bake it. And yeah, it's like my favorite fish. Salmon's
Yeah.
also very good.
I would be sure, like, even though okay, how would you describe your food palette or platter, whatever? Like, would you describe yourself as not picky at all?
I'm pretty adventurous. I will try
Yeah.
most things. My only like big nose is like pineapple. That kind of grosses me out. Cucumbers can be hit or miss sometimes. If
That's
it's I think I
interesting.
told this before, if it's like in vinegar or pickled at all, I'm okay with that. But like straight up cucumber can be a bit with me. And then like green peppers are gross to me.
Okay.
Like any other color pepper's fine, but like for some reason like green peppers just
That's
they get
interesting.
oh.
Yeah.
So that's
For
like
me,
probably the only foods I'm really not too crazy about.
yeah, I am like beyond picky. Even things I used to enjoy, like
Oh,
yeah, like do you know SpaghettiOs? Did you have that as a kid?
I went through like a huge spaghetti phase before I moved.
Nice.
Yeah, I
But you
was-
know the taste, you know the flavor, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So I would always get SpaghettiOs and meatballs. And you know what's
Ooh,
funny?
really?
Now I
That's so
have a
cool.
recollection. When me and my brother were little kids, because it's it's all that sauce, and we're little kids, so it can get messy. We literally would go up to my parents' room because they'd say, "Hey, get one of your dad's big shirts." Well, I mean, obviously it's him, but for us it's huge. But get one of his shirts so that we don't ruin our clothes. But yeah, I remember having those videos. But well, that's what's interesting. For the past couple of years, I sometimes have it and I enjoy it, and sometimes I'm like, bleh. And so like I'm trying to because I'm kind of getting bored with my food palette because it's kind of like the same thing over and over, and it's
Mhm.
like now I don't even want to eat this thing that I'm okay with eating, you know?
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, let's bring this back. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna buy all of these cans. I'm just gonna buy one,
Yeah.
see if it works out. I had it. Nope, it did not work.
Mm.
But you know what's nice? I have not had Pop Tarts in years.
Yeah.
And so I got the cherry Pop Tart again, and I have flown through that little package. I like just keep eating it, and it's so good. I
Mhm.
don't know why I stopped eating it. I mean, I know the flavor to me for some reason didn't go as good. Now, maybe what had happened is because I do remember there wasn't like a toaster at my work, and I would sometimes bring the Pop Tart there, and then it would also be in the fridge. Pop
Oh,
Tart in the fridge is like the worst way to eat it.
yeah. I would eat those raw though, to be honest.
Yeah, like,
I would
well, that's
always
the
eat
thing.
them
I
raw.
used to be fine eating it raw, but now I don't think it's my style anymore.
Yeah.
So what did I have anything else? What my point
We
was?
were talking about, yeah, like being picky eater or like what.
Yeah. Anyway, so I was actually gonna say before I got off on the tangent about what I can and can't eat or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if I slightly tried it and I just shoot it out of my mouth. I'd be like, or like, stop.
Yeah.
No. Okay, that actually reminds me of something. Did you ever watch Roly Poly Oly as a kid?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know if you remember this episode, but it was no, what is it now? Oh, Brussels sprouts. Okay, so there was
Yes.
a Brussels sprout, and he kept
Oh.
lying, and it got bigger and bigger.
Mhm.
So for some reason, I thought it looked delicious, and I was like, "Mom, can you make me Brussels sprouts?" So she made me Brussels sprouts. I had a little bit. It was one of the worst things I ever tasted. It
Oh
was
my god.
terrible. So it was very much a mistake.
It's
I was
so
like,
funny
no.
because I remember as a kid, like the food that like on cartoons and stuff that kids didn't like was always Brussels sprouts. So I always thought they were probably really gross, but I never had them before until I was like 19. And then my friend's mom made us Brussels sprouts. And like me being like the polite guest, I will always take food that's made for me and I will at least try it. And if I don't like it, I will maybe eat a little bit, depends on how offensive it is to me.
Yeah.
So I took, a serving of Brussels sprouts and I ate it and I was like, oh my god, this is delicious. Like I didn't know that they were actually really good. So I actually really like them, but I only like them baked, not like steamed or anything. I think that makes such a huge difference with the flavor because they kind of get a little crunchy when they're baked. Yeah, so like it's a really pleasant eating experience for me.
Yeah, like it's a better texture, right?
But it makes me laugh because I always thought it was something I was gonna hate, and then it turns out when I finally tried it, I actually really like it, and it's
That's
one of
interesting.
my favorite vegetables.
Yeah. I know this is not related to what we were just talking about with vegetables, but angel food cake I think is an interesting kind of cake because it's so light and fluffy, and
Mhm.
while sometimes I do like it, at the same time, it's like eating nothing, you know?
I've gotten sick after eating it, unrelated to eating the cake.
Oh.
I think it was like I was like an anxiety thing that like I had it and it was the only thing in my stomach and I was like super anxious and I ended up throwing up. So I'm not super fond of it anymore because of that, but it had nothing to do with the cake. It was
Oh, I
just
see. Okay.
entirely situational, but
Yeah.
now I have that association of I ate this thing and then I threw up afterwards.
Right.
You
No,
know.
I can actually relate. I don't remember if I told you guys, but I do remember, I think I did. You know how I've been trying to find some kind of alcohol that I like because I'm
Oh yeah.
but I'd like to find
Oh
something.
yeah.
So, when we went to Illinois last year, my family friends of ours, they had these Bud Light coolers or Bud Light whatever,
Yeah.
and it was watermelon punch or something, and I really, really liked it. But the problem was, we had gone to one pizza place, and I had a good chunk of that pizza. Then we went to another pizza place, and I had a good chunk of that pizza. Then we went to, like I said, these family friends, and then I had all these snacks, and I had all this dessert, and then I had 1.5 of this alcohol. Now it was like points, whatever, it was like light, but yeah, oh, it was terrible. I wake up in the middle of the night. Oh, it was awful.
Yeah.
And the worst thing was, then my throat still felt awful the whole thing. And even though it wasn't like I was sick, it was just, hey, I had eaten too much food. But then the next day I was gonna hang with my former best friend, and we were gonna go to Six Flags. We did end up going, but it was terrible for the start because my mouth was so dry. So then when we were, driving there, like it was like almost, maybe it wasn't an hour-long trip, but it was pretty long. I just had fortunately she did have water, so I just was drinking the whole bottle. And then because I had the whole bottle and it'd been a while since we've been out of the car, then and I'm sure you've gone to an amusement park, right? There's crazy lines. So we have to be really far out in the parking lot. And then I am dying. I'm limping because I'm so I have to go to the bathroom. So
I thought you were gonna throw up again.
No.
So
I was fine. I only threw up the one time, but it was terrible. And then we it was crazy because then we kind of go through security, but then my friend gets stopped. I don't know, maybe there was something some sort of metallic thing in her stuff, but it's I already went through and I was in emergency mode, so I kind of had to ditch her to just go to the bathroom. Fortunately, she found me, we found each other, but it was terrible because even though I was feeling slightly better from having that water, it still didn't make that big of a difference. And it's my throat still felt awful the whole time. But the worst thing too is, like I said, I have anxiety, blah blah blah. But for some reason, now I've never had this before. I have usually full trust in roller coasters that these people, the whole thing, very safe, whatever. But for some reason, now I don't know if you'd heard about this, but there was this bigger kid, who's pretty large. It was one of those high, one of those giant drop kind of things.
Yep.
And so there was already something wrong, and they ignored it. And then he was already having problems before they even brought him up.
Oh my god!
Died. It was terrible.
Oh my god!
But the worst thing was, so we were, this was months before.
I was gonna say, were you there at the time?
Yeah, no. We just heard about it. We just heard about this. This wasn't at that specific place, but so what had happened was, when that happened, it was oh, that's so terrible. But it wasn't affecting my thoughts on roller coasters. It's just those people were bad. They were negligent. But then the problem was, like I said, we were at family friends, and then because I was mentioning how I was going to Six Flags, then somehow the subject of that horrible thing that happened to that kid started getting talked about. And so the problem is then I started getting super duper paranoid and scared. And so instead of enjoying my time at Six Flags, which I hadn't for years, because I hadn't been able to go because COVID and then moving away, whatever. It was terrible. I couldn't raise my hands in the air. I was too scared. Whatever. As safe as I could be, even though if something bad happened, there's not much I could do. But I really couldn't enjoy the rides. So it was pretty awful. But I'm glad when I went to Universal in last month, I didn't have that problem. I was able to have fun with the rides, no problemo. But it just sucked to be paranoid, You know, one
Yeah.
of the most fun things that's supposed to happen to you. Oh, such a bummer, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't do roller coasters anymore because my anxiety gets too bad, but yeah, that sounded like everything that happened the day before and then there that day. That kind of sucks. I'm sorry that
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, it really, really did. It does stink, but it was so terrible because it was the middle of the night, you know, all this
Yeah.
stuff. But okay, I'm not trying to be gross. I'm just trying to be like, you know, how terrible it was.
It's
So, like I said, I had dessert, right? So these were like the most delicious brownies I'd ever tasted. They were awesome, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so you know, just this kind of happens. Like you know, I just shoot out of bed, you know, when it happens and everything. But it was terrible, and so then you know, my dad kind of gets the light on, whatever. But all I see is brown come out of me, and that's never happened before. But I was so scared. I was like, "What is that?" You know, I was scared for my life for a second there.
Oh
I was like,
God.
that was just brownie. Don't worry about it. And I
Yeah.
was so, oh, it was just terrible.
Oh my
Um,
God. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, don't look when you puke. Just a suggestion. It's never gonna be pleasant whenever
yeah.
you see there.
Well, you're right, but I'm just saying it's just so like, oh no, it was straight up nuts and really frustrating to deal with because it was like the second to last day, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just terrible. Um, I mean, I was still glad that I got to go to Six Flags with my friend. It's just I really didn't get to enjoy it, you know?
Yeah, that's what really sucks. Yeah, that it kind of
Yeah,
came to that.
exactly. And like I said, Ben, like I said earlier, that was like the last time my friend and I hung out, and you know, then like we hung out like over back at my hotel. You know, we were just kind of hanging out, and so then we were talking, and she was saying some things that I really didn't agree with, and I was
Oh,
trying my best to be very respectful, but I still feel like perhaps I cannot say this for sure because we didn't have a conversation about it, but I can't say for sure. Maybe she's held it against me, even though I was being as polite as I could, even though really I should be offended by her. So, you know,
yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, well, thank you. But you know, one thing that I'll say, you know how we were just talking about how it can be frustrating dealing with trying to be successful, say on YouTube and stuff, and how it's hard
Yeah.
that you know success isn't guaranteed, or at least the slightest bit more of engagement than almost zero. Um, is I really appreciate that you know we're friends and you know all of us get to hang out, and it also shows me that it's like um we have never met and we are so long distance and we can still hang out and talk together, but that's
Yeah.
also one of those things what they say, if they wanted to they would. And yes, that
Yeah.
sucks, but
Yeah, it's an
it's also
effort.
one of those things where you can't worry about it. That's their problem, you know?
Yeah.
So anyway, it's really been good for me because like I said, it's been really hard since leaving high school. Like I wasn't the
Yeah.
best with making friends, certainly not in high school, but at least I was around people.
Mhm.
But it's so different being an adult. I just hope I can have more people to vibe with. And I think the small group is good. What was nice was because
Yes.
at first it seemed like it was going to be a baby small group, like it was just me, the head of the small group, and someone else. But then
Oh,
they're like, here we go. And then
okay.
nice big group. I was like, okay, that's right, because how awkward would that be?
It'd be super intimate, and if you guys didn't really hit it off, it would have been a lot harder. So I'm glad
Yeah.
that you got a bigger group.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly. Um, and I guess I forgot to share, but you know how I was saying how like um what was I saying? Hold on. My brain's trying to compute what I was trying to say.
yeah, no, I
Um,
had something else to say, and I forgot to, like, literally right
yeah.
now.
Um, but like I said, you know what I was
Mm.
just bringing up, both with that video where I was talking about my goals,
Yeah.
what I wanted to do this year, but also what I was talking about with this small group that I'm trying to be more religious, or at least somewhat. What was nice is this month we actually watched 2 more Christian movies. So we watched God's Not Dead, and I don't know if you've heard.
I've heard of it. I've never seen it though.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad movie, but I wouldn't recommend it because it's
I don't
definitely
have interest in seeing it.
yeah, no, I wouldn't, like, I'm just saying, like, if you were ever curious, meh.
And it's not even because it's a religious movie. It just
Yeah.
like it doesn't appeal to me, you know.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't. It was something I thought would be fun to watch again, but it
Yeah.
really wasn't. So
Oh.
it didn't really work out as planned, and also something that, like, kind of like the whole thing in the movie, the big climax and resolution, I don't feel it was as strong now. Because I remember how I was like, oh, that was so powerful. But now it's like, that wasn't really an argument. I don't know. But what was really nice is we watched Courageous. I don't know if you've heard of that. It came
That's
out
what I haven't heard of.
Okay. Yes, it has religion in it, but what it's really focused on is about the importance of fatherhood. And there's so many, like, it's such a good movie.
Am I gonna cry about it? Because I do get like really sensitive about that's another thing that will make me cry is like that might
No, literally, me and my mom, she had some tears, I had some tears. I think I had some tears. Anyway, but I was sniffling and stuff. No, it was like really heartbreaking, and it's like, when you watch a movie like this, you think it's gonna be fully wholesome, fully feel good, and yes, it's wholesome, but it's also tragic.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, like, this is, I think, one of the best ever Christian movies or religious movies, but in general, as a movie, it is awesome. Like, it is really good. It's got great humor, great moments, really good emotional whatever. Like, it's really strong. It was really nice to watch again, but it was also still frustrating to be sad.
Yeah.
No,
this is somewhat unrelated, but I think I have the perfect movie recommendation for you,
Okay.
and I really want you to check it out and let me know what you think of it.
All right, hold on. Let me get my Google. Okay.
Yeah. Have you ever seen About Time?
About Time. Is that with what's her name?
Rachel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Adams.
She's in that. And I think Donald Gleason is the main dude. Okay, so this is my pitch for you.
Yeah.
Time travel. I know that's a favorite trope of yours. Cute romance. Another one of your favorites. And also it's gonna make you cry.
Wait, have you watched The Time Traveler's Wife, which stars?
I haven't. I need to read the book first because my one friend who is as avid of a sci-fi reader as I am, he loves that book. And I'm like, I did not expect you to like that book. So
yeah,
he has really good recommendations. So I need to read it. I know I'm gonna cry. That's the one reason I put off reading it.
Yeah.
But I will say for About Time, the tragedy is not between the couple. It's like they do end up together in the end, and it doesn't relate at all to their relationship. It's a different, like a family tragedy. Yeah. But it's so good. I always cry. I think you're really gonna like it because the romance aspect is adorable. The time travel aspect is really good, and it's otherwise a very like contemporary story, not super science fiction at all.
Yeah.
So I think you really like it. I really want to know what you think of it.
All right, I guess I'll add it to the docket. I don't know. Okay. Will you be judgy if I say something?
Go for it.
Okay. I am not trying to be discriminatory, but I just don't like watching movies with male redheads. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I just don't like watching them. I don't know what it is.
Sorry, that's so funny because the same friend who likes Time Traveler's Wife has told me that there is like this thing against like male redhead romance leads, and I didn't believe him until this moment. He's not a redhead himself.
I'm so glad you weren't like, you're a terrible person.
No, I think it's so
no.
funny. Like it's so crazy to me. Will you give it a chance even
Yeah,
though
I'll
okay.
give it a chance.
Yeah.
Especially because I mean, like literally, it's up to you, but I would really like it for you to watch Courageous because I think it's just very
I
solid.
put that in my search
Okay.
history.
Okay,
I will try to
cool.
find it. Yeah.
Oh, great, awesome. Well, from what I know, we tried to find it on streaming. We already had it on DVD, but you know how nice it's easy to do streaming. But as far as I
Yes.
know, we didn't find it. Anyway, but oh, it was so good. Also, by the way, I don't know, like for us, even though I thought there would be captions, because there's a little Spanish in it, and there's such a funny line with the Spanish, English subtitles, but like, by understanding it, you see how funny it is.
Yeah.
But it was so frustrating because I know this is funny, but then we didn't have the subtitles. I'm like, how do we not have the subtitles? Usually when there's a different language and then there's a translation, especially on DVD, then it would pop up. It was so weird. But what's good is I was able to look it up online and then I got to see the joke. So it was fine, but it was like, kind of frustrating. But that movie is so solid. So I will check out the first one you recommended and the other one.
Yes.
That'll be good.
Well, I think About Time is going to be more up your stream, but I would be curious to hear what you think of French Kiss because that's been like a favorite of my mom and I since I was a teen. So
yeah. So you were saying about Meg Ryan. Which ones have you watched? I've only watched When Harry Met Sally, Sleepless in Seattle, and You've Got Mail.
I've seen that one too. I've also seen I think I'm Googling her movies because I feel like I've seen just about all of them.
Interesting.
Actually, no, I haven't seen City of Angels. French Kiss, Kate and Leopold. I've seen. I'm literally just going through all her discography right now. I've seen Serious Moonlight. That one's really funny. Yeah, those are the only ones I've seen that you haven't seen. I've seen all the other ones that you mentioned. Yeah, she's like my top actress for when it comes to rom-coms. I've seen pretty much all of the rom-coms she's been in.
Yeah. I was just thinking, I'm pretty sure this redhead guy, I'm pretty sure I saw him in a Black Mirror episode. And it was this was the first time I saw him. So I already wasn't down to see a redhead guy. And then
did you like that episode?
No, it was weird. Do you remember what it was about?
Yeah, I initially really didn't like it, but then like I was watching a YouTuber like explain like I think like the premise was like, oh, like the earlier Black Mirror episodes were so deep and the newer ones are like kind of losing that touch. And so he discussed that episode in greater detail and like I kind of gained some respect for it because like what he pointed out that I didn't quite get while watching it is like the replacements of Domhnall Gleeson. I don't remember the character's name is.
Yeah.
He was based off of the dead guy's like internet presence and like so the commentary was like who we present ourselves to be online isn't accurate to who we are in real life. So though he had the same face and body as her lover, he wasn't the same person inside, and that's why she didn't like him. Or she couldn't stand him. And like knowing that and like looking back on it, I was kind of like filled with a new appreciation for that episode.
Yeah.
But my first watch through, I was kind of frustrated by the ending initially.
Yeah, it's been too long to remember it all, but I just remember being like, ugh. And
Yeah.
also, again, like I said, I just, like, I mean, even if it was like the sweetest thing ever, the best thing ever, I probably still very much would have had, that's very much like a point off for me. Multiple
Yeah.
points off, probably 100,000 points off. I
Well,
just can't.
I don't know. For me, watching About Time, I'm like, oh, Rachel McAdams is super cute, so like, I enjoy
Yeah.
seeing her
Well,
more
let's
so.
also not forget that you like to see the ladies.
I
so-
know, yeah. For me, I definitely prefer seeing her
but
over the gentleman.
No, but you're totally right, though. That's the one thing that's nice about reading romance books. You can picture the most handsome guy alive, but almost every single rom-com, the prettiest girl you've ever seen.
Yeah,
My guy.
mediocre guy. Yeah. That's
Some
how it is in real life. I'll like see couples walking in public. I'm like, wow, she's so gorgeous. And then I see her boyfriend. I'm like, he needs to do better for her. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
come on,
like,
take a shower, man. Like,
world's better than him.
yeah, it's like it's
Yeah, like-
it's frustrating and like I don't know, like I feel like kinship with all other girls, so it's like,
Yeah.
girl, do better for yourself. Like this is coming
Yeah.
from like a friendly thing, not necessarily an
Yeah.
I could be so much better than him. No, it's me being like, no, you can find a better man than that.
Yeah,
Like,
no, exactly. But that's what I feel too, because I'm like, I kind of, okay, this isn't about just like, I mean, I think just looking at them, it's like, like how these men say that, like, not only the fact that like women have very low standards because this is kind of how society has kind of designed it. Unfortunately, they've put the pressure, but now there are these men that are like, lower your standards, lower them even more. You mean be cool with
the bar is already on the floor. Like, come on.
It's in hell, man. It's in hell. It's terrible. But like also like I wouldn't want that for myself. Just like how these men are like blah blah blah. But they say they would never get with someone they find unattractive. So
Yeah.
why is it so ridiculous that a woman says they don't want to be with someone they don't find attractive? Like,
Yeah.
how are we supposed to be with someone if we don't
feel
find
like
them attractive?
I've seen like some like screenshot of a post online that's like this guy complaining like, oh, like women are so shallow, they won't date me because I'm fat and broke, and like some other third thing, and like the top comment on it was like, oh, like how many like fat and broke girls have you asked out? And he said none. And it's like, well, why is it different if you're like, oh, like, women are so shallow, they won't give me a chance because of these reasons, yet he won't date women for those same reasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Yeah, like, and again, this isn't to go in just how I was saying about like the social hierarchy of who's cool and who's not cool. Like, that stuff is stupid. But at the same time, with this whole thing, usually these guys are going for way beyond their league.
Mhm.
So it's like, yeah, you're not gonna get with those girls.
Yeah,
But
if you
also,
want
I
to
wouldn't
date a
want
girl
those.
like that, like get a
Yeah.
grooming habit, like, get a nice wardrobe, like learn to like put effort into your like appearance, because like those girls are like spending like hundreds of dollars on makeup and like manicures and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
it takes so much effort, and like you gotta put in the same effort.
Yeah, but I'd say too, even with me saying, "Hey, stop going for these girls you're never gonna get," but it's also like then they're gonna be all judgy on these girls that they deem beneath them, even though they're still better than these guys. But I don't want those girls to be so insulted by these
Yeah.
judgments. So, that's the one thing that I find interesting. I mean, I know this is kind of what they talk about. What's a woman's fantasy? Love, affection, all this other stuff. What's a man's fantasy? We know what it is, and it's not appropriate for workplaces or anything. So,
Yeah.
But just the whole thing, that's what I find really crazy that they say, okay, I know that whole men and women are complementary. I get so angry when I see that. Like, that's just so bull. It's stupid. But the whole thing, like, I just feel like men and women, what they want is so different. It's like, how did men and women naturally get together? Like,
I feel
I
like that's
have,
why there's so much divorce in this world, because people just settle with people that they don't actually like.
yeah, but like my problem is it's just like I like the idea, I would like a relationship, but like I've said, now again, yes, the dating app people, they're being really bad, naughty, whatever, but they're still real people, so it could be anyone,
Yeah.
But the fact that the attractive ones that I find attractive, they're right talking about sex. The really unattractive ones, I'm swiping left on. People that I'm kind of like, boring. So like, well,
Yeah.
what can we do here?
Yeah.
Ah, it's just annoying because it's like, finally, someone attractive. Oh, that didn't work out.
Oh, that's super frustrating.
Yeah,
Well, I feel like you're gonna have a better chance just meeting someone in person. I
yeah.
know it's so frustrating that I'm in the same situation where it's like, like I just want to meet someone I'm actually like hitting it off with.
Mm.
And like it's not happening on dating apps either for me. But like, yeah, sorry, but don't lower your standards, because it's gonna be worth it when
Oh,
you do find
absolutely
the
not.
right
Like
person. Because
my
there are really good men out there,
somewhere. We
Yeah.
got to find their little specks.
I know it's so annoying, and I think I told you, like, there was like a whole chunk of my life I just didn't get along with like any men I encountered. But I did find them eventually. I mean, I'm just friends with them now, I don't have that
Yeah, right.
interest in them, but
Did you
uh
say you never got like or dated a guy, right?
I've dated guys,
Oh,
yeah.
you did. Okay.
Yeah, my like coming out story is like weird because I kind of identified as bisexual, but I also was like doubtful that I was into women at the same time, despite the
Interesting.
fact that like all signs pointed to I was attracted to women. It was a weird time in my life. But things wouldn't really work out with guys because I would be super flighty to them. Like I
Ah,
honestly wasn't a really good partner to any of the guys I like went out with, because I would get like anxious and then I would kind of push them away, and like I didn't really
oh,
understand why that was happening. And then like later in my life I was like, okay, like I'm definitely bisexual. And then I kind of got to the point where it's like, oh, like I'm having really successful relationships with women and not having any of these issues I was having with men. Clearly
yeah.
it's me. Like like, so it took me a little while to get there. But yeah, I have dated men before. I not all of them were bad, and I do feel bad. Like there was definitely the last guy I dated, I kind of ghosted him.
Okay.
And it was because of that same thing I was just saying, that like I would get really anxious, and like he was moving really fast, he was really into
Yeah.
the relationship, and I was kind of like, I had like this weird like moment where I was like, oh, I feel like I'm an actor, in
Oh,
like, a play or something, and like I shouldn't be feeling that way. Like I should be feeling
yeah.
actual chemistry rather than I'm playing this role. And then after I
Yeah.
had that kind of epiphany, I kind of like, distance myself from him, and yeah, like kind of cut him off entirely eventually. And I feel bad because I think he was a really good guy. It was just me that was the issue. I hadn't
Yeah.
quite figured it out yet.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I think yeah, know what you want in a relationship, I guess.
Yeah.
And you'll find it, like it sounds like you want a partner who's not going to be like a traditional husband that's going to be the man of the house, and you're
Oh
going to
yeah.
be the
Definitely
house
not.
slave. So yeah, like maybe, try to find someone who likes to cook, because
You
there
know,
are
I
men who,
actually have been that is one thing that I would like because
Yeah.
I do want to eat healthy.
Yeah.
I hate to cook. Like, all
So-
I like to do is like stick chicken nuggets in the little microwave oven
Mhm.
or pizza in the oven, and that's about it. Like, even with the mac and cheese, I'm like, I don't want to do that. Like,
Too
I
much.
am so like not down. The only thing I'm cool with making is these sandwiches. It's like I have, because at first I didn't like turkey, but now it's grown on me. But it's
Mhm.
turkey, ham, cheese, and mayo. It's so good.
Mm.
But it still has to be the right ham, because sometimes
The
it's
ham tastes different. I totally
Yeah.
agree with you. I like German hams are like the only ones I really like.
yeah.
Um
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, no, but I was saying like a lot of my guy friends do cook. So like there are guys who enjoy to cook. And like I feel like that would be a good dynamic. Or like I don't know, like yeah, like just think of like different traits like that of like, you know,
Yeah.
or like what sort of dynamic you want to have in a partnership too, because
Yeah.
I don't settle for a guy who's like, no, I want a woman who's gonna stay home, who's gonna clean and cook
Like,
for me.
I would,
And there are
I-
guys like that out there. So
yeah, like I mean, okay, maybe this is a little dramatic, but I would probably, punch the guy in the face. I'd be like, absolutely not. I don't know. I get angry with this kind of stuff because
I do too. It's really stupid. We're way past that. Like, come on.
yeah.
And those type of guys just don't know how to take care of themselves. And that's just like you're a grown adult, not a baby. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
like, I'm not gonna. My partner shouldn't be my baby. You know, my baby.
Yeah,
that, like,
no,
I
but-
need to take care of.
And this is literally what these women, whether it be these mothers and wives, they deal with their kids,
Mhm.
and the same level of need from the kids is what these husbands expect. And then
That's stupid.
of course they are not interested, they are not attracted to these guys because it might as well be having another child in the house.
Yeah.
I hate the term dead bedroom, but I know they use it. But it's so stupid because it's like, if you weren't so helpless, or you know what they say, weaponized incompetence. But
Yeah.
really, no one wants to be with you if you're
Yeah.
acting this pathetic, Like, but I'll be honest, even though I hate the more worldwide use of it like that, where it's usually, on the backs of women is all these things that these guys expect, whatever, but I would way more relate to wanting people to do stuff for me than wanting to do for others. So I'm definitely more the taker type. So like,
Yeah.
one of those things where it's like, oh, I can't believe you would expect that, but it's also like, I kind of expect that too. So, but also, I would not want someone to do this stuff for free. Like,
Yeah,
when I
exactly.
make money, I'm going to pay someone to do this kind of stuff. Like, I intend to have like some sort of house cleaner. Like, some things just gross me out too much. Like, I just feel like the bathroom is just so gross. And even though, not that the bathroom, like my bathroom, is gross, it's just bathrooms in general.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to clean them. So I'd be like, hey, I want to just pay someone to do it. But the fact that these people are like, you should just be happy that I barely give you any money. It's like, oh, that's a terrible partnership. No.
Ugh,
Like,
gross.
And I just wouldn't want that at all. So,
Yeah.
no, but you're making a fair point, but I still feel so, like, if I were to still actively seek some sort of relationship, I still feel like I am taking from what society tells me I want, or I'm idolizing whatever's in romantic movies. And it's like, well, how am I supposed to what was my point? Like, how do I know what I want and
Yeah.
not just what society tells me I want? I mean, most of these romance movies, with like the kind of care these guys give, it's so sweet. Or the books, it's so sweet. Obviously there's the toxic ones, which makes no sense because it's like, it's a fictional story. You could make this guy be the best. Why would you make
Right.
a terrible one just like real life? But I mean, I know one thing I really need is a strong sense of humor. I want to laugh.
Mhm.
I want to have fun. Like, that's really important to me. But at the same time, I also don't know what else I want. I mean, I definitely need someone who's communicative. Like, I
Yes.
need communication. Like,
Absolutely.
I cannot be with someone, whether it be barely texts, barely talks,
Mhm.
can't handle fights. They either get super duper mad, which that would be an automatic deal breaker, and
Yeah,
I'm
that's a
over
red
there.
flag. Yeah.
Or they pout like a big baby. Like, I couldn't deal with that.
That's
So, but it's also one of those things where it's like I still don't know what kind of partner I would be. I mean, I think I
yeah.
would be good, but I don't know either.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot you're gonna learn from just like being in relationships. But also I think, like now is a good time to really like sit down and think about what you actually want, especially because you said, yeah, you kind of adopted what society tells you want. So yeah, I would think about like, what are some traits in a partner you would want. Also think about like what you can compromise on because you're not gonna find the perfect person. When you
Yeah.
find the right person, there will be things you'll forgive them for,
Yeah, no, I mean, like, that's what's okay. And I know that crushes are not the same as like actual love or relationships. That's one thing that's interesting. I've actually had, I don't know if it's ethical debates or what, but I guess it was kind of interestingly related. Have you seen the Silver Linings Playbook?
I started watching that movie and I just couldn't get into it, so I never finished watching it.
Okay, so Bradley Cooper's character, he he has some sort of, I can't remember.
He's like bipolar, I think.
Yeah, or one of those.
Yeah.
Borderline personality
Oh,
disorder.
maybe it is BPD. Okay.
It's one of them. But so he had gotten psychiatric help because he had caught his wife cheating on him, and he almost beat the man to death. And after the movie was over, and because the biggest problem is now, I know there's a lot of people that have like treat sexuality, like being very sexually available, whatever. Some people treat that as worse than anything, which I don't think is fair.
That's-
Like, I personally would never want to be that. Like,
Yeah.
that's just not something that appeals to me in any capacity. That's why I wouldn't want to get married either. But basically my parents were acting like Jennifer Lawrence's character was so bad because here's the problem. She grieved for her husband's loss because he died, and she got involved with everyone in the office. She did not molest, she did not assault these people.
Yeah.
It was fully consensual.
Yeah.
And yes, it wasn't the best idea, but to act like these two people are on the same length or that she's worse, it was a horrible conversation. And so then I was saying how what he did is unforgivable. So it was like hard enough to deal with, this is so bad, and it's like, no, like, it's not great, but
Yeah.
it's not some horrible whatever. It's like it was a rough coping mechanism.
Yeah.
I don't agree with
It probably
but
wasn't healthy for her, but she
Yeah.
wasn't hurting anyone besides potentially herself emotionally. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like they all agreed to it. So, it's just
Stupid.
yeah. So exactly what I feel. So then we were having like this whole conversation because they were saying it was a crime of passion. And that whole way that people treat that makes me so angry. So I was talking about how you can't justify, and especially to treat cheating, like the consequence of cheating, as time to get murdered or stuff
Yeah.
like that. And then they were trying to say there's something you got to understand about that. There's a lot of things that I see wrong with that. One thing that I think is really wrong with that is, who's the only demographic that's going to do that and be able to get away with it.
Yeah, white men.
Oh, well, I was saying male in general, but just
yeah,
the point of,
specifically white men.
yeah, but just the whole thing that happens.
I'd be so
I could
curious.
have sworn the first time I heard about Crime of Passion was OJ, but I could be wrong. I could have sworn they were saying something about that, but this was.
I think he got off because he is wealthy.
Yeah,
No,
like,
because
who knows all the things? I mean,
Um,
that whole thing was.
well, I'd be
crazy.
so
Everyone
curious
says he did it, so
what your parents would think if the genders were switched, if it was the guy who slept around and if it was the girl who almost beat someone to death. Because I feel like they might be saying like, oh no, she's worse because she got violent, and oh, he's just a guy, that's what guys do when they're, like, and that kind of annoys me.
No, literally, and so that I felt like that was part of it, but also to treat it like that.
Yeah.
But also, like, this is literally what happens. They talk about these women that go to jail, and typically it's self-defense.
Yeah.
But they put them in jail anyway. So, but that's the problem too. They say if you record an assault, oh, this was premeditated because
you had a camera.
Yeah, like, which is stupid because it's like, you want evidence, here's your evidence, that's not good enough either, and blah blah blah. And then if you do fight back, then somehow you're in trouble. So it's totally not fair. And the whole thing is with the physical strength, and this is what I mean, that like they say blind rage. Who's gonna be having blind rage?
Right.
Like, okay, let's say that a woman had blind rage. How much would she really be able to do? You know? And so I have heard how they say that with some drugs that, some small woman can beat someone, but, I don't know. Anyway, so, like, that whole thing really bothered me. So, what was the point? What were we just talking about before I started bringing it up?
The topic of silver lining. Alright. Just put that one.
Do you remember or you forgot?
I totally forgot.
Okay,
I do have to wrap things up because like my roommate should be coming home soon. We gotta get going. So
okay.
But yeah, I'll let you know about doing a birthday stream sometime within the next week or so. And yeah, let me know if you end up watching either of those two movies I recommend. Yeah. And I haven't been able to find Courageous yet from my quick search, but I might be able to work something out through other ways of watching things.
Yeah, and if you want to just share a few things about yourself that you'd like me to share with my friend, just to.
I think the general stuff of just like like.
Yeah.
It's just how things you would use to describe me. I'm a booktuber. I'm a writer. Yeah, any of that. I don't think there's anything I've told you that is too personal that I'd be like, don't share with him.
No, I just meant in terms of interest, but I don't think he's.
Oh,
I know he's not judgy like that. I was just saying to be like, hey, we have this in common or whatever,
What do you think we have in common? Because I'm like blanking. I'm like
I don't know. I gotta be honest. Even though he and I are friends, there's a lot of things I don't know about him. I know a big thing about him besides the fact that he and I have in common with movies and stuff. We love movies and we love to make movie stuff, videos. Like I said, he's big into music and vinyl and stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I love, you can tell him I'm really into like the 80s, like 80s goth. I'm really into like 50s jazz. Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't want to be like, hey, I know nothing about this girl or anything.
I barely know her.
Okay. Oh shoot, I was gonna say something else. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and I hope you have a great Valentine's Day. And
thank you.
One viewer that's still here, I hope you have a great Valentine's Day too. Oh, we should definitely talk more about doing the Hunger Games buddy reads.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start listening to it tomorrow at work. So,
Cool.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
planning
I
on
mean, it
getting
might
it done
take me a while, but
by the end of this month. If you want to use that as kind of motivation to continue
yeah.
reading it, because I want to do that compare and contrast video as soon as I can. While
Yeah.
Battle Royale is still fresh in my mind, but I do really need to fresh up on Hunger Games first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Well, this was totally awesome. We almost talked for 6 straight hours.
I know, it went by so fast too.
No, it really did, but that's what's so nice. But I'll have to say, okay, I know for you this is way earlier, but
Yeah.
doing it at 5, okay, I would have preferred 4, but I understood that Joharra had her whole thing going on. But yeah, it's much nicer than say 7, 8 o'clock. It's just like,
Yeah,
that's
worked.
too late.
Yeah, really great for me that it didn't go too late, and like I'm finishing, and like I still have time to like unwind and do other stuff.
Vibe.
So I'm
Every time.
totally in favor of like 5 o'clock if we want to say your time. 5, you're in Eastern.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 Eastern's good. I could probably do 4 Eastern so long as I'm not working.
Yeah, I mean, like, we still have to ask Joharra and things like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, like, I just prefer this. It's just so much easier. But also, like, just like Joharra's searching, I'm still searching for a job. So that might change too, but I don't know.
Right. Yeah,
But definitely, well, I guess, yeah, it just can't be on Tuesdays, like I said. So that's the only day I can't now.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I'm just really glad we got to do this. This was really fun. At first, I was like, what are we even talking about? But then we got into some really fun discussions, which I'm happy about. I mean, I know we do. We do all the time. It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't want to see, like, I still have so much, even when I'm talking to the best of friends, still I'm like, don't say anything stupid. Oh, you said something stupid. Take yourself out. Get out.
I'm like super easygoing. Like I really pride myself on being non-judgmental. Like the only things that like you can like say something and that's fine. But I mean if you're like being actively hateful towards anyone,
sorry, redhead males.
What?
Sorry, redhead males.
Oh yeah, yeah. That like we're done. I can't deal with that. But no. I mean, if you're like, I think all redhead males should die.
Oh my
then
god!
I would be like, okay, like calm
that's
down.
too far.
That
that's
was
ridiculous.
Yeah, like that is the only time you're actually going to like offend me, is if it's like you mean harm towards someone.
Yeah, like I would never be like that. No, I don't. I just can't believe people are like that. Like this,
Yeah.
blah blah blah. I was like,
yeah. So, and I've met people like that. Well, not
Yeah.
exactly, but like that are given that vibe. But yeah, just know, this is a safe space. You know,
Okay, cool.
I really, I don't judge people. It's genuinely one of the things I really pride myself on. It's just like, all right, always give people the benefit of the doubt. And people make mistakes. I say stupid stuff sometimes too.
Yeah.
You know, it's fine. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know this is just something, this is probably a big thing that happens to just about everyone, but I know it can be worse for someone with anxiety, but it's just the worst. It's like you overanalyze it, exactly what you said. And then the worst thing for me is now I think I'm good at understanding, interpreting body language, but at the same time, sometimes I think I'm too hard on myself interpreting other people's body language. Like if I say something that I think maybe could go well or could go bad, and then no one says anything, I'm like, rats, I just ruined my whole life. like relax. Also, besides Courageous, there's only one episode left of the Owl House that hasn't released yet. So now is the time I say.
I'm actually definitely in the mood for cartoons. And I finally got my Disney Plus login back because I'm on my sister's account. So I can actually watch Owl House. So
yay!
That one for sure I know I can watch. Courageous is gonna take a little digging.
Yeah, I mean, like I was just thinking like, okay, maybe I shouldn't say this on a live stream, but something something.
Yeah, no, I
Literally
know what you're
something
getting
something.
at. It's just, yeah, I have to dig a little bit.
Yeah, I
I can-
know. Yeah, but it's a really good movie, and the Owl House, man. No,
Yeah, I'm
it happened
super into
again.
cartoons right now. Like
Yeah,
I'm definitely like yeah, in that phase of just like I want to see some like really nice looking animation along with some nice storytelling. Yeah, so it seems like now is a good time for me to watch it.
yeah, absolutely. No, it is like literally amazing, and I've rewatched it so many times. Okay, not as much as Stranger Things. I've
I was
watched
gonna say that one is like
but
whew. I'm
but
glad you love Stranger Things. I
yeah,
like it too, but
yeah,
that's a lot of times.
yeah. I'm already thinking about doing another rewatch.
I never finished my rewatch of season one. And I want to
Okay,
rewatch season 2 as well, but like
maybe we should do one of those Netflix party things.
that's what I'm
Stay in
thinking.
the chat, you know.
I'm like in the middle of season 1 though. Would you be okay starting there, or would you want to start at the beginning, or do you
Well,
want
I'm
to?
very fast.
Yeah, why
I'll
don't
probably
you
be
catch
able to
up?
meet up with you because I just fly through that show.
The
But
last episode
I
I
don't know.
watched was the one like when they recovered Will's body, the one after.
Oh yeah, that one.
So
Oh
yeah,
man,
that's where I'm at.
I think that episode was definitely one where it's like they found him. What are they gonna do now?
I cried when that at the end
Really?
of that episode when they found the body and they're playing Heroes by David Bowie and it's all slowed down and then the like friends find out that they found Will's body and like they're having emotions and like oh god it really yeah that really hit the in the feels yeah but yeah that's not the end of the story.
Yeah. I guess I forgot to say, but I'm happy that I didn't even mean to, but I kind of wore the Valentine's Day colors, you know, kind
Oh,
of
I
like
didn't
that.
even think of that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know this is
it was just I kind of put this on, and I was like, wait a second, that was a good choice. Um,
yeah.
I definitely would. Now, again, this all depends on your work schedule, on all our schedules, but I really would like for us to get back. Well, I say sometimes we do, but I would definitely like for us to like get back to the weekly live shows. You know, I just think it's so nice and fun for us to hang out. You know.
Yeah, I am like freelancing, so my work
Yeah,
isn't
like I mean,
consistent.
you know, not
So I
any,
can't
just
even
only
say
when
like
you're available.
Wednesdays are the best day for me. It really depends on when I'm getting work or not. So that is going to be something I can only plan so far ahead.
Yeah,
So sorry, it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment. But yeah, I'm definitely down for it, but I can't really say what day would be best for me.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah, no, this was really, really fun. So, I don't think there's anything else unless you have any upcoming videos or something.
I need to like refilm my top 10 reads of last year because like I'm fed up with trying to edit the one I did film. I have so many issues. I have like some technical issues with it, and then as well as like doing it off script. It's such a long video of me just like saying something and then like saying it again, and yeah, so much to wade through. So yeah, I have to refilm it.
Yeah.
I have nothing else coming up besides the Battle Royale Hunger Games comparison when I finish reading Hunger Games.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, yay, exciting. Um, yeah, no, that's totally awesome. I feel I have something else to say, but I don't think I do. And
If you think of it, DM
yeah,
me if it's, something to say to me specifically. Otherwise, people in the audience, too bad. You don't get to hear it.
you're just like, yeah, we'll be gone by then.
Yeah.
No,
But yeah,
but,
thanks for
you know,
hosting this.
yeah, well, I just hope, like, I mean, I know I say it multiple times sometimes, but like, I just really do appreciate the friendships here. Like, it really helps me out, and it's just nice to not just be chatting with my parents, my family, because it's like
I hear ya. Get to know
I
ya.
want to talk to I want to
You
talk to
need
people
to
my
talk to
age, you know?
people your age. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I totally get that.
Yeah, and it's nice to. Oh, have you seen Tron Legacy?
I have not. I've only seen the original Tron, and I love the original Tron. It is so good.
I hate it. I hated Tron.
You
But I
hated the
love
old
Tron
version of Tron?
Yeah, because
Oh
my
my
dad
god!
was like, "Yeah, we can watch it," and I was like, "What is this?"
I really liked it because it was so bizarre. I was completely sober, but I felt high watching that movie. Like it was really fun.
That's so interesting. Yeah, I was just I definitely have issues with like older movies because of the graphics or quality
Mm.
like that. So when you guys were saying earlier that it's like, oh, when they do almost the exact same thing but with better quality, that's bad. It's like sometimes I like that. Like I
I
like when it's
well,
almost exactly the same. Like I kind of like Star Wars A New Hope because we watched it freshman year of high school. I'd only watched it once, like when I was a little kid, so I kind of liked it. But then the what was it? The Force Awakens came out, and it was almost the exact same movie, but the reboot
mm,
with good visuals, more the
mm.
current. I loved that movie. So even though for other people it was the exact same movie, I didn't really like Star Wars A New Hope, but I loved The Force Awakens. So, sometimes it depends, but also you still have to do it well,
Yeah.
Okay. 6 hours!
Yeah, oh yeah, we made it exactly. Or a little
6 hours,
over.
oh yeah.
Alright. With that, I'm going to sign off because I have to get
Yes.
ready.
Okay,
Alright.
goodbye, people.